reality, you can write, you can have like you can edit your own handwriting, like if you concentrate and focus. Like it's like, well, I know you're writing. I don't know. Like I know mom's writing. This is not like if you get what I'm saying.
Yeah. Yeah,
Yeah.
because if you're actually engaging with a person, then you know that person's characteristics or that being's characteristics, and a lot of times these believers don't, right? And what they're describing doesn't match what's in the book. And then when we pull them to the middle, which is reality, right? Because they typically operate on the outside of the circle, which is the unknown, right? Like the creation and then death. They typically operate there and stay there. But when we pull them into the middle where life actually is taking place, they kick and scream because they know they cannot prove or find the God in the middle. The God is always in those two things, creation and death. And that's where a lot of their presuppositions lie as well. Welcome back to the YouTube. I don't know why the stream went down, but we just gonna keep on rocking and rolling every time it does.
No, yeah, I definitely agree with that. But yeah, no, I just wanted to come up and say my piece and introduce myself and all that good jazz. But I'm gonna hop down. I'm gonna keep listening to what y'all do. I love you. Well, you're not in the the Christian
Not in a
way, just in like the
misogynistic kind of way.
yeah,
Yeah.
not no, just in the platonic way.
Well, I love you
Nelly,
too. Thank you so
shout out to
much.
yeah, I appreciate you. Shout out to Nelly and Santa Kalu. You hilarious, man. Keep
No,
laughing, doing
thank
your
you.
thing too. Yeah.
Thank you.
All right. Yep. Y'all have a good one.
You too. Just me.
Hey, how are you doing tonight?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing pretty well.
I'm gonna
I
let you
was
talk to Nelly. Okay.
okay, of
All right.
course.
All right, Nelly. I'll be back. I'm gonna go fix me some coffee.
No problem. Okay, just me. First of all, can I get your age for TikTok purposes?
Yeah, of course. I'm 31.
31. All right, great. And are you a believer in the God of the Bible, or you're atheist, or you deconstructing?
I guess atheist.
You're an atheist? Okay. And which topic did you come up to discuss?
Did God lie to Adam and Eve to protect them or to control them?
Okay, go ahead.
Um, Me and my aunt were actually talking about Thinkers Live New Year's Eve. It was actually. We were talking about it, and I brought up the topic to her, and she said that she thought and it kind of spoke to me. That's why I want to bring it up. But she said she thought that he lied to them to protect his control over them. And once he no longer had that control and kicked them out of the garden, then he was refusing to protect them anymore, which I thought was really interesting because in the live that she had that week, it wasn't really talked about that the protection was also control or vice versa, I guess you could say. But I was just kind of wondering what, everyone thought of that idea, if anyone wanted to talk about that.
You said to protect them or protect the control over them?
Yeah, he was wanting to protect his control over them. Is that crazy? Does that make sense?
I mean, yeah, it makes sense. It just that would be kind of just really just a form of control. I mean, um,
Yeah, definitely.
uh, yeah, that would just really fall in the control part of it. Um, but yeah, but to protect, uh, I don't see how I don't see where the protection falls into play.
And I guess when we were talking about it, we thought that the garden was supposed to protect them from the outside world. And then when he couldn't control them in the garden in his like little petri dish or safe space, whatever he wants to call it, then he kicks them out to an unprotected world.
Yeah, I mean that if you're well, if you follow the theology behind it, I guess you could say that. But um, I mean, but reading the story, he never intended for them to stay in the garden. I mean, because he placed
Oh,
everything in the garden for them to fail. He put the serpent in the garden. He put the tree in the garden. He did everything. I mean, there's no protection there because if you're going to protect something, you wouldn't put it in their grasp if you're
that
trying
is
to
true.
protect them from it, you see?
Yeah, that is true. You're right. You're right. I just
So,
thought it was an interesting topic we had discussed after the live.
mhm. Yeah, I mean, I mean, I can understand it's when you say to protect his control over them, that's protecting himself, not protecting them. I mean, if you really, if you say he's trying to protect his control over them, he's protecting himself. You know,
Yeah.
he's protecting his ego, his power. He's protecting that. Before his protection over Adam and Eve, there just wasn't no protection. Um, because if he's an all-knowing God, all-seeing God, knows everything, this, that, and the third, then he would have immediately stopped Eve from eating the fruit. You know, he would have
Right. He
saw
would
it.
have spoke to her from the clouds and be like, "Hey, don't do that. I told y'all not to do that."
But yet, I mean, the the term of him being an all-knowing God, I mean, just in the story of Adam and Eve, and this is what gets me. I mean, there are billions of people in this world, and a lot of them are believers and Christians. And they'll tell you, each one of them will tell you that God watches over them, knows every step they make, and this, that, and the third. But yet, when there was only two people in the garden, he had to come down and ask where the hell they was.
Yeah.
I'm just keeping it real,
You're being so honest. I love it.
you know. I, there was only two people in the garden. The first thing came out of his mouth is, Adam, where art thou? And if Adam and Eve had stayed in the damn bushes, he probably would have never found their head. Proof. I mean, that's how I look at it. So he can't be an all-knowing God. He just can't be. Because we got to realize. When I listen to Christians say, I hear them say a lot of things. I hear them say that God is testing you. Why would God need to test you if He already knows what you're gonna do? That's not a test.
Hey, did you
That's a
did
trap.
you did you see the Donnie McClurkin lawsuit?
Oh yeah,
Did you see
the
the
guy who made the claim.
yeah,
Yeah.
did you read the email he sent the guy? He kept telling the guy every time he would try to like do advances and he would send people, he would say that it was God testing him to see if he was still
Yeah,
homosexual.
exactly.
Like,
Yeah,
yeah, this
he
this whole God
sent people
testing,
to him.
yeah. And I think it's a manipulative tactic, right? God is testing you. It allows them to do fuck shit and then blame it
Hmm.
on, the God testing and or hide behind
Absolutely.
that. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what it is. You know. But no, she had said, and maybe you could, maybe you hear something different. She had came up and said that her and some other people were talking about it, and she said that God. Say it again, because I want to make sure I say it right. Say what you said.
I was just saying that when me and my aunt were discussing your live on New Year's Eve, she brought up her thought that God lied to Adam and Eve to protect his control over them. And I kind of thought that was an interesting theory. And like Nelly Nell was saying, that his protection over the control is more of just a manipulation or protection for himself versus for them, which definitely true.
Yeah, I agree. And that's definitely a good point. He was definitely protecting his control um over, the things that he wanted them to do. The fact that he created them to be workers, right? Which means he created them to do for him, and he was protecting his creation, his product, and he wanted them to stay in that capacity. So yeah, I agree.
Definitely. Well, I thank you all for having me. It was real great talking to you all, and I'm gonna keep listening.
You're very welcome. You said
All
you
right,
and
thank
who?
you.
Where you? Did you say Maya?
No, me and my aunt.
Oh, your aunt.
I
Oh,
was at
okay.
my aunt's house for New Year's Eve, and we were talking about my sisters have recently became Christian again, and we were talking about that. And then I was telling her about your live and how I've been watching lots of your lives and your videos, and I just super love you.
Oh,
And
thank you.
then she was telling me her thoughts on the topic of did God lie to Adam and Eve to protect them or control them?
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, like I agree with y'all, and I think that's a good point that you brought up. So, yeah, good luck on your sisters becoming Christian again. Are y'all having like a lot of conversations? They're trying to push Jesus on you.
No, thankfully.
Good,
But they know
good,
where I stand very clearly. I tell them all the time, no, thank you. I want no parts of that.
and they respect it.
As
They
best
respect.
as they can.
That's good. That's good.
Yeah, definitely.
I'm glad to hear that.
But again, thanks for having me, and I'm going to keep listening.
You're so welcome. Thank you, and I hope you have a good night.
Thanks, you too. All of you too.
All right.
No, thank you.
Hey, Selena.
Hey, how's it
Going
going?
good. How are you?
I'm amazing.
That's good. I
That's what's up.
I hate this weight line shit. Like, damn. Like, uh, the guest box is empty, y'all. If you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you're deconstructing or an atheist, 21 and up. Mac time. I did see your comment on in the comments on YouTube before the stream went down. And if ever you want to come over and discuss the things that you disagree with pertaining to the Bible, the God, um, the history, I'm more than open to discussing that with you over here on TikTok. Also, I am Justin and I talked on Friday. He's going to help me set my stream up the way his is set up. So once that is done, then I'll be able to take calls through from YouTube. But what I am not giving permission is for people to tell me that they don't like what I do. I don't care if you don't like if I cuss somebody out. I don't care if you don't like if I'm aggressive or anything like that. I'm not asking. I'm not giving you permission to come up and give me, to discuss that with me. That's not what I'm saying. So I saw you say that, disagree with some things that I do. I that's fine. And I think you have to do what's best for you. Like if you disagree with things I do in here, then the decision is for you to decide whether or not you want to engage with this content, right? But I'm not going to change who I am because it doesn't fit you. So what I am saying is I'm open to people disagreeing with me on the text, on the scholarship, on the history, the things we discuss in here. That's all I'm giving permission. Now you don't even need permission to disagree with me. I'm just saying, hey, don't be afraid to disagree with me on that. That's what I'm saying. Somebody in the comments said they have a question. I don't. Is it about the topic? Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm okay. I'm unless you are a nerd, I do not take random questions from the comments. Prince, Prince.
Hey, what's going on?
Hi, how are you?
I'm all right.
Hold on. What do you say, Jenny? Jenny said, "I don't like the way you don't like us telling you what, you don't like us telling you what we both like." Aw, it's okay. I still love you though. Prince, are you a believer? Are you deconstructing? Or are you an atheist?
No, not an atheist at all. I
Why
mean,
do people
feel like
answer
you
like
gotta believe in
that?
something.
Why do people answer like that? Did you hear the other
Because you gotta
choices?
believe in
But did you
something.
hear my other choices?
Nah, but I just
Hold on.
disagree completely
Wait,
with the
hold
atheist
on.
thing.
That's okay. I didn't ask you if you agree with atheism. I asked, what are you?
I'm a believer.
Okay, like that should be simple, right? And talking about what you are instead of discussing what you're not, right? Especially when someone says, "What are you?" How old are
You're
you
right.
for TikTok purposes?
36.
All right. And are you a believer in the God of the Bible, the God that we are discussing?
Yes.
Okay. Which one of these topics do you want to discuss? Can you see the last one there?
Just the first one.
Okay.
The God of the Bible
All right.
is the God of deception.
Okay. What are your thoughts on that?
I mean, honestly, I didn't come to debate or anything.
I don't debate.
I just, okay. I just want to know, what do you mean by that, or where did you get that from?
Sure. You see where it says points here? You see that? These are,
Mm-hmm.
here are the points that support that. Why I think that, why I feel that way.
Okay, so can I ask you, what do you believe in?
I'm an atheist.
Oh, you are atheist. So you don't believe in anything.
I don't believe in a God. And anything else is irrelevant. Like the only thing you need to know is that I am an atheist. I do not believe in a God, and I most definitely don't believe in this God. And this is what I think about the God we are discussing. You're not entitled to anything else for this conversation.
Okay. Well, yeah, that's all I wanted to know. I just had that simple question. That was all.
You did it, so you don't like. Why do you? That was. What does that do for you? Let me ask you that. What does that do for you? You wanted to
I
know. You
mean,
want to know if I was an atheist?
no, I just wanted to know why you had that up there, or why you believe that
But that was
he
already on the
deceived.
board.
I mean, I see it, but I mean, there's no explanation.
It
I
is
mean, how
that
did?
like oh God, the God of the Bible is the God of deception. Here's the explanation. He lied to Adam and Eve. He is the God of deceivers. He can forgive without sacrifice. He created supremacy culture and ideology. Like those are that is the explanation for why I say that. Like I don't understand why you're saying that's not an explanation. Now, if you're saying,
Okay,
hey, if you're saying, I don't know what story, I don't know where he lied in the story. That's a lack of
yeah,
understanding, and we
that's
can
that's
discuss
that's
that.
what. Right, that's exactly what I'm asking.
Yeah, that like okay. So these again, I don't debate. These are discussions, and if you have a lack of knowledge of something, then you say, "Well, I don't know where he lied," or "How is
Yeah,
he the God of deceivers?" What do you mean by that? Just using your words and communicating would help us have, a conversation.
I get it.
I mean, would you like me to explain which one of these do you have a lack of knowledge about?
Well, the lie. What was the lie that he told Adam and Eve?
Yeah, he told them that they would die the same day that they ate. Well, he told Adam that he would die the same day that he ate from the tree of knowledge of good and evil. And he told him it would be a physical death of the body. If when you go off the app, if you're in a Bible app, we can't hear you if you're talking whenever you're on Teacup, just to let you know. I feel like we've hit some type of I don't know. I feel like the believers are starting to realize that they can't defend this shit. In like I don't know. I feel like we've turned a corner because all day long they've been doing this. And then Bash said he had 13. Bash said he had 13 believers run from him. 13.
Yeah.
I feel like they know now. And then I saw a video of an older white lady. She was like, "We've wasted our fucking time." She was going off. She said, "I have every Bible there is." And she was put. She's like, "And they're about to fall apart." She's like, "I ain't studying and I ain't studied. I went to Sunday school. I went to church." She said, "But what I should have been asking is who wrote the shit, why, when they put it together." She said, "I should have been looking into the history." She said, "And now I find out that it's all bullshit." That lady was going on.
Oh, he dropped.
Yeah, he dropped. Like I think they're realizing that when you get into the weeds of asking questions about who, what, when, where, and how, who, what, when, where, and why, it all falls apart.
Yeah.
Johnny boy, are you in the box on purpose or on accident? And then, like, if you're the type of person that don't care what another person think about you, because usually what they do to defend their belief is they attack your character because they cannot engage with the actual text or the topic. They want to focus
Hmm.
on you. And if you allow them to move into that space and then you go back and forth arguing about what you are defending yourself, like what you are and what you're not, that's where they would rather have the conversation. And I don't allow them to do that in here. So
Right. Yeah. It's I mean, and to talk about what you said just a minute ago, I mean, I believe, that yeah, we have pretty much maximized conversations with Christians.
I mean, well, there's
They have pretty
2.8
much.
billion of them. I just think that we're kind of stuck on the low end, unfortunately.
Hmm.
Yeah, there's we haven't talked to every Christian. There's
Oh
2.8
no.
billion of them in the world. We just keep getting the same type of believer. Like there
Yeah, a
is
lot
there
of
is
them
a
are not
higher
on TikTok.
scholarship, huh?
I said a lot of them not, are not social media users and stuff like that too. So,
Yeah, like and there is a higher scholarship of believer, and I think they are typically the ones that are afraid to question. And they do read their Bible. They read what their pastor tells them to read, but I think they're more disciplined and not questioning.
right.
Yeah. And those are the ones that are afraid of atheists. They think atheists are eating children.
Yeah, demons.
How long it
Spawn of the demon.
is the deacon sitting right next to them in church?
But I had a woman call me that. She said I was the spawn of a demon.
The spawn of a demon?
Yeah, that's what she said. She said, "You demon spawn."
They feel entitled to say that stuff because Jesus said some fucked up shit in the text, and they call themselves like repeating Jesus. And they're like, "I'm not offending you. That's Bible." Jesus said it as an insult, and it is an insult when you say it. That's like this lady commented on the "What If Adam Was Abusive" song, and she was like, "While I appreciate your God-given talent, I don't." She said, "I wish that you didn't use it to distort God's word." And then she says, "Anyway, love you lots." And I said, "You commented this." And now you're going to get your feelings hurt because you're going to feel like I'm disrespecting you when I tell you that your God didn't give me shit. and that I don't give a fuck what you wish. Like, and I said that, like, if you didn't like the content, scrolling was an option, but yet you decided to comment your God judgmental opinion in my comments, and now you're going to feel disrespected because I responded to it. Don't say fuck shit because you feel like you're entitled because you believe in the God that you think is the one and only true God. And I think a lot of believers operate in that place of entitlement, and they don't see it as them being intrusive or abusive or insulting. They think they have a right, and they think they're doing the will of their God. They think they're doing the right thing, I think.
Right. We, but man, oh man, oh man. I know I'm gonna have to take some time off next month because I got so much I need to be finishing up. Ooh, a lot of reading.
Kira, I saw your message, and you say that you think faith has been used to control people in the wrong way. I think that statement that you're having, that conversation that you're having right now in the comments, would definitely fit the conversation around why I believe the God of the Bible is deceptive, and that its faith can be used in the wrong way to control people and to abuse people. It's because deception is built in the faith system. It has features built in that allows it to be used that way. Yeah. And I think people who still identify as Christian or still believe as Christian choose to just ignore that. And that, well, when people say that the Bible is man written and it has been altered, I typically ask you to show me the original and prove that it's been altered and that this isn't what it has always said. Now, in the King James Bible, there are some translations that are forced by men, but we can point to what the original said, and we can show how that translation has been manipulated or mistranslated or altered. The things that you may not agree with in the Bible that you are saying man added or altered, those are the things that I would ask if you can produce a Bible or a scripture that says something different. And I think when believers say the text has been altered as a defense for the harmful things, the harmful features of your God and of your faith system, I think you're just hoping and wishing that it was altered because you don't agree. You don't agree with what you read in the text. And so your way of separating yourself from that part of the story is to say this must be fake. This has to be man. This isn't a part of the original text. But I think you should be able to back that claim up instead of just saying it. Hey, Dumas. Thank you, Mezzo, for the raid. I didn't say the text was altered. Kiara did, and that's what I'm saying. Like, if someone says the text is altered, then they should be able to back it up. But again, I can read in the Hebrew what it says in the Hebrew text, and then looking at a English translation and see that it says something different, and I can point to that and say, look, in Hebrew it says this, but in English it was translated to this. That is a mistranslation, a forced translation, a scribal error, or whatever. We also have access to the oldest copies of the Koine Greek for the New Testament, and we can see the variations there, the mistranslations there, and we can point to that. So we have things that we can point to when we discuss differences in the English translation. But just making a broad claim that, the text has been altered by man because you don't like the characteristics of a God or a specific thing that the God did or allowed in the text, and not being able to back it up with, the same type of evidence that we would back up a claim that something was altered. To me, it just says, "Oh, I hope this isn't the God," and because I can't prove it, I'm just gonna assert that this must not be the God that I know, right? And you continue to go on and believe in the same God, and that story still exists. You don't have any proof that there's anything different in any books at the Vatican. That is conspiracy theory. I mean, the Vatican does have a vast library of texts, but a lot of these texts we have access to, that's conspiracy theory. Like, you don't have any proof of that. I don't know what you mean by truth filled. I don't know what you mean by that, Kira. DC1, how old are you?
25.
Are you a believer, deconstructing, or an atheist?
And agnostic.
Okay, so I don't actually talk to agnostics unless you're agnostic atheist. I only talk to people who believe in the God of the Bible, people who are deconstructing their belief in that God, or atheists. Are you there?
Yeah.
Did you hear me?
I mean, yeah, so I guess I'll leave if you don't talk to people that are agnostic.
Okay. Have a good day, okay?
Yeah, you too.
All right. Do you know how to get down, or do you need help?
Oh, I thought you was gonna kick me. Yeah, I can leave.
Okay. Hi, Kira. How are you?
Hey, Thinker. Great evening to
Good
you. I'm
evening
so
to
happy I
you.
stumbled on you.
um,
So, yes, I am a Christian, and I grew up in a very Christian filled household. So, that right there in and of itself tells you why I am a Christian. It's like, why are you a Democrat? Why are you a Republican, right? Um, so like I do like the historical concept of looking at everything along with looking at it biblically as well. So I don't want to argue with you because I feel like my uncle always told me that you better know your Bible in order to go up against an atheist because you do know the Bible. So I'm not even like coming up here to say that. I really just came up to apologize to you as a Christian because I see your viewpoint. And even though I don't agree with it or align with how you feel about it, I thank you for giving me something to think about and making me deep dive. And I just wanted to come up here and say that to you verbally so you would know that regardless of what all the other Christians have said to you in here, and I'm not saying this to trying to make Christians look good at all, but it hurts my soul at times to see where things that I've witnessed while I've been in here tonight, to hear these things. I don't think, me personally, I don't think that our God is a God of deception. I think he was clear and direct with what he said. And like you spoke about the Hebrew text and the translation of it in the Hebrew text. And maybe I'm taking it the wrong way, maybe because I am such a lighthearted person overall. There's horrible things in the Bible, by the way, and I said that in the chat. So it's not a thing where like I think that everything in the Bible is correct and a way to follow. I think that, you know, when you look at things, history repeats itself. So we need to learn from the stories that we're being told. And that's the failing part for most Christians because they're too busy pointing a finger and having three fingers back at them instead of actually implementing the things that they've learned or have been taught previously. Or maybe it is just bad habits within the church because there are years of bad habits in the church. But in the text, like I said, I'm sorry, he told them that that would be death, but that didn't mean immediate death. The translation of it, in my opinion, was saying that it meant like that was the marker for the immortality. Like that is where your immortality leaves you, and now you have to walk the earth and eventually die. And I saw somebody in the chat
Hold on,
said
I don't
something
want you to
about.
address way
Oh,
too
I'm
many
sorry.
things because I want to be
I'm
able to
sorry.
address some things that you say, and then don't address the chat while you're on stage.
Oh yeah, I'm so
Yeah, no,
sorry.
you don't have to apologize. I don't I don't think you know the rules in here, so I'm just telling you, and that way we can have a very coherent conversation and consistent conversation. Because when we add in people from the chat, it it
It goes
yeah,
everywhere.
but so there's several things you said. I don't want you to apologize for other Christians' behavior. I don't judge you by other Christians' behavior. I'm going to treat you the way you teach me to treat you while you're on stage. But I do think that what in the conversations that I've had with believers for 2 years now, 4 nights a week, started out 5 nights a week, 11 hours a night. So that's a lot of conversations with believers. And what I see consistently is this entitlement, this disrespect, this lack of respect for boundaries, the so called free will that believers believe their God gave them in this garden. They don't respect non believers' free will to say no. And they always, quote, Joshua, choose you this day whom you will serve. When Joshua was talking to the Israelites about whether they want to serve their ancestors' gods or serve the God of Israel, they always quote that scripture, but they don't respect that. We have made our decision and we have said, no, this isn't a God that we want to believe in, or that, or that we can, because logically it just does not add up. And even if the God did exist, it doesn't morally, it does not align with our character. And believers do not respect that night after night after night after night. But then we'll expect for us as non believers to respect their right to hold this belief. And it's hypocritical. And then you mentioned, you said that you don't agree with me, although you can see why I say what I say. And I think that's a very interesting statement, because if you can see why I feel the way I feel about the God, yet you still disagree, to me, that either says that you're choosing to ignore what you've acknowledged, right? Because if I were to go through the points here of for why I say your God is the God of deception, and we can go back to the Adam and Eve thing, because that's the last thing that you talked about. When I say he is the God of deceivers, we can't deny that, right? Abraham was a deceiver. Abraham lied to Pharaoh. Abraham lied to the Abimelech, and the God protected Abraham while he was lying. He punished Pharaoh. He punished the Abimelech to defend Abraham while Abraham was lying, just simply because he was his chosen. He protected Isaac when Isaac did the same thing his father did to the Abimelech. And then he protected Jacob when Jacob deceived his father Isaac, Jacob and his mother. And in fact, Jacob's name means deceiver. And so if we look at the fact that Abraham was a deceiver, Isaac was a deceiver, and Jacob was a deceiver, and he is the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, he is in fact the God of deceivers. And so that is just biblically true, and we can't deny that. It's biblically true that he can forgive without sacrifice. Like he had Job pray for his friends so that he could forgive them. There was no blood required for that. He had Abraham pray for the Abimelech so that he would forgive the Abimelech and take the curse off of the Abimelech and not kill the Abimelech. There was no sacrifice required for that. He had in Mark 2, Jesus forgave the sins of the paralytic man without sacrifice. And he literally said that the reason he did it was so that, the people would know that the Son of Man had the authority to forgive sins. In the Torah, it says, or the in the Hebrew scriptures, it says that angels have the authority to forgive sins, and there's no sacrifice required for that. So we know that we can point to the text and to several times where sin is forgiven without the shedding of blood. And so when we're told that Jesus, a human, had to die, and that the Hebrew God upgraded from animal sacrifice to human sacrifice, to forgive sins and to allow the inclusion of Gentiles, that just seems deceptive to me, because he didn't have to do it before. And then he is the creator of supremacy ideology. When he chose one group of humans out of all other humans, consistently tells those humans, "You are my chosen. I treasure you above all humans. You are different than all humans. You should be set apart. You need to eat different food than these other humans because they're unclean. Don't treat my chosen a specific way, but you can treat other humans a specific way." He condones slavery based on the discrimination of ethnicity, Israelite versus non-Israelite, and we never see any condemnation of any of that. And so, like, biblically, this is backed up that the characteristics of supremacy culture and supremacy ideology was created by this God in this story. And so, like, these points, these last 3 points, being biblically true, I don't see, when you say that you can see why I feel that way, and then you say, but I still don't agree, I would have to ask, why don't you agree with these things? And then the last point is the point that you made about Adam and Eve. You said the translation points to, and that I would have to ask, like, do you read Hebrew when you say the translation points to?
Oh, no, I do not read Hebrew. I'm so sorry.
Okay.
I cross-reference the Bible. I do apologize. I don't want to come off as that. And I don't know if you saw, I said I'm a babe in Christ because I really am. Like, I'm about to be 40 on the 23rd. And, like, this is just my walk right now. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because I would really say, like, honestly, a majority of my time as a Christian, it's a blind faith walk, which is that's what you're taught, right? So I am learning things, but I guess I think the thing for me is just there's been instances and moments in my life that I can say that I can't say anything else but God. That's just me. But the God that I believe in and the God that most other Christians believe in, like I always tell people, I'm an unconventional Christian because I don't believe that homosexuality is a sin. And I don't think that God truly had a problem with that. I think that it's other factors that play into that. And, I also feel like, well, there's just a number of things, right? But I'm getting off topic. Your question to me
No,
was, how can
that's
I?
topic. That's
Okay,
topic,
cool.
because I wanted to know, like, why do you still disagree? And it sounds like you still disagree because you've had, like, these experiences that you can't explain, and the only thing it could be is that a God did a thing.
Right. And I like that you said that a God did a thing because as a Christian, I do not believe in knocking anyone's faith base or non-faith base, especially if you are a believer in any faith. Your God is my God. It's just that we've given a different title and the storyline might be a little bit different. But overall, like it all like correlates with one another. And I'm not saying that because of the TV show on HBO. I'm saying it just because of my experiences going into Catholic school, even though that is a form of Christianity. Other Christians don't look at Catholics as Christians. Or like, just the fact that I grew up Church of God, but I spent a lot of time around the Methodist Church. And those are just different forms of Christianity. But then I grew up in LA, so I got to see Buddhism and so many other things. And like the core values of it is, I guess that's what it is for me. The core values of the morality of being a good person. Like, I feel like as Christians, we have gotten so stuck in that the God in me that you forget that, like, no, you're supposed to emulate the behaviors of Jesus Christ who walked the earth. He flipped tables, like he cut up when people were doing wrong things. And even if that isn't, where you believe or see it as being, like, I'm a New Testament Christian, I guess I could say, in a sense. Again, I just came up here really to apologize to you. And I know you said I don't owe you an apology, but sis, you're smart. And this actually is like the first time in a long time I felt my brain being stimulated and tickled. So I'm here for it. Thank you.
You're welcome. I would challenge you to take a look at those texts and read them in detail again, because Jesus was an Israelite supremacist, and when he was flipping over the tables, it had nothing to do with morality. He was upset because they were, exchanging money in the temple for Rome, and it had to do with the Israelites following the Torah and putting their God first and respecting the temple that David, the promise uh, of the Davidic covenant and what the temple represented. And so that's what Jesus was more so upset about. I know a lot of people think that Jesus was like this social justice warrior. And if you analyze the text a little bit more and read it in detail, and not like the scriptures that most pastors just cherry pick two or three scriptures out of a chapter, we'll see that Jesus doesn't actually do the things that he's telling people to do in the book of Luke. When we get this social justice Jesus, he says to feed the poor, but there's never a story where Jesus is actually doing that. The story of him feeding the 5,000 isn't him feeding people because they didn't have money to eat. He's feeding them because he didn't want to send them home after they had been following him around all day, and he had taken them out so far that there were no marketplaces. And the disciples told him, go ahead and send them home so they can go and buy them something to eat. And Jesus looks around and he sees a little boy who's, has two pieces of fish and some bread. Obviously his mother sent him with food, and Jesus takes that and, multiplies it. But it has nothing to do with feeding people who could not feed themselves because they were less fortunate. We actually see in the text where Judas is saying to Jesus, why are you wasting this oil on your body? We can get 300 denarii for it, and we could feed homeless people, hungry people. And Jesus says, the poor will be with you always. I'm worth it. He prioritizes himself in that moment over feeding hungry people. And then Judas is seen as, oh, he's just saying that because he wants to steal the money later, right? Like and the scribe adds that. That's why that is in parentheses. The scribe is like, oh, the only reason why he said that is because Judas was the keeper of the person. He just wanted to steal money, right? Yeah. So this this idea that Jesus was about taking care of the poor and the homeless and all that. It's an extra biblical version of modern day westernized Jesus, with cherry picked verses with that. I would say stem from a lack of historical context and a lack of Israelite understanding, and why the authors would put those words in Jesus's mouth at that time. But so I would just really urge you. I know you said that you are a babe in the belief, is to like really read the text in its entirety and not cherry pick the verses. Get an understanding culturally of what's going on and why the characters in the stories would do and say the things they're doing, where they are at that point in time in history, so that you really know what's going on in the story.
Yeah, no, I feel you on that. And that's why I said I was grateful to stumble upon you tonight because it made me just automatically start deep diving. So thank you again. I'm going to get off your panel though, but
You're
you're good
very
in my book.
welcome.
I know you don't care, but you're great in my book.
You're very welcome. Thank you so much for coming up and answering that question for me, and I hope you have a great rest of the night. I think it scares them a little bit. Yeah. Yeah, she was sweet. Eagles?
How you doing? How's everybody doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Hello?
Yes, can you hear me?
Loud and clear. Can
Okay.
everybody hear me?
Yes. How old are you?
50.
All right. And are you a believer in the God of the Bible? Are you deconstructing or are you an atheist?
I believe in God and Jesus, but not religion.
It's okay. We're not.
He wasn't a Christian.
It's okay.
Jesus
Eagles,
wasn't a Christian.
Eagles. That's okay. I'm just, I'm just asking. Do you believe in the
But no,
God?
that's
Eagles,
really
Eagles,
that's really what
Eagles,
I that's
Eagles, Eagles. This is going to like. Do you see how I was able to have a conversation with Kiara? She's a believer, and Kiara didn't interrupt while I was talking. I uh, didn't have to interrupt her to keep her on topic. Just keep in mind that I am the host. My job is to host the conversation and make sure that we stay on topic. Okay. You're already on teacup. Is there a reason for that? Are you about to leave the stage before we get started?
no. I'm not going nowhere.
Yeah,
Can you hear
you're
me?
on teacup. Okay. When you go on teacup, we cannot hear you. Okay. You're back on teacup.
Shouldn't be right here. Okay.
No, I don't allow
Yeah.
cameras on my stage. So can you turn your
Okay.
camera off? Yeah, I don't allow cameras on the stage. We have not gotten started yet because I have no idea which of these topics you want to discuss.
No, I was just saying Jesus wasn't a
I
Christian.
don't care about that.
You know.
I don't care about that.
Yeah.
I just needed to know if you believe in the God we are discussing, which is the God of the Bible, which is Yahweh, Jesus, Yeshua, whatever you call him. And now that I know that you do, the topics that you can choose from is this topic here or this topic here. Which one do you want to discuss?
Uh, let me see here. They don't make sense to me.
Okay. Please tell me what doesn't make sense so I can
Yeah,
clarify for you.
they just don't it doesn't read right.
Okay. Tell me where you're
I read the
confused.
words.
Sure. Tell me where you're confused and I will clarify for
Well, I'm
you.
not confused. I'm not confused about anything.
When you say it doesn't make sense, there's confusion there.
What it doesn't.
Okay, so tell me what tell me where
What
you're
was who
confused and I will clarify.
the lie?
All right. So you don't agree. It's not that it doesn't make sense. You actually just don't agree with them.
I don't know about don't agree. They just don't make sense. They don't read right.
Is there another way to spell lie?
That's no.
Okay.
I like I
So
said,
do you know what a lie
I read what I
is?
see right there.
Do you know what a lie is?
It's not the truth.
So then you don't agree with the statement. It's not that it doesn't read right. You don't agree with
So
that statement.
so the lie so the lie is the truth
Hold on.
is what I
Give
hear.
me just a second.
Interesting.
1 second, Eagles. Give me just a second, okay? What you're actually saying is that you don't agree with the statement there, not that it doesn't read right, okay? And that's all well and good, but first, so these here are the my reasons for making this statement here. Can we address this? Is so first off, this is the one you want to discuss. This one here, is that right? I get it. You speak a different language than me. So instead of saying you don't agree with me, you just say it doesn't read right. So I'm picking up what you're putting down. I'm very intelligent in that way. So I will speak man speak during this conversation. Okay. So I just want to make sure. I just want to make sure. I
They
get
just
it.
don't sound right
I
to
get
me.
it. It doesn't sound right. And so you want to talk about the topic that doesn't sound right. Is that correct? It's this right here. Is that right? In this section of the page, this one here.
It just reads weird to
I
me
get it.
for
I
some
get it. Let's
reason.
talk about the weirdness. Do you want to talk about the weirdness here? Is that right? Am I? Is that? It's simple. Yes. YES or no. NO.
No.
Okay. So,
It's
do you
just
want to talk about this one here? Is that the one at the bottom?
um
The
that's an
northern,
interesting
the
question.
northern tribe or the southern tribe? Northern hemisphere, southern hemisphere. Which one?
This one,
Are you? Let me ask you this: are you of the tribe of Judah?
the
Hold on. Are you of the tribe of Judah? Are you a Black Hebrew Israelite?
how would I go about finding that out?
I don't know. Deuteronomy 28. How do y'all find out? Are you an Israelite?
Well, I don't know. I could potentially be. Never know.
You don't. You
Sometimes I
don't
feel like
know.
Solomon.
Sometimes you feel like Solomon.
The wisest fool that
Okay.
ever
All
lived.
right. So that means if you feel like Solomon, you know that Solomon was of the southern tribe, right? Right. Most of his people come from the south. So we'll do this. We'll do this one since you're having difficulty picking because it's not reading right, and we'll use use your form of language. I don't know. Is this Paleo Hebrew? What are we speaking right now? Hebrew? Are you there? What
I'm right
language are we
here.
speaking right now? Pictographs?
English, no. American, whatever they want to call it.
American? Okay. All right. Let's speak American.
That one there. Yep,
This
that
one
one right
here,
there.
this one right here. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Now, I need you in your language to tell me what do you think about this?
I don't understand what that means.
Do I need to speak in
I
pictures for
mean,
you?
no, it's not that I'm not reading what's in front of me. Make no mistake about it. I'm reading these words, but it just, I don't know. It's something different.
It's something different.
Brain is turned too high.
It seems
That's
like
never true.
it sounds like
He said, "For I give you all seed bearing plants, and for you,
and for you what?
so what does that explain that to me, would you please?"
Sure. I mean, I offered to do that like a while ago. What I want to know
I know.
here, what I want to know here is not whether he lied, right? That would have been here, but you didn't understand that. Here,
What
what
was the
I'm sorry, I'm
lie?
talking right now. Well, you didn't pick the North, right? You're not where Elijah and all of them, Ahab and all them. You're down here with Solomon and them. So we're gonna stay right here, okay? So the lie is not the topic in the South. The topic in the South is whether he didn't want them to eat from the tree of the knowledge of good and evil to protect them or to control them. Why didn't he want Adam and Eve to eat from the knowledge of the tree of eat from the tree of the knowledge of good and evil? Was it to protect them or to control them?
So, okay, fair enough. I don't know how to answer that, but I don't know how to answer that because free will is something that we do have.
Doesn't exist.
So, or is free will just a coincidence as well?
So free will is something that you
It,
have.
it just
Okay.
just coincidental. I don't know.
Well, I don't know who's asked about free will, but I mean, okay. Free will is something that you have. Um, and so he didn't want them to use their free will. Is that right? Like he commanded them to not use their free will?
Sounds about right.
Okay. Now, did he command them to not use their free will to eat from the tree of the knowledge of good and evil because he wanted to protect them or to control them?
can't think for God.
You can't think for your God. Okay.
I
So
can't.
you don't
I
know.
can't think for.
So the answer
I
is you
can't
don't
think
know.
for God.
Okay,
No,
cool.
I don't know.
All
Yeah, I
right.
don't know.
Okay. Well, at least you're honest that you don't know. Anything else?
No, I'm good.
All right.
Appreciate that.
Well, have a good one, okay?
You too.
Bye. That was a waste.
It just dropped out.
Do you know how to get down? That was a waste. I saw you accuse me of misleading people.
I'm sorry. This is Lady Excellence.
Yeah, I saw you accuse me of misleading people in the comments.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I wanted
yeah.
to
Let's
put that down
prove.
there.
Yeah, let's prove that I'm
Okay.
misleading people. Stop for a second. How old are you?
I am more than 21,
And
able to be
I
on the...
assume that you are a believer in the God of the Bible.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay. And which one of these am I misleading people on? Pick one.
Let's go with the first one,
Okay.
and then we have that up there.
All right. Yeah. First off, is he the God of deceivers? Was Abraham deceptive?
Wait a minute.
Hold on. Was Abraham deceptive?
When you say was Abraham deceptive, deceptive in what way?
Did he mislead?
Abraham.
I'm sorry. Don't ask me a question and then
Okay.
ask me to not allow me to answer it. Okay.
Okay, you got it.
When he sent Sarah into the Pharaoh's palace, did he withhold information from Pharaoh that Sarah was his wife?
Yeah,
Did he
Abraham.
intentionally? I'm sorry.
Wait a minute.
Hold on.
Go ahead.
Did he intentionally deceive the Pharaoh by withholding that information?
I'm going to answer that, but you have to give me a moment.
I'm asking
The
you a
answer,
yes
no,
or
no,
no.
no, 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 no.
I'm asking you a yes or
But,
no. You can go. You can
but,
explain in a minute when it's your turn to explain. It is
okay,
my
but
turn
here's
right
the
now.
thing, though.
I'm hold on.
Listen,
Hey, Lady Excellence. You accuse me of something. I'm defending that now. When I'm done defending it, then you can respond. Okay? Be patient. Write down what it is that you want to respond to. I will give you ample time to do that. Okay? Did he intentionally withhold information with the intent to deceive the Pharaoh? Yes or no?
yes.
Did he do the same with the Abimelech?
Again, the culture
Hold
during
on.
that
Did
time,
he do the same with the Abimelech?
the
You will
culture
get
during
a
that time,
chance to
yes.
respond. Thank you. Did Isaac do the same thing?
Isaac,
Hold on. Don't mute her, y'all. Did Isaac do the same thing? She will get a chance to respond. Stop fucking whining in the comments. Did Isaac do the same thing? You're on mute. We can't hear you.
can you hear me now? Is it better?
Yes.
Yeah.
Did
Okay.
Isaac do the same thing?
Oh, to spare his very life.
So he
Absolutely.
did do the same thing.
Absolutely.
Okay. And then did Jacob deceive with his mother? Did he deceive Isaac?
Yes.
Does Jacob name mean deceiver?
Yes.
And so
But,
hold on,
and God
hold on.
changed it
Okay, cool.
to
Hey, I don't
Israel.
want you. I don't want you
He
to. Hey,
changed
you
it.
will get an opportunity. Okay. Like
Yeah.
I don't know why you all cannot just have civil conversations. You will get an opportunity, but I'm going to go ahead and give you this disclaimer. Okay, I can be civil as y'all saw with Kiera. I can be very civil. I can sit and I can listen to you.
Oh, yeah, yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
stop talking while I'm
That's...
talking. Stop talking while I'm talking. I can be very civil with you all. But I can also be ratchet than a motherfucker. And I actually like being ratchet. I have no problem doing it. Okay. But I prefer to be civil. All right. So we know that Abraham was deceptive. Isaac was deceptive. Jacob was deceptive. He is the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. He is, wait, and please go back on mute.
Okay,
Go
no
back on
problem.
mute. He
No
is the
problem.
God of deceivers. He is the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, who were all deceivers. We also know that this God can forgive without sacrifice, as we see him do it numerous times in this text. We
But
see,
hon,
I said, wait.
I'm gonna
I
let you go.
use the fruit of the spirit. Use the fruit of your God's spirit and be patient. Your God told you to be slow to speak, and y'all can't do that. Y'all can't do that. Y'all will come up here and say you can't answer for your God, but y'all sure in hell want to run y'all fucking mouth.
No, but no.
Stop talking while I'm talking. God damn. You accused me of something. You accused me of something. I am defending that. You have agreed that Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob used deception. You have agreed. I don't care what reason you put on it. They were deceivers. He is the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, who were all deceivers. Your God can forgive without
I understand.
sacrifice, as we see him do in Mark. Jesus forgives without bloodshed.
But you got
Stop
the same.
talking while I'm talking.
But you said that
Stop
before. I
talking
got
while
you.
I'm talking. Damn. As we see, he tells Job to pray for his friends. No sacrifice is made. As we see, he tells Abraham to pray for the Abimelech. No sacrifice is made. Bloodshed is not required for him to forgive sins. That is something that he chooses to do. And he also established supremacy ideology within the Israelite cult when he created laws that prioritizes the quality of life, that prioritizes the success of the Israelites over other humans, and the treatment of Israelites over other humans. That is supremacy culture. That is supremacy ideology. And your God created that.
But he said that. Can I add this part? He said that he told the Israelites, the reason why I chose you was because you were the least of them. And I wanted you to go out and show the world about who I am. So that's why he chose them. He didn't choose them because he chose them because he liked them better than anybody else. The word says, I chose you because you were the least of them.
Did any of
So
that
to
change the
me,
fact? Did any of that change the fact that he created supremacy culture?
well, no, no, no.
Hold
We
on,
did
hold
that.
on. No,
We
no, no,
did
no,
that.
no.
We did
Who
that.
established laws that prioritizes the Israelites over foreigners? Who did that?
But he's, I chose you because you're the least.
Who established
But the
laws?
least.
Who established laws
But
that
the least.
who established laws that prioritize the
But
Israelites
see,
over foreigners? Answer that question.
but he
Answer
said,
the question. Who
I'm going
established?
to answer the question.
You're being
No,
deceptive by
no, no, no.
deflecting. Yes, you
But,
are. Who
okay, here's,
established laws? Who established laws that prioritized the Israelites over foreigners?
see, that's why
Answer the question.
see, you talking Old Testament,
Oh, but who did it? Who?
And God
The
said,
God of the
I
Bible
chose
is the
them.
God of deception. Who
Yes,
established the
he's
laws?
not the God of
Who
deception, though.
established the laws that prioritized the Israelites over foreigners? The fact that you don't even want to answer that question shows that you are dishonest, just like your God. You are deflecting. You don't want to answer the question because you know it was your God. And the same structure of exclusivity, the same structure of prioritization of a specific ethnicity is the same shit we see in white supremacy. And you don't want to answer that because you are dishonest. And what I
And
am defending
and
is
he
your
and,
and what I
but
am defending and what I am
he
defending
chose
and what
Abraham.
I am
He
defending.
chose
Shut up
Abraham.
talking while I'm talking. What I am defending is your claim that I am misleading people. And everything that I've said up here is biblically backed.
Nor the Son of Man that I should repent. That's what he said.
He
I'm
did
not a
repent,
man that
though.
I
He
should
did
lie,
repent, though.
nor the
He
son of
did
man that I
lie
should
and he
repent.
repented. He did both of those
So when
things.
you talk
He did
about that,
both
you
of those
jump into
things. He did.
conclusions and you're
Stop,
not
stop,
letting
stop.
me
Hold on.
finish.
Hold on. Nope. He did both of those things, Lady Excellence. Deal with that. He did both of those things. He lied and he repented.
The culture then, the
Oh
culture
my
then,
God. So
he
God
did
is
that.
subject to a culture.
Abraham lied because he didn't want to be killed. They knew how beautiful Sarah was.
Did your
And
Sarah's
God say
176 years old.
she was
Abraham
90,
lied. God didn't lie.
she was 90 years old when she went in there, but did your God say that lying lips are an abomination to him?
But
Did
wait a
answer the
minute.
question, does your God say lying lips are an abomination to him?
But that's Old Testament.
Did
But I'm talking about
is
New
Abraham
Testament.
in the Old
New
Testament? Is
but I'm
Abraham
talking
in the
about
Old Testament?
Abraham is in
So
the Old
are we
Testament.
talking about
Absolutely.
Abraham right now in the
But
culture?
God is not a man that he should lie.
Are we talking about Abraham in the culture right now?
Yeah, but
Are we
but
talking?
you're not
Okay,
there.
so hey,
Yes, yes,
okay. So
yes,
did
yes.
your God say that lying lips are an abomination to him?
But wait a minute.
Answer the question. Did he say that?
Oh yeah, he did say
Okay.
that.
So did Abraham have lying lips?
Abraham lied to save
Did he,
his
so
life
it
because
doesn't
he
matter
wanted
what
to
reason you put on
he
it.
wanted to
Did he have
respond.
a
He
powerful
thought
God?
he was doing
Did he
God's
have
will.
a powerful God?
Oh, absolutely.
So
But
Abraham had to lie because he didn't trust his God.
Abraham wanted to
He lied because he didn't trust his God.
fulfill the
Even
promise.
Abraham
He didn't
lied. I'm sorry.
he
I'm
didn't know
sorry. I'm
enough
sorry.
about.
I'm sorry. You and I cannot talk at the same time. There's no fucking way that you and I are
Ooh,
going to.
baby. Ooh,
Exactly.
baby.
I told you I will fucking get ratchet if you continue to talk over me. If you continue to behave the way you are behaving, this conversation isn't going to go anywhere because I'm going to cuss you the fuck out. This is fucking
Because that's not.
ridiculous. It is fucking ridiculous that you can't sit here and have a civil conversation with people who have a different perspective than you.
Yeah, but that's why I
Fucking wait
said.
your fucking turn. You
Yeah, but you
disrespectful
want to
ass
get on here and
Christians.
spew
Y'all are
stuff.
then shut the fuck up. If you think that I am misleading people, then you would shut the fuck up and wait
Ooh,
until I'm finished talking so that you can correct my ass. But you just keep fucking coming off of mute because you know damn well you can't defend shit I'm saying. Shut the fuck up.
but see, I'm not.
Y'all are so
I'm
fucking
not fair.
irritating. All y'all fucking do is whine. God damn. No matter what, Abraham had already lied when he did this shit in Egypt. Your God came and rescued Abraham then. You're telling me that Abraham still had to lie when he went into Gerar before the Abimelech? After your God came and rescued his ass from the Pharaoh and rescued Sarah, he still didn't know? He still didn't trust your God? No, Abraham is just a liar. He pimped out his wife in order to get wealth, and your God was in on that shit. Your God shows up to the Abimelech and tells the Abimelech he knows that he acted in integrity. He looks
And he
at, he shut
restores.
the fuck up. He looks at Abimelech and he tells Abimelech that I know you have integrity. I know you acted in integrity. I know you are innocent. But your God was willing to kill the innocent man to protect a liar. Your God was willing to kill a man who acted in full integrity to protect a liar. Your God does not hate lying lips if they are the Israelites' lying lips. Now you can fucking talk.
Okay, but thank you, thank you. Um, the reason why Abraham did what he did and said what he said, because he knew the towns and the countries he was going through. And he knew that the kings in those towns and countries would want Sarah and take his wife. So he had to come up with a plan. It was Abraham's plan. It wasn't God's plan because God went to the people that Abraham lied to and said, I'm sorry he lied to you, but I'm going to restore you with the stuff. I'm going to heal you. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that. So, and God apologized and offered no punishment to those kings that Abraham lied to.
Show me the
And
scripture
so
where your God
Abraham
apologized.
thought that he was
Hey, hey,
moving
hey,
in a
deceiver.
direction to have.
Hey, little deceiver. Show me the scripture where your God apologized. I need the scripture, please.
He wanted, I'm sorry, now
I
you're
need the
cutting me
scripture.
off.
I need the scripture where your God
Okay, I'm going
apologized.
to, okay. So when Abraham lied,
Scripture, please. Scripture.
And just so you'll know, she's the host and she's going to interject when there's a question, when there's a lie, and when she needs to clarify something. So she's asking for a scripture for your claim.
yeah, yeah, he made a covenant with Abraham and told him to
Not
leave
asking
his.
about a covenant. I need the scripture where your God apologized to the Abimelech and said, I'm sorry Abraham lied to you. I need the scripture, please. Good morning, Fee.
Good morning, y'all. Good morning. Hey, Selena.
Yeah, I wasn't ready for all scripture and everything, but it's right in there. And one of the things.
You can Google it.
Right in there, right
You
in
can
there
Google it. Get
does
the scripture,
not
please.
give us a scripture.
They never are prepared to talk scripture, but they want to accuse everybody of misleading people with scripture. How the fuck you going to accuse me of misleading in scripture and not have the fucking scripture that to disprove what I'm saying? That's just it's fucking stupid. Like it don't make any fucking sense.
Like, you can't tell me I'm driving in the wrong direction and then don't give me the correct directions to get to where we're going. Like, if you're saying that she's misleading people with the scriptures, then you're going to have to bring up a scripture to show where she said something incorrect. And while she's looking for that scripture that's not there, I'm just curious to know if having a reason for a lie or deception neutralizes that lie or deception. I don't see why that is where this conversation usually goes with
Okay,
believers.
here we go. We're looking at Genesis. We're going to go to Genesis 12.
This story is
And,
in Genesis 20, ma'am. Genesis 20
okay,
is where this story is. I need to see the scripture where your God apologized to Abimelech for Abraham lying.
okay. So here's what I'm going to go with. Abraham was in Egypt, and then there was a famine. And so they have to.
The Abimelech is not Egypt. That is Gerar or Gerar, however you say it. That is the Philistine nation, not Egypt. Genesis 20.
Therefore, it shall happen when
Genesis
the
20.
Egyptians. But this
Genesis,
is
deceiver. Genesis 20,
mhm,
not Egypt.
this is his
Genesis
wife,
and Gerar,
and they will
not
kill
Egypt,
me.
not Egypt, not Egypt. No, I don't do lying lips. Okay, show me the scripture in Genesis 20 where your God apologized to the Abimelech for Abraham lying to him.
I think he went a little too far, but he should be called Abram. Your name is Abraham. He changes his name.
It's interesting to say he didn't require a sacrifice because Abraham wasn't under a covenant, and neither was the fucking Abimelech king in in Gerar. There was no
Girl.
law. Shut the fuck up and get the scripture. I'm not talking to you. Neither was the Abimelech. There was no law given. And so for your God to say that he's going to kill the Abimelech for adultery doesn't quite make sense, does it? The fact that there's a Philistine nation during the time of Abraham doesn't even make sense because they were not even a nation then. Even, the whole fucking story is deception. The whole fucking story is anachronistic. The whole fucking story is a lie. But I
Can
digress. Where does your
can
God
I say
apologize?
I'm good?
Where does your God apologize to the
Yes.
anachronistic ass Philistine king?
Okay. Can I say it? Can I read it to you?
As long as it's in Genesis 20.
It's in Genesis 20.
Genesis 20 what? I'm going to read
We're
it. Give
looking
me the
at
verse. I'm going to read it. Genesis 20 what?
we're Genesis 20 verses 3.
Verse 3. Okay,
Verse
go
3.
on mute. Go on mute.
Why you got to read it?
Because
Cuz
I
I'm just
am.
saying.
Because I am. Genesis 20 and 3. But God came to Abimelech in a dream by night and said to him, you are about to die because of the woman you have taken, for she is a married woman. Where's the apology? That's the fucking threat.
Do you want me to respond?
Where's the apology?
But the when you go to verse 4,
Oh, now you want me
but
to read verse
Abimelech
4? Okay, hold on. Let's go. Let's
had
read
not.
verse 4. Verse 4. Now, Abimelech had not approached her, so he said, Lord, will you destroy an innocent people? That's verse 4. Abimelech declaring his innocence. Where's the apology?
God said to him in a dream, yes, I know that you did this.
Oh, I'm sorry. You want me to keep reading? Oh,
Yes,
okay. Let
yes,
me
no.
keep reading. Did he not himself say to me, she is my sister, and she herself said, he is my brother? I did this in integrity of my heart, in innocence of my hands. Then God said to him in the dream, yeah, I know that you did this in the integrity of your heart. Furthermore, it was I who kept you from sinning against me. Therefore, I didn't let you touch her. Now then, return the man's wife, for he is a prophet, and he will pray for you, and you shall live. But if you don't, then you shall surely die, and all that is yours. Where's the apology?
Okay, I don't know what else. Here's the thing, though. You're
Where is
talking.
the apology? I read all those
Okay,
scriptures. Where's the apology?
here we go. So, she not reading. You're only giving. You only allowed. Let me read this.
No, 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 no,
So
no, no.
Abimelech
I read
rose
verse
early
3.
in
No,
the
no, no.
morning.
Stop. I read verse 3, verse 4, verse 5, verse 6, verse 7. Where is the apology in any of those verses you told me to read?
But I wanted you to. You have to read the whole
Oh, so we need to
chapter. You
read
have
the
to read.
whole chapter to you.
Yeah, baby. Yeah,
Which verse has the apology?
yeah. And Abraham said,
Which verse,
"Because
which verse has your God apologizing to
what
the
have you
Abimelech?
done to us?
Which
Well,
verse, hey liar, which verse has the God apologizing to the Abimelech? Quickly,
give
lying
me a
lips.
second. Give me a
Quickly,
second. Give me a
abomination.
second.
It's
Give
so
me a second,
interesting.
honey.
It's so interesting that y'all, you motherfuckers, will make videos about homosexuality being an abomination, but your God says lying lips are an abomination to him, and you motherfuckers lie like y'all lie like it's fucking Saturday. Like it's the like every day of the fucking week y'all just fucking lie. But you don't call yourselves abominations. I don't see y'all picking in your fucking houses, picking in your fucking churches. I don't see y'all making videos saying, God said abomination, lying them so an abomination to him, but Christians lie all the time. Oh, who said that? Who said that? I don't see y'all making videos like that.
Did you want me to respond? Cause you're way offline, honey. You're way offline. You're misleading people. That's what I
Sure.
want to say.
Show me the
You're
fucking
way
verse.
offline,
Show
honey.
me the
I
fucking verse
did,
where your God apologized to
but
the
see,
Abimelech.
when
Hey,
you talk
liar.
about that,
Hey,
no. But
Deceivette.
look at
Look,
you.
Deceivette.
You are
Show me
deceiving
the
people.
fucking verse where your
You
God
are deceiving.
apologized. Show me the verse where your God apologized to the Abimelech.
Maybe we don't know
You can use your.
maybe we don't know what deception means. Could that be it? Because thinkers made a claim that this thing happened in the Bible, and then she read the verses that
I want the
showed that.
audience to
Can you hang on a second? She read the verses that showed the
let
thing that. Can you stop? She read the
you do.
verses that showed the thing that she said happened, and she read it from the book. You made a claim, and we asked you to read those verses from the Bible, and you weren't able to do that. So, in those two scenarios, which one of you is being deceptive? Which is why I'm asking, like, maybe we need to define what deceptive is.
You want to type that again in the comments? You can't.
Let the people read that section themselves.
What
They will
section?
determine.
What section does your God apologize?
I
What
Give me a
verse?
second.
What
I told
verse?
you, but
Which
you're missing the
verse?
point.
Which verse does
God,
he apologize?
hold
Which
up.
verse?
God is greater.
Which
God
verse
is
does he
good.
apologize? Motherfucker, are you fucking reciting the fucking youth church prayer?
Are you about to eat?
Yep.
There's something wrong with them. Like, I don't.
Somebody,
Do you have a verse that shows the God saying the thing that you came up here to claim that he said? You said that he was like, I'm sorry. And I'm like, where is that verse? That's all we're asking for. Just give us that number.
see, if I when I'm speaking with you and going over the scripture, you continue to interrupt me.
You haven't
There
gone over
are
any fucking
in
scripture. You made a claim. You said your God apologized to the Abimelech
I,
and said, I'm sorry, Abraham lied to you. Which verse is that?
but look at everything he did after Abimelech found out.
Where
Look at
is the
everything he did
apology?
for
Where
Abimelech.
is the apology?
That's but listen, God is not a man that he should lie.
That except he did. Where is the apology?
Abraham lied
It where is the apology?
in the restoration of Abimelech
So he
for his
apologized for he
possession. In
apologized
the
to Abimelech. His apology to Abimelech is, I'm not going to kill you now since you gave Sarah back. I'm going to restore the wombs of your female
yes,
slaves and your wife since I made them barren, even though they didn't have shit to do with Abraham's fucking lie. Even though this is the second time Abraham has pulled this shit. And give Abraham land, sheep, asses, female
to
and male
fulfill
slaves,
the
and
covenant,
that's your God apologizing to the Abimelech.
to fulfill.
Y'all are deceptive as fuck. You are your God. You are just like your God. You are a deceiver.
Because all you're saying ultimately is that if God has a reason to lie, then that makes it not a lie. And my point is that it is still a lie. Y'all are willing to excuse away this God's behavior and excuse away the fact that he doesn't do what he commands you to do. But the reality is he knew Abimelech had no idea that Sarah was his wife. He knew that. He even told him that. He's like, I know you acted in integrity, but I'm also still going to kill you if you don't send her back.
You know the
So
crazy thing? Oh, sorry, Fee. I thought you were done.
uh, No, you go ahead, Thinker.
I was gonna say, Fee. The crazy thing is, she keeps saying to fulfill the covenant, like literally. Yeah, the God has to use deception and lies to fulfill the covenant because He is the God of deception. Deception is one of His superpowers. So that I
No,
fucking
Satan
agree
is.
with, that he did have
Satan
to
is the
lie.
father.
That I
Satan is the
agree with,
father of
he did
lies.
need to use liars and lies to fulfill a
Satan is the
covenant.
father
You
of
said it your
lies.
fucking self.
Satan is the father of lies. Satan is that. God is not the father of lies.
You
Your God
just
tells you
said
he's
your
lying.
God. You just said the reason is was to fulfill the covenant. Your God is the one who made the covenant, and if He needed lying to fulfill some shit He made, then lying is one of His fucking superpowers. Lying is one of His fucking tools.
See, you're wrong. You're wrong.
I
You
mean,
got it wrong, babe.
you can't give an excuse for a thing that somebody didn't do. So if you're saying the reason he did it, that means you are admitting he lied. You are admitting he was being deceptive. Like, I don't think y'all listen to yourselves. We get that you think that this covenant needed to be fulfilled. Okay, cool.
God
But
didn't lie. Abraham did. Abraham
your,
did.
your God knew that Abraham was lying. Your God utilized.
Abraham.
Can you
But we got to
stop?
understand why
I,
Abraham lied.
I really
He
don't.
wanted to fulfill,
I don't have to understand why anything because
God made him a
Selena, can you fix
promise.
that?
what we're talking about is the fact that he lied. You're going to the why as the
Abraham.
I
Hold on,
don't
Selena,
know.
can you fix that?
Is there, but I know you're the moderator and you're doing the best you can.
Can you stop speaking over people and then the
No, no,
moderator
no.
could act.
I'm
Stop
acknowledging you.
fucking interrupting her.
See,
I mean, every single time I start speaking, you do the exact same thing. You are coming up with a reason why your God did the thing that you are also saying he did not do. Thinker's point and her prompt is that your God is the God of deceivers. Abraham was deceptive. You admitted that. What you are saying is that you can accept it because God had some grand plan. But what we are saying is that it is still deceptive. It is still a lie. And in other places in this book, this God tells you he sends lying spirits. Y'all just don't y'all don't believe the God when he tells you who and what he is. You just want him to be what you've been taught that he is. The book just doesn't support that. Now that it's silent, it's now your turn to speak. You have to unmute.
She knows that, Fee. She's been unmuting this whole time. She might be protesting.
You know, the crazy thing is that not one time did I make the claim that the God lied in this story with Abraham, or that the God lied in the story with Isaac, or that the God lied in the story with Jacob. Not one motherfucking time did I make that claim.
But that shows you how they listen, though. Like, they listen with the purpose of protecting the God so much so that they don't even actually hear what we're saying or engage with what we're saying.
okay. The moderator, the thinker, just wanted to let you know
She's
I'm
not the
gonna,
moderator, she's the host, but go ahead.
okay. Um, is that because it's coming up as thinker? But what I'd like to do is wrap this up.
All right then,
I wasn't
goodbye.
I wasn't here for
Okay,
everybody, just
goodbye.
somebody to hear.
All right, goodbye. If you're, yeah, the fuck.
I mean, wrap that up.
Go get her.
Yeah, I ain't trying to come up. I'm a supporter of you. But since you got me up here, give me 30 seconds.
Well, I
Man,
don't
I just
allow
want to
people
say,
to. I don't allow people to
okay.
do off topic
I was just
Thank.
gonna say thank you for doing what you're doing, but no,
Oh
no worries.
no, no, you
I
can
got you.
you can do that really really quickly. I thought you were gonna go off topic.
No, I was just gonna say keep doing what y'all doing. I support Fee. I support all y'all because this stuff right here is just put a brainwash on our community. But that's all. Thanks a lot for having me.
You're so welcome. Thank you, and I hope you have a great rest of the morning. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Shit, your brother broke.
Power of the healing.
Oh, you can drop me down. I'm actually up here, not a. I
Okay.
accidentally came up. I'm sorry.
No worries. Have a good day. Okay.
Yeah, you too.
All right. Did we have Ray Bay up already? Why this not?
No. Is
Oh.
this only for
Oh.
ops? Because I can drop down if it is.
No. Are you deconstructing or are you an atheist? Which one?
Oh, I deconstructed a long time ago. I practice hoodoo now.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So I only have conversations with believers, atheists, or people who are in their deconstructing phase. So,
Okay.
all
Well,
right.
thanks for letting me up.
You're welcome. Have a good one. Ted, are you in the box on purpose or on accident? Charles, are you? Did you come up on purpose or on accident?
I came up to listen to you, but I didn't come up to be on stage or nothing.
Okay, I'm gonna drop you back down. Okay.
Okay,
All right. Have a good one.
I just came on.
Okay. Lady Excellence, why in the hell are you back in my request? Like y'all are not okay. It's like y'all are not okay. Like what the fuck? Oh, I don't know why. Sorry. Y'all, the guest box is empty. If you're a believer in the God of the Bible, if you're deconstructing or an atheist, you must be 21 and up. Uh, this topic, like we've had topics that make them like crash the fuck out before, but this one is like none other. Like it's been back to back to back to back. We had one believer come on stage who is a baby Christian, and the conversation with her was pleasant. I don't think that she was ready to go into why she still disagrees with what I'm saying, because I think she's still young in it and she doesn't quite know the text enough to discuss it. But still, the conversation with her was civil and pleasant. But every conversation tonight has been them crashing the fuck out from the moment they get on stage.
And it's so unnecessary because if what you were saying was not true, like what I was trying to tell Lady Excellence is take us to the book and show us where we're going wrong. Like show us where what you are saying is actually supported by the text. But I think it's this immediate defensiveness that they feel they have to have for this God because they've been told this God cannot lie. It's nothing but honesty. It's the epitome of truth. But then when you read in this book that, oh, wait a minute, Abraham lied and the God knew he lied and then blessed him anyway, despite the fact that he lied. That is deception. But they don't want to engage with that. They only want to engage with what they have been told about this God. And when you say something that goes contrary to that, then, oh, you're misleading people. No, I'm not misleading people. I'm just reading the book. You're just upset that what you believe is not in this book. That's the problem.
The person in Cece, if you say that the reason believers crash out when they get on stage is because I'm lost, that makes no fucking sense. That makes no fucking sense. And if you think that I'm lost and you have the fucking map, then bring your ass on stage and show it. Show your fucking work instead of sitting in the comments and just fucking being judgmental. Why the fuck you still in the comments? I don't give a damn. I don't like. Do you think that there are not people in my life who have prayed the same bullshit you're going to pray? And the very fact that you think that you can pray for someone else means you think you have it all figured the fuck out. How the fuck are you going to pray for other people when you still praying for your damn self? You still praying and asking your God to fucking help your ass.
And praying is not going to change the words in the book that y'all don't read. And I think that's part of the problem, because you're praying for someone who's actually just reading your book. You just don't like the reality of what these words mean. You don't like the logical conclusions because it doesn't lead to the God that you believe in. But that's not our issue. That's your God's problem. He should have proofread his book a little bit more.
If I don't understand what I'm reading, then if you understand it, then bring your ass on stage and help us understand it then. Like sitting in the comments just fucking being judgmental and not correcting the misunderstanding does nothing for anybody. It sounds like your ass is scared. And then y'all think just dropping these fucking ad homs does something. It does nothing. I don't give a fuck what you think about me. I'm not scared of your fucking prayers because they don't do shit. Your prayers have no power. You even gotta make fucking excuses for why your God don't answer them shits. This text didn't do nothing but create a whole bunch of motherfucking pests. Linda Way, are you in the request on purpose or on accident? Didn't it say, don't your book say that your God did not give you the spirit of fear? Like, why are you so fucking scared? If I'm misunderstanding it, and if I'm lost, and you obviously have the map, you obviously have it figured out that you can pray for everybody. Why the fuck are you still in the comments?
Hello?
Bean,
Yeah.
hi. How old are you?
Hi, I'm 21.
And are you a believer, deconstructing, or an atheist?
I'm a believer.
And which topic did you want to discuss? There are two topics on the board here. The top topic and the reasons why I feel that way about this God, and then the bottom topic. Which one do you want to do?
Quickly, like, I am not very knowledgeable on a lot of things, so I would love to hear your arguments
Which
and then
one?
see if we can maybe find some middle ground.
Which one though? Pick one first.
Oh, sorry, I think you're
We
muted.
can't
I
hear
can't.
you.
Y'all can't
I
hear
think your
me?
mic went out.
Huh?
Yeah, the mic. One
Yeah,
second.
your mic went out.
No, my mic is on. Y'all can't hear me?
We still can't hear you.
What?
Yeah.
I don't know why it's doing that.
Nope.
It's on. The mic is on.
Yeah, I think that's it. It's on. The lights are on, but we can't hear anything.
I don't know why. Hold
That's
on.
crazy.
I think we. I think that's
Say
it.
something now? No.
Nope.
That's weird.
I have no idea.
Wait a minute, we can hear you
Oh,
now.
there we go.
Okay.
There we go.
I don't know. I don't know what happened. It's which one do you want to discuss? I know you said that
Sure,
you don't have a lot of knowledge on it, but which one? I need you to pick one of these.
for sure. Can we talk about when the first one lied to Adam and Eve.
Well,
Yeah, I want to know more
these
about
are
that.
points that support
Oh
this. So
shoot,
this
my
is
bad.
one topic, and these are the points that support that topic, and then this is a different topic. Also, it's not a debate; it's a discussion, and we
Oh
may
okay,
not agree. Um, but I'm not debating you. I'm not looking to win an argument.
for sure. So yeah, I want to talk about, did God lie to Adam and Eve to protect them or control them?
Okay, now that one is not about the lie. So if you want to discuss the lie, then it would be this top topic here. This one is about wanting to know, did he not want them to eat from the tree of the knowledge of good and evil to protect them or to control them? So is that what you want to talk about?
Sure,
Okay,
yeah.
was it to protect them or to control them?
Yeah, I would say it's gonna be to protect them, yeah.
You
And as well to test them. Could I say that as well? To
yeah, you
test
can
them.
go into detail, like explain why you say that.
You want me to explain why I said that?
Yeah, like why? Yeah.
Okay, so I would say that primarily it's gonna be that he tested them. It's not gonna be that he protected or controlled them, but mainly tested them to see, to test their love for him, right? So a God, this God, the Christian God specifically, gave us free will, as we are all aware. And with that is going to come the ability to freely choose whether or not we truly love him. And I think he wanted to find true love. And with that, he put the tree there to see if we would truly obey him or not.
So that's interesting. Do you have scripture to back up this test of love in the garden?
No, I don't. Not with me currently.
Not with
It's
you. Is it in scripture though?
uh no, it's not in scripture. This is just from my stance
And
as to why I believe it to be the
yeah,
case.
how do you know that your God wanted to test them for love?
Because it's embedded in his nature. He is love.
That a person can be love and still not need to test someone for love.
Well, we're not talking about a person. We're talking about the creator of the
Anything
universe.
can be love and not need to test someone for love. I'm asking, how do you know that he needed to or wanted to test them for love in the garden?
Sure. So I would say because the placement of the tree there would be to test their loyalty and commitment to God Himself, which is going to be.
You're just restating the same thing. I'm asking, how do you know this?
Well, I don't objectively know it to be the case. Like I said, it's just from my stance to the question up there on the prompt.
So you're making it up, is what you're saying?
Well, actually, I wouldn't say I'm making it up. I'd say it's somewhat coherent with Scripture.
Yeah,
Because, like I said,
where?
God is love, and is God is love, right? So I mean,
That doesn't mean he needs to test humans to see if they love him. Doesn't even mean
well, I
that he
guess
wanted them to love him. Like the
for
text quite literally says he created them to work.
yeah,
To
He created us to work. That doesn't mean
yeah.
He doesn't love us.
It I'm saying in this story, we're talking about the Genesis narrative, right?
Hmm.
There's nowhere in this story where he even talks about loving them.
Yeah, so I would say that if it's not the case that, or if it's the case that he embedded us without the capacity for choice, that it wouldn't be genuine love that we would attempt to seek for him. That's why I don't believe that the
Obedience,
tree.
obedience isn't love anyway. Just because
Okay.
I obey a law, that doesn't mean I love the person that gave me the law. Like you're conflating two
Um,
things out the gate.
I wouldn't say so. So I would say that if you love someone, you're gonna obey them, especially higher authority.
That's not true.
Absolutely
You
is.
well,
What are you talking
well,
about?
I'm trying to explain to you how obedience to a law does not equate to you loving the person that gave the law. I obey laws in the state that I live in every day. I don't give a shit about the state of Virginia.
Not only that, I disobeyed my parents. That doesn't mean I didn't love them. My children have disobeyed me, and that doesn't mean they don't love me. Like, I know my children love me, and my parents know that I love them.
Yeah, but what I'm trying to establish is that if you willingly choose to obey, that's also an act of love,
It's
right?
No, it's
not.
not.
It
Why?
it you
No, Fee just
Obedience can come
explained.
from fear. Like when a person is
Well, they were
taken
not in
when a
fear
per
though.
literally, yes, they were. When a
Does it say
person,
in scripture?
yes, it does. When a person is kidnapped, and that kidnapper instills fear in the person that they kidnapped, and that person obeys their kidnapper, it's not because they love the kidnapper. It's because
I
they
know,
are in fear for their life.
for sure, but that doesn't equate to the story of the Garden
Why
of
doesn't it?
Eden.
Yes.
Because, like, I mean, are you able to prove that they were in fear?
Literally, it says as soon as they saw him, they hid because they were in fear.
That's after they ate from the tree, right?
So why would they know to fear him?
No, they were embarrassed
It,
because
they
they were
they
nude,
were scared.
because they were aware of their nudity.
Were they scared? Did they fear him?
Um, does it say that in the Bible?
Yes.
It said they fled from him. That
It
doesn't
says
mean
they
that they're
hid from
scared of
him, and
him.
he says that. Let's read
It's
it.
not an equation of
Let's read
fear.
it. What is it?
That's not an
What
equation of
is
fear,
it?
though.
What
So
is it?
no, no. Well, you established that it was fear,
What
and I'm
is it?
telling
If
you it's
it's
not.
You
not,
said it
if
wasn't.
it's
See?
So
not,
it's
then
just
what is
because
it?
they ate from they ate from the fruit, right? And they gained the knowledge of good and evil, which means they gained the knowledge of sin and awareness of it, which means that they were embarrassed of their nudity,
Do
which
they
was
say
considered.
embarrassed, or does he say I was scared or I was afraid? What does he say?
I have no idea. Do you have it with you?
I do, but you're the one that's answering this, right? And you're obviously answering from a place of making shit up,
Oh,
right?
I wouldn't say I am.
You are.
No.
But then you were they embarrassed? Does he say I was embarrassed, or does he say I was afraid?
Like I said, I don't know.
So if you
But
don't
what I do
know,
understand is,
hold on. So if you don't know, yet you are asserting that they were embarrassed, then that means you're making it up.
yes. Can
Okay.
you read it now,
All right.
please?
You are
Just
making
so
it.
we're like
Yeah.
clear.
He says, I was afraid because I was naked and I hid myself.
So does that mean he was embarrassed?
No, it means he was afraid.
He was afraid because he was nude, right?
Yes.
Could you say that he was embarrassed because he was nude too?
No.
Oh my God, I hate you.
Oh, wow, that's a strong word. Anyway.
It is, but
Okay,
I meant
so
to
I mean,
use
I
it
do
because
understand.
you are being willfully obtuse. You are trying so hard to twist
Well,
things to make it fit what you
Do
want
not
it to
type in
fit.
so,
caps. Hold on for a second. Do not type in caps in my comments. That will get you muted. And then you will be messaging me mad because you were muted. Caps are for mods, okay? And people who have a vision impairment only. Do not type in caps.
really quickly. So the story said that they hid because they were afraid of the realization they were nude, right? Is that what it says? Hello?
Why are you up here arguing a book you haven't
That's why
read?
I'm not answering him because what the
Because I
fuck?
mean, this is the
So
stupidest
I
thing.
was just gonna
Hold
say,
on a
like,
second. Let me finish my question, Bean. It makes absolutely no sense for you to come up here and start the conversation by saying that you don't know this book, and then proceed to argue what is or is not in this book. How about you go read it,
hold on,
and
really quick.
how about
Don't
you
tell
go
her to hold
read
on.
it?
She's talking.
I'm sorry.
How about you go read it and then come back and we can have this conversation? But it makes absolutely no sense for Thinker to have to do this labor for you while you're arguing a position you can't substantiate or even know is in this book.
So I can't substantiate it, and I'll provide a coherent analogy. So if it's the case that, let's say, publicly today you were to go out nude, would you be afraid of that and also embarrassed? Is that
No.
possible? Is that plausible to conclude? Why wouldn't it be plausible to conclude?
He want to debate, and it's
Yeah,
stupid.
it's dumb.
It's so
Can you
stupid.
answer my question?
No,
I do not fear going out and naked.
You wouldn't be afraid of embarrassment?
No.
no.
I'm saying
Not
that they're
afraid of
plausible. They're both
embarrassment.
plausible.
No. No.
I'm saying that they're both
I'm not, you
plausible.
asked me. I'm not afraid of embarrassment. No.
How about anyone else? Is it possible for anyone else to be
No,
really? Well, what I am, so
that's you. You asked
okay,
if
but
we
I
were.
didn't.
We
I
said
asked if
no.
everyone. I asked.
We said no. And stop trying to talk over us. No. The answer is no. We're not going to help you with your little weak argument. The answer is no.
Do you know what social anxiety is? It's gonna be the fear of
Boy, get the
embarrassment,
hell out
right?
of here.
Which is
No.
possible. You guys are wrong sometimes.
Social
Social
anxiety
anxiety
is
with
not
two
the fear of
stupid people.
embarrassment. It's the fuck. And no,
Absolutely is.
it's
I
not.
have it.
It's the fear of people. The fear of
That's not true at
society.
all.
Yes, it is.
Can I talk?
No, you're just
Can I
lying.
talk? No,
No,
I'm explaining because I have it. I've been
no, you're
diagnosed, so I can
not.
explain
It's
No,
it
you're
not. It
not.
further.
has
Okay,
nothing to
that's
do with
fine. It's you.
embarrassment.
And you guys are so close-minded.
It
It's
has
actually
not. We're
crazy.
just not.
Okay,
We're
yeah,
not open
okay.
to
Yep,
lies.
I'm not.
You are
exactly.
lying.
You are
You're
lying.
just generalizing
You are
social anxiety
lying.
now. I'm not lying.
Yes, you
You brought
are.
up social anxiety, you idiot.
Okay, and I told you how it's the fear of embarrassment.
No, you brought up social anxiety for an argument that has nothing to do with social anxiety.
If I could talk, then maybe you can understand how it's
We don't want to
coherent
hear
with
you talk
Psalm.
because you want to
I
try
know
to
you don't.
Philbro your way through this
I'm not Phil,
conversation,
bro.
and
Anything.
no
Huh?
one cares about your philosophical
I'm
BS.
not doing anything
You
philosophical.
came up here to try to have a debate, RC or AC or whatever your name is. We don't want to hear it. We don't want to do that.
Okay, I apologize then. Can we come back to the original prompt then? I apologize. Hello, host. But yeah, so my argument was primarily going to be that I don't believe it to be the case that God is going to make like robots, right? Where we don't have free will and choice
Nobody was talking
to
about no
truly,
fucking free
uh,
will. You
yeah,
said
yeah,
that it was.
to
You
truly
said
love
that
Him.
he created them to. I mean, he tested them for their love. That's what we were talking about. Nobody was talking about no fucking free will.
Yeah, yeah, that was my argument that He tested them for love. That's right.
That the crazy thing is that you don't even remember that.
So yeah, the question was, did God lie to Adam and Eve to protect them or control them? And I said I don't agree with both of those. I actually think that He tested them to test them.
Is he
That's what I said.
omniscient? Is God omniscient?
Omniscience is that where like you can be in one place and another at the same time, or is that omnipotency? I forget the meanings.
Does God know everything?
Oh, sorry, sorry. Yeah, yeah, He definitely does. Yeah.
Does he know the end before the beginning?
Yes.
So how was it a test?
Because, well, I would say because of the ability for them to choose
Does he
what
know
to
what they're
do.
going to choose?
I don't know, maybe. Do you think that He could limit His foreknowledge?
What does omniscient mean?
Omniscience, like knowing what's gonna happen.
Are there exceptions to omniscience? Do you know what omni means? That prefix, omni?
No, I don't know what that prefix means.
It means encompassing of all.
Okay.
So omniscience can't be limited. That would make it not omniscience. So when y'all say that this was a test, it makes no sense if you also believe this God was omniscient.
Oh, okay. So like ultimately, uh what is the gonna be like the issue here? Like, what's the view that you guys take then? If it's the case that you don't like believe that it was a test, then like what is it? What is the case you guys take to be?
I'm asking you, how is it a test if he already knows the conclusion? Who's being tested and for what? It's performative at that point.
Yeah. So I said it was gonna be a test to examine if they really loved him or not.
You don't test
Why did you
love,
have to
but
examine them?
if it were a test, it would be a test of obedience because love and obedience are not synonymous. We already demonstrated that.
I do
I
believe they
guess.
are,
I
but
guess too. Like he's making the claim that the God had a shitload of angels that it created during the 7 days. That he knew that he had created angels that didn't love his ass too.
yeah, I do believe that obedience and love can be synonymous.
I mean,
And
did the angels love your
because if
God?
you, yeah, so if
Did
they love him, are they gonna
did
obey
the
him?
angels love your God?
Not all of them.
So your God had love and angels?
Did my God have love toward the angels? Is that
No.
what you're
Did
asking?
he have love from the angels?
Did he have love from the angels? Some, yeah, I would
So
say.
he had love. So there was no
Yeah.
need for him to create humans to love him.
I mean, I guess so. I mean, you'd have to
So then
ask him why he
your
did
whole
that,
point.
right?
No, I don't, because you're the one making this shit up. Why the fuck would I
Well,
ask him about some shit you're making up?
I wouldn't say I'm making
You
it
are
up.
making it up. You even said that
Nah,
you were making it up. There's nothing in the
I
book
said
that points to any of this. I asked you, how do you know this? You don't remember saying, yeah, I'm making it up. You don't remember saying that?
I didn't say that. No,
You did say that.
I said it's infringing upon my argument. That's what I said.
No, you said when she said, "Are you making it up?" You said, "Yeah."
Oh, well, yeah, but anyways, like I think
No, no.
the
Anyways, don't try to skirt past the fact that you making crap up and you expect us to be able to have a conversation with someone who doesn't even remember what they say and actually making this crap up as they go. That's not how this works.
yeah, I mean, I to be honest, I forget things easily, so I
So
probably
you don't need to
maybe I
be up here
did.
trying to have a conversation with people who remember what's going on.
Yeah, I mean, but like I said though, so I guess
Not
let's
like I said, no, no, we're not going to dismiss. No, you're being dismissive when you go anyways and when you go like I said.
okay,
I don't do dismissive. Thinker doesn't do dismissive. Fee doesn't do dismissive. And Son doesn't do dismissive. We're going to sit and whatever it is we're talking about, we're not going to anyways our way through this conversation.
okay, then what do I do now then? Because I do want us to address the question. So what do I
You
do? I
don't even
can't go
have the
anywhere.
answer, Sway. You can't address a question you don't have the answers to, Sway, because you don't remember what you said from 1 second to the next. And
Are
Thinker's not going to sit up here and labor for you.
are you talking to me? Sorry.
No, I'm talking to the one-armed man.
Um. Okay. Let's see. So when you say protect them, what do you mean? Hello? Hello? No, I'm a misogynist. That's crazy. How am I being misogynistic? Anyway. How? How am I being misogynistic?
Hold on. So if you don't know, yet you are asserting that they were embarrassed, then that means you're making it up.
Yes.
Okay.
Wait.
All right. You are embarrassed. Don't know. Hold on. So if you don't know, yet you are asserting that they were embarrassed, then that means you're making it up.
Yes.
Okay. All right. You are making it. Yeah. He says.
Okay, yeah, I mean, I was wrong, I'll admit it. So I did just want to talk about what you meant by protect them. Like what in what context you meant that.
I don't have anything else to say to you.
You just want to feel like you won an argument
I
and then drop me.
okay.
Really?
Cool.
Really?
Cool.
That's pathetic, bro.
Cool.
I don't think it's winning an argument. I think it's just too early in the morning to have a conversation with a
But
woman.
that's
Like
what a debate
you don't
consists of.
remember. We're not
Yeah, I
debating.
told
You
you
don't
from the
remember.
beginning. No one's debating your ass.
That's RC or AC or DC, whatever his name is. He keeps changing his name to try to do these little debate things. And it never works.
He's so bad at it, right? Like
He's horrible at it.
Antoine.
Oh, sorry, that was by accident.
Okay, no.
You can drop me,
All
please.
right, have a good one.
You too.
He almost lost it when everybody was quiet.
Which topic do you want to do, Thomas?
Yeah, on Supreme and Scotch ideology.
Sorry, what?
Thomas, you know how it works in here. I don't feel like doing this shit with you. Which topic do you want to discuss?
Yeah, I heard the one which said the God of the Bible. is the God of deception, and the points
That's what you said.
some Supreme Skata.
That's what you said, Thomas.
I picked the Supreme Skata because I knew it is embedded within the first topic, or maybe
I
I'm
don't
wrong.
know what in the hell you just said. Like I don't know.
Mm-mm.
Okay, you're doing topic
Is he in
one.
bird
Go
nest?
ahead. Fee, do you want to start this one off?
Yeah, I can do that.
Okay.
Thomas, you're gonna have to turn your bird down a little bit because between your accent, the speed at which you speak, and the birds chirping in the background, I haven't had enough coffee for that yet.
Okay, sure. I will put one number one gear. I'm listening.
Well, start the conversation. What are your thoughts?
My thought is in contrary. I mean, on the contrary, there is no deception there, and that's why I'm asking what the deception there.
Do you know the story of Abraham?
Yeah, yes, Abraham and his son.
Well, no, like the two times that he lied about Sarah being his sister, or withheld, I should say, the information about Sarah actually being his wife.
Well, I don't think he absolutely lied there.
What do
How
you
did you
think
come
he
to the
did?
conclusion?
What do you think he did? Did he share the information that was important to share?
Also, keep in
I
mind
think
the topic is deceive, deception.
yeah, sure. So how was that a deception when he told the truth that Sarah is his sister? Where's the deception there?
So was the fact that he withheld the information about her being his wife, was that important information? And did that have implications because he withheld it?
Oh, yeah, but that is not an explicit lie,
Oh,
like an explicit lying,
so Thinker
because
just
it's
put,
still the
yep,
truth.
Thinker just reset that. The prompt says deception. Was that deceptive?
No, it is not a deception.
How is it not deception?
Okay, maybe define what is the deception.
Maybe what?
Maybe you define what is a deception.
Do you know what deception means?
Yeah, so for us to be in the same page, that's why I beg for that.
Right. So tell me what you think deception means.
Okay, telling explicitly something which is wrong while knowing the truth on the matter which you have been questioned or asked before.
The definition for to deceive someone is to deliberately cause someone to believe something that is not true, especially for personal gain. The definition of deception is the act of deceiving someone.
So based
Yeah,
on
and yeah, sure, and I think Abraham particularly didn't deceive anybody in that instance.
Thinker, can you read that definition again? I'm sorry.
For deceive,
Yeah.
deliberately cause someone to believe something that is not true, especially for personal gain.
Okay. So Abraham deliberately withheld the fact that Sarah was his wife from the Abimelech. Do you agree?
Okay, so what was he asked him before he gave the answer?
Was the
What?
purpose of him withholding the fact that Sarah was his wife to convince the Abimelech that Sarah was his sister and it was okay for the Abimelech to take her?
Uh, I don't think he's a deliberate doing because he deliberately said she is his sister, which is the truth. So
Was the
whether he
purpose of
withheld,
him
whether
withholding, listen to the question I asked, was the purpose of him withholding the fact that Sarah was also his wife was so the Abimelech would believe that Sarah was his sister and okay to take.
yeah, and withholding is
Okay,
not
so he
deception.
deliberately caused Abimelech to believe something that was not true, correct?
No.
Did he cause the Abimelech to believe that Sarah was his sister and it was okay to take her, that she was not a married woman?
Well, Abimelech might have believed that,
Did
yes.
Abraham cause the Abimelech to believe that Sarah was not a married woman?
Indirectly, yes.
How did he do it
Y'all some liars,
indirectly?
dude.
Because he didn't say she is not my wife. He didn't
Did
say that.
Abraham know that Sarah was his wife?
Did Abraham know that? Yes.
Was it Abraham's responsibility to let the Abimelech know that Sarah was his wife?
And not necessarily, because he wasn't being scrutinized to tell whether she is her wife or not explicitly.
So when
So
the Abimelech says to Abraham, hold on, the way your God has y'all defending lies is just crazy to me.
It's absolutely insane.
When the Abimelech
Needs to be
says,
studied.
"What have you done to us? How have I sinned against you that you have brought such great guilt on me and my kingdom? You have done things to me that ought not to be done." And Abimelech said to Abraham, "What were you thinking that you did this thing?" Abraham said, "I did it because I thought, surely there is no fear of God in this place, and they will kill me because of my wife. Besides, she is indeed my sister, the daughter of my father, but not the daughter of my mother, and she became my wife."
yeah, so that is the explanation.
That
So it
means the
wasn't
Abimelech asked Abraham, and Abraham withheld the information. Abraham told the Abimelech that Sarah was his sister. That means he was asked. So it was not indirectly.
okay. Was he asked, "This is your wife or not"?
Did you hear what she just read? Like, I don't understand how y'all think, seriously. Like, did you hear that conversation she just read between Abraham and the Abimelech?
I just heard it, but by Ibrahim, by telling that she is her sister, that was the truth. And then he wasn't bound to tell whether she is wife or not explicitly on the spot. That's why she could withhold other information about her wife.
So if Abraham was if the Abimelech didn't need so you're saying the Abimelech did not need to know that Sarah was Abraham's wife. Is that what you're saying?
Might be he wanted to know that,
No, are you saying he did?
but
Are you saying he did not need to know that?
no, I'm thinking maybe he wanted to know
No,
that.
are you saying he didn't need to know that? He just wanted to.
He didn't need, but wanted. What is need and want? You're confusing me. Need and want seems like the same thing. It applies here.
The fact like
I
y'all
don't
are
get it.
just disgusting people to me. Y'all are disgusting people. Like the way y'all have to skate around words. You're dishonest as fuck. Like your book says, let your yays be yays and your nays be nays, but y'all can't fucking do that because you're defending a deceptive ass God and a deceptive ass belief system. You can't speak in straight lines. You can't speak truth. You have to be slimy.
I mean, in
But
the co-
but even if
I'm
granted that
sorry, Fee
Abraham
was
lied,
talking.
and
okay,
even when presented with just like the opportunity to be honest, the opportunity to say, would it have been more honest for Abraham to say, yes, this is my sister, also my wife? I think that even if we were to ask that question directly, they would figure out a way to get around it because their prime directive is not honesty. Their prime directive is not authenticity. Their prime directive is protecting this God's reputation. And they do it at their own every single day. Like, you know exactly what we're talking about, Thomas, but you're having to twist or position yourself for the purpose of protecting this God. This whole conversation and this whole story centers around information that Abraham withheld and the implications of that information being withheld, the implications that your God put down on the Abimelech. But you can't deal with that. Not honestly, you can't.
Well, this is some people. Then I would say many people don't know about the Catholics. For something to be a sin, what we call a sin, for example, when somebody lies, it has to meet three criteria. One, it
No one
must come
is.
from the full
No one is
knowledge.
talking about sin.
It's lying.
No
Okay,
one is
so
talking about
so sin is
sin.
not,
No one is talking about sin.
is lying a sin or
No
not?
one is talking about sin.
Okay, okay. If you don't talk about sin, that's okay. Then Abraham didn't sin. Then there's no
No
sin
one
there.
is
Then
talking
what's the
about
point there?
sin. We're talking about deception.
Okay, so deception, according to the biblical understanding, is deception a sin or not?
No
Because this is
one
internal
is
critique.
talking about sin.
Okay, fine, but is it internal critique or not?
No one is talking about sin.
Okay, I'm
The
asking
fact
if
that
it's
the
internal
fact that
critique.
you need to focus on sin, it's crazy because that means that your ass would be a fucking deceiver if it wasn't sinful. That's why you want to focus on sin.
Yeah.
You're basically saying if it's not a sin, it's okay. We're talking about deception. That's the topic. Deception. I don't give a fuck about sin.
Okay, good, good. So then let me ask you this: is deception a good thing or a bad thing?
King, you just got your motherfucking ass blocked. I don't give a if you don't like my tone of voice, don't bring your motherfucking ass in here. Tone policing would get your ass blocked on sight.
What?
Is your name King? Good.
Ah,
I
sorry,
don't
I thought
care
you're talking to
either, bye
me.
bitch.
Okay, okay. So go back to topic.
Can you stay on the topic? Because it's about deception.
Yeah, sure. So I want to ask: is deception a good thing or a bad thing?
Are we talking about the goodness and the badness of deception, or are we talking about the fact that your God uses deceptive people? Can you stay on the actual topic?
I'm actually on the topic. So if God used deception, is it good thing or bad thing then? I'm
I
asking that.
don't, it does not matter. We are not to that. We haven't even gotten to the point that you admit that it was deceptive. You want to get to the good or the bad because the only thing y'all can focus on is what is a sin and what's not a sin. Thinker just told you we don't give a shit about that. Are you capable of thinking about a situation without trying to determine whether it falls under your God's checklist or his X list? Just talk, Thomas.
You know what, Fee? I
Think.
think the fact that he's even asking that question is a part of the whole motherfucking deception. Like this motherfucker sitting on this stage trying to uh, like assert that deception can be a good thing to deceive a person. Like that a deception isn't abusive. It is a part of the fucking deception.
Yeah. It is. And I think it just speaks to the character of the people that follow this God. And the bottom line is the end always justifies the means when it's this God. It can be the very thing that this God says not do, but if it's going to accomplish what God wants, oh yeah, you can do it then. If in real life, in every other scenario, someone left out a key piece of information that impacted another individual, they would absolutely say, oh, that was deceptive. That was wrong. That was dishonest. But they cannot do that with this God.
Somebody made a good point in the comments just now. They always say the devil is the deceiver. And according to Thomas's question, the devil would be a good thing because deception isn't bad.
That's a great point. So then maybe sometimes Satan is doing the right thing if deception can be good.
Yeah, God can use deception for his greater glory. He can use the devil's deception for his greater glory. For example, um, when the devil intends to lie, or on some example, there's two examples in the Bible. Um, um, Let me think this one about the king what? It was King Ahab, I think, where the deception used by the devil was used for the greater glory for God to accomplish his plan.
Tell
But
me more about the
it's
devil and
come
the
from the
story of
devil.
Ahab. Tell me more about the story of the devil and Ahab. Are you referring to the lying spirits?
Yeah,
That
yes, the
that there
lying
was no
spirit.
devil
Yes,
in
that
that
one.
story. Where is the devil?
Mhm. So what's the lying spirit then?
Workers of your God. They were literally in your God's throne room in a meeting with him. Your God was asking for their help.
Yes,
Where is the devil?
yes. So the devil can
Where
access
was the devil?
those they
Where was the devil in that story?
the one who said they sent me as be the
Where does it say? Show me where
the
it says
lying
that was the
spirit.
devil.
In those exact words, no.
There was no devil in that story.
Yes, in those exact words, no.
Not, and any of those words. There is no devil in that story.
I said yes in those exact
And
words.
no
For example,
words.
even in the
And no
Genesis,
words. There is no devil in that story. And no words. In
even
any
in the
words.
Genesis.
No.
Oh, okay. For us, the evil spirits or the lying spirit, all of them are of the
They are
devil.
they are your
Because the devil is the
gods.
father of
They are
lies.
your God's spirits. It doesn't say shit about them
No,
belonging to a devil.
because the devil is the father of
Now,
lies. Because
they
the devil is the
they
father of
they were
lies.
literally in a meeting with your God, and your God is the father of lies. Your God created every fucking thing, including the so-called devil, including these so-called lying ass spirits. So your God would be the father of those lying spirits.
No, God didn't create the devil. He created a good angel Lucifer
Uh, so
who
he
fall from his
created.
God.
Did he know this so-called angel was going to become Lucifer?
Yeah, he
And he
know, but he didn't
created. So
cause
he
it.
created Lucifer.
Yes, but he
Okay.
didn't cause him to
Did
be.
he know these lying spirits were going to become lying spirits?
He knew eternally,
Okay.
but he
So
didn't
he
cause
is the
them.
father of lies. He created it all.
No, you are conflating cause and knowledge.
He
Two different
created it
things.
all. He knew it was going to happen, and he created it anyway. He is the father of lies.
Yeah, so what we call the moral evil, it comes from the disordered will.
I
So
don't care.
God can
I don't
know
care about
that
any of that. We're
cause.
talking about whether he is the father of lies, and he is because he created it all.
Okay, by being a father of lie doesn't mean because you've created a being. That means because your evil is your will is
Nobody
bent
said
always to
anything about
lie.
that.
You're implicitly
No,
saying
I
that.
didn't.
Yeah,
No, I
implicitly.
didn't.
Okay, fine. We can agree to disagree.
No, I just didn't fucking say that.
I said okay.
I really don't know where the conversation can ever go with Thomas because he tends to talk around this protective coating that is around his God, and we go in circles all the time. I like the fact that you can't read this story where Abraham left out key information that the Abimelech needed to know in order to make a sound and safe decision, and then follow up with hearing what your God said about that decision and walk away with the fact that there was no deception is beyond me. You are not dealing in reality or honesty, and I just don't know how to carry on a conversation like that.
No, for us, unless you are explicitly bound to say yes or no, then you will be lying. If by withholding your information indirectly, that's then counted as sin or as deception for that matter.
So you don't think it's deceptive to withhold information that is important in a person making an informed decision? You don't think that's deception?
Yes, it is not a
Spamming
deception.
asking to come up will get you blocked. Stop spamming the chat. I'm not gonna bring you up. You done typed that shit 3 times, so the answer's fucking no. And now you're about to get muted.
And you said that's not deceptive, Thomas?
Yes, withholding information is not at all a deception. Not at all.
Okay. So that just
So
says to me that you are an
sorry.
unsafe person. Go ahead, Celine. I'm sorry.
No, that's the question I was going to ask. So you're not a safe person.
You say safe?
Yeah, I did. I said you are an unsafe person. If you don't think it's deceptive to withhold information from a person, especially when that information is pertinent to them, to their safety, even to their life, you don't think it's deceptive, then that just means you aren't an honest individual. Your character is flawed. But that's a through line for believers in this God, because your priority is obedience, not honesty. Your God doesn't give a shit if you are honest about anything. He just wants you to do what he wants you to do. And that's how y'all function. If you know good and hell well, if your wife told you that she was at one location and left out information about going to a second location, knowing that that going to that second location was something that you and her had some, a bone of contention about, or something you would want to know because it has impact to you, that would be deceptive. You know that you can lie by omission. We know that. If you have children, you know that. But when it comes to this God, you put down all rationality. And then you try to gaslight us into thinking, no, that's not deceptive. That is a lie, Thomas, and you know it.
I think it also shows that the God, like what you're saying, the God does not prioritize morality. Like
Mm-mm,
it
at all.
prioritizes obedience and worship. It doesn't prioritize morality. They negotiate with what they call morality, while at the same time being deceptive and pretending to be superiorly more moral.
That part. Like, you are literally on the internet at almost 5 o'clock in the morning, or 4 something in the morning, talking to non-believers to convince us that it's not deceptive to withhold information that you know a person needs to know to make an informed decision. That's bananas to me. But it makes sense to you because it's all to the glory of your God. Your God doesn't give a shit
Okay.
about honesty or character.
Okay, let me ask you this, and we'll see if you're consistent. Um, Assume you are in Poland. I mean, let's say you're in German, and the NAS guys are searching for the Jews, and the Jews have just taken a shelter in your house, and explicitly they want to analyze them. Explicitly, you know that, and they're asking you, where are these Jews? Have you seen them passing here? What would you say?
Do I have access to this all powerful, all knowing God? Am I his chosen prophet?
No, I'm saying you were just
No, no, no.
a
You're
normal
you're
guy
you're
living in
trying to do the
German.
same. You're trying to do the same scenario as Abraham. So, do I have access to this all powerful, all knowing God? Like, am I this God's chosen prophet?
Or you have um you're just a normal believer
No, no, no.
in
Abraham
German.
wasn't just a
You don't
norm.
know it.
Abraham was not just a normal believer. Abraham had access to this all powerful, all knowing God. Abraham had seen this God get him out of this shit once before. So, am I in the same situation as Abraham?
No, you're just like you are now.
Well, then that's not analogous.
Okay, fine, but answer my question. Then we'll
I just
see.
answered your question, motherfucker. It's not analogous.
Okay, then I'm not giving an analogy. I just want to answer my question there.
Make sure it's analogous.
Okay, the way that you can't answer this speaks volume.
The way that you can make it analogous speaks volume because you know the very fact that Abraham had access to your all powerful, all knowing God, there was no reason for his ass to lie.
Yeah, sure. So this is where it comes to with the consistency. You can't answer a simple
I
question like
just
that.
answered you,
For me, it
motherfucker.
speaks volume.
I just answered you, and you aren't addressing that. If I had access to this all powerful, all knowing God, who I've seen do shit before, then no, I'm not going to lie. There's no reason for me to.
Well, I said no. You don't have access to that.
Exactly. It's not analogous.
Oh, and I'm not giving an analogy. I'm giving an example.
The example isn't
Isn't it?
analogous. It's not analogous to Abraham's story. There is no point.
And
There's
yes,
no
I'm
point
not
in you
giving an
asking me
analogy.
what I would do as a fucking human who have no access to outside knowledge, who have no access to higher power. That is different. Abraham had access to your God.
Okay. Okay. Now assume you have that access. What will you do?
What?
Now assume you have that access. You in
I
Germany.
already
In my example,
answered
what will
you.
you do?
If I have access to an all powerful deity and I knew that deity had my back, no, I wouldn't lie. There would be no reason for me to.
Okay. If you don't have access,
Are you well?
No, he's not.
yeah. If you don't have access to that, just a normal circumstance happen to your life. What will you do?
What does that have to do with the story of Abraham? What does this have to do in any way to the story of Abraham and the Abimelech? Like you keep trying to get back to this. Like you are literally like a one trick pony. The only thing you want to focus on is sin because you like ride the church fathers nuts so consistently that that's the only thing you can talk about. That's not the topic of this conversation. This conversation is about whether or not your God uses deceptive people. You want to get away from that because you know he does. And you know what that means about this God. You don't want to accept that. We're not moving from that, Thomas. Can you deal with that conversation?
Yeah, because I've dealt with it head on, but you can't answer my simple example. For me, it
We
speaks
already
volumes.
She
answered it.
answered
You're just
both
not
of your
smart enough.
stupid.
Yeah, you're just not
God.
smart enough to recognize it.
No, and I said if you don't have access
We
to that,
already
and you
answered that
refuse to
shit.
answer
She
that.
answered both. Both. Two of
No,
them.
no, no, no,
All of them.
no,
She answered. Don't.
no.
No. No. You're not doing that. She answered them. If you're not smart enough to catch the answer, that's a you problem. That's a you and your God problem. That's a you and the fact that you are not smart enough to have this conversation problem. It's not our problem. She answered it. She answered both of them. She answered them both in the way that you should have caught if you were smart enough to catch them. She answered them. Move on.
Okay, thank you. Maybe I didn't catch that. Can you help me remind what he said if she's not a believer in that instance, and what did she answer?
I don't even know what the fuck you just said. Like that. Did either one of y'all get that?
He said, "Help me if she's not a believer." I didn't catch it. Help me if she's not a believer. What was her answer? He don't fucking know.
He has no clue.
Why don't you ask your God, Thomas? Ask your God what I said.
Okay, guys, have a good day. The matter you couldn't answer that.
Yeah,
For me, I think it's a good answer.
sure. Bye, deceiver.
Hey sis, hey panel.
Hi. I don't like to be called sis. How are you?
Oh, forgive me.
That's okay. That's okay. How are
You
you?
doing all right?
That's good.
You doing all right? It's me, little shit.
Oh, this is little shit.
Yeah.
Oh,
You.
I'm like, okay, yeah,
Oh.
cause his name. I'm like, damn. I remember thinking that your name was Lil Shit, and I was like, is he admitting to being Lil Shit?
That's the only reason why I called you
Oh,
that
okay.
slight pet name. How are you this
I'm
evening?
good. I'm good.
You fighting the fight for a long time tonight, huh?
Well, I go live for this is my regular time. This is,
Oh, okay,
yeah.
okay.
Which topic did you come up to discuss?
The deception. Um, correct me if I'm wrong. I believe that in the whole Eve apple tree thing, right? It was God who had presented the fact that they need to stay away from said item. Because I believe in the Bible they never say apple. It's just some type of vague reference to some type of it's an
Wait,
what analogy or
are you
some
talking
shit,
about
right?
the first one, right? The okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
It just says fruit.
for yeah. And then God had suggested that they would perish if they ate of the tree as a caution. And then the snake uh, told them the truth and told them actually what they would receive. Is that correct? I don't want to be wrong.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So, I mean, that right there is a simple, well written fact that God was the one that lied about what was going to happen to them just to keep them away from gaining perspective that he didn't want them to have, right? So, I mean, with that, it's crazy to me how people will sit here. I mean, just like I know you don't like to comment on the past people that come up, but the simple fact that most of these people are
I don't
they
don't
will
don't.
lie.
Yeah, I don't want you to
I
comment
won't
on
do
it.
that.
Yeah. Okay.
No, man. I won't. It's crazy to me how anybody in general, without even knowing the the story exactly, will lie about what the intention behind the written words are. It just is a highlight of the type of people that are drawn to that book, right? They're deceptive at heart because they see an opportunity to use something that does have so many vague references and analogies and different perspectives and different personal archetypes that all hold different ways of either presenting a message, getting to the message, or deviating from a said message. It just boggles my mind that they really think that they have a leg to stand on, and they don't. It's a psychosis, and it's very apparent that that something is wrong. It's cult mentality to the fullest, and it's really it's kind of scary
Yeah. Like
because they've actually controlled and commanded most of the world with just the three different types of the said one religion,
yeah.
right? Every they're all just one God. It's just different cultures' perspectives of said God.
And these same tactics are used right in society, in our media, in our laws, in our the churches, and it just like it's the world is governed by this idea of deception and withholding information or skewing
Right,
information in order to change the perception or the reality of the people receiving the information. And what
right,
I feel when I'm talking to believers who will deflect, from a point, they'll say
right.
something, then they'll say, I didn't say it. Or they'll read the scripture and they'll add a word in and they will assert that that word exists in the scripture, or they'll imply something
No,
and refuse to admit that they're making up what they're saying, or they'll talk as if they have some type of evidence or authority to add this in, all the while speaking for their God. And then
yeah,
when they get backed into a corner, and they have to deal with or address the text as is. They'll say, well, no one knows the mind of God. While they had just spent 20, 30 minutes answering for their God. Right. And it feels so very, it feels dishonest. It feels disrespectful,
Disingenuous.
abusive. Yeah. And like, to me, it feels like they have decided to harm the mind of the people that they're talking to.
Yeah,
Yeah, like they have like
yeah,
a scalpel in their hand, and they're like, I'm going to fuck your mind up to defend my belief, and I don't give a damn. So, like, Michael Myers,
yeah.
my
Well
ass. You
said.
know what I'm saying? That's what it feels like.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Yeah, I totally that was that and I was really well said because that's exactly what it is. It's like no matter what divisiveness I use and I know I'm fucking wrong, I'm gonna keep on going even though I know you're right and you just laid it out 2 + 2 = 4, but I'm gonna consistently call it 9 no matter whether I have to add a banana or orange. It's just it's yeah, well said. You are definitely you a sharp one. I like I like how well you can actually attack the mess. I mean, I could do that as well, right? With not even having a tenth of the knowledge that you have, but I can see a lie when I, you know what I mean. You could just it's some. I have an inherent capability to see people lying. Um, Micro expression. I don't know if it's my ADHD or whatever it
Or
is, but it's
experience of,
yeah,
being
I
around it. Yeah. Like I was in a
yeah.
very narcissistic marriage.
Oh no.
And so,
Oh
yeah, like the familiarity with talking to believers and the gaslighting that I experienced, through that,
wow.
like it's interesting. And then the whole idea of it's they're innocent while doing it. They add that extra layer of this is all because I love
Vagueness.
you. Yeah, like it's love.
Mm,
The abuse that you're feeling right now, it's not really abuse. This is love, right? I'm lying to you
mm,
because I love you. There is a reason for the deception, right? There's a
yeah.
reason for the abuse. And the same way they say when we, identify an abusive thing that the God has allowed, commanded, or done, they automatically jump to that's because, or there's a reason. And they do the same thing, with their abusive
Yeah.
behavior. And
I agree.
yeah, like it feels like there's this false sense of light over it, if that makes sense. Like they're masquerade, they're hiding behind like this false light with their abusiveness, right? It's like,
Yeah.
yeah, like see me
Well,
as
imagine
the good thing, but underneath, I'm going to destroy you, type thing.
imagine being a sailing ship, right? And you have pirates coming. The best way to hide is behind the sun, right? Um, you, and that's I think the thing with most of these ultra believers who don't even take the time to try to decode what's is reality and what is fiction, what's parable and like and da 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 da, is that to get their way, they'll find a source of light to hide behind. Um, to it's like evil hides in the most obvious, or the most obvious is the least obvious, right? It's like if you're gonna rob a bank, the best way to do it is to put on a suit and tie, right? It's not to put on a mask. Suit and tie and a note, right? This is everything that looks normal. It's the most obvious. Why would somebody do that like that? Um, yeah, I had one
Oh,
more
that
thing
that
before
made
I was gonna.
sense. Was like feed the video you sent me about the misogyny being an egregore, and
Mm-hmm.
how it doesn't hide, like it's just normal, and it's one of the most dangerous and most powerful egregores because
Yeah,
people just see it as
yeah,
natural and normal.
yeah, yeah. The most obvious is the least obvious. I mean, that's always been my interpretation of the best type of deception. I don't know if you feel me on this. I believe that you said before that you were audier,
A what?
ADHDer. You said it
Oh
in
yeah.
public, so I
Mhm.
didn't. Okay, so, uh, uh, God damn it, spider webbed. Hold on. Shit. I got cautious about putting your air out and went on a different path. Sorry. What was I gonna say? Damn, it was good. Well, I lost it. But yeah, man, I appreciate you, and you keep on doing a good job. I'm gonna sit back and listen, learn some more.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you for coming up, and I hope you have a great rest of the morning.
You as well.
All
See
right.
you later, panel.
Have a good
See you
one.
later.
Jay, are you in the box on purpose or on accident? DJ Nice has been up here once tonight. I don't know if they were on accident or on purpose. I can't remember. What's your name? What's your name? Are you there? Do you have a name? Okay. Is it Akajia? Akajia? Akajia?
Kajia? Okay. Oh.
All these people on this wait list, I fucking hate that damn feature.
Is it different from just a regular queue?
Yeah, like it sends them a message to let them know it's their turn. Like they request and then they can go off and scroll. And then whenever I accept their request, TikTok will send them a message letting them know that it's their turn. And then when they accept, TikTok just throws them on stage, even if we're in the middle of a conversation. Like, I don't like that. Akaja. Oh, okay. Thank you. All right, y'all. The guest box is opened. If you are a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing, or an atheist, there is no wait. 21 and up. I don't know, like the best way to describe what I'm feeling and what I see when we have these conversations about deception with believers, and while they're in the act of being deceptive and deflecting and running, and you know they're confident in their deception.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, like it's like a light. It's like they're when they make the claim that they are the light of the world, right? It's like a harmful light. Does that make sense? Like, I don't know. I don't know how to explain.
I think, yeah, I think I get what you're saying. Like, I think what they're calling a light is not, right? I feel like they are so accustomed to reasoning through things with the motivation of accepting the God that they don't see the deception in their actions, even when we're discussing the deception of the God. Like, it's so baked into how they think that they don't recognize it.
I think, I think that's giving him too much leniency. It's like, not to be a contrarian, but it's like when, you know, somebody comes up and they say, "Well, I don't know, I don't believe racism exists." Yeah, yeah, you do. You live in the same world that I live in. I mean, it doesn't matter what your skin tone is. You're definitely somebody that looks like the person who does the said persecution. It gets comfortable and does it around you because that's we all know that's what happens. So deceivers, I don't. I definitely, yeah, there is people who have, you know, things wrong with the connections in their head type stuff, deficiencies that make them like compulsive liars. Um, but for the most part, man, they know what they're doing. It's like it's like the book of Eli, right? They took that the the guy wanted the last Bible on earth because he knew with his uh, abilities of perception and charisma, right? Those two attributes put together, he could control the world and build it from the ground up the way he saw fit by using the scrambled of misinterpretations that can be made out of said book. You know, um, so yeah,
I mean, I think that you said that you think they know what they're doing.
yeah,
I
for the
think they
most
know
part.
what they're doing. I don't know that they think it, they know that it's wrong, right? I don't know that they realize that what they are doing is deceptive. And the reason I say that is because there are some people, I had a conversation, this was years and years ago, with a guy I was dating, and we were talking about what we consider to be deception and what's honesty and what's being truthful. And in his mind, and I think we were talking about being faithful. I can't remember what the specific entire conversation was, but around the concept of fidelity and being faithful, he felt like if you don't physically sleep with someone that you aren't in a relationship with, then that is not cheating. And my definition was very different. So for in his mind, maybe texting someone, flirting with someone, to him that wasn't being deceptive, that wasn't being dishonest, that wasn't cheating, because in his mind he had a very strict set of things that fell under the umbrella of being unfaithful. So
Um,
he and I did not see that the same. So I think that there are people who feel as though, specifically believers who have been indoctrinated to believe that nothing God can do could be wrong. So in their mind, and this is not to say that I agree with them, I completely disagree with this take on it, but I do think it helps to have conversations around it in a way that hopefully can bridge some gaps and maybe like get them to see why we are thinking through it in a different way than they are, because they start with the assumption that God is good. So even if it was deception, if it accomplished God's purpose, then it wasn't wrong. But what
because
we are saying is that whether it accomplished a purpose or not, it's still deception. And I think speaking to it from those different vantage points is why we speak past each other. And then there are some of them that just straight up lie. I think there are some that are just like, nope, I'm right. And, no matter what, I'm going to see it. So I think it's not all, of course, it's going to be different believer to believer. But I think there are some that really do believe that, oh, if God said it, then that makes it right because they subscribe to divine command theory.
Like that guy
no,
that
yeah,
came up
no,
earlier.
actually,
Let me just say, where I don't know if you were here,
of course.
I'll be that, but that guy that was on stage earlier tonight, and he said, he kept saying that the topics didn't make sense, and then he would say the words, are just not, what you hear when he was saying all that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
And
yeah,
I
yeah.
said, what you're actually saying is that you don't agree, and he wouldn't admit that that's what he was saying, and he was being very dishonest. Yeah, I think he knew. I think he definitely knew that he was being dishonest. Yeah, like when they
No,
behave
I
like that.
agree.
Yeah,
I agree. Actually, when you actually said it like that, you reminded me of something that I actually heard and then had to come to terms with at a certain point in life. Right? It's like when you're little, you're taught morals by whoever is an adult or in charge around you. You know, uh, don't steal, be nice, share, da da da, da, all those things. And like with me with ADHD people, for the most part, we take those things to heart. Like we take morality very much to heart. And we're like justice seekers and truth tellers, and because we don't the hierarchy of society doesn't really, it's not really something that matters to us, right? Um, There
I
is
think it's
no
be,
advantage that we
I think it's because of
there's
our train of thought, right? Like it's hard for us
yeah,
to not accept facts.
right.
Yeah, because we will dig and dig and dig and spend hours or weeks researching a thing until we
Until it
know it.
makes sense.
Yes, and until we know everything that we can about it. But also,
Right.
it's difficult for me to articulate some things that I feel because the it's I don't know how to say it, but it feels like I can almost feel it when they're doing it. Does that make sense?
No, it's a guttural response,
Yeah.
and it's a unnerving uneasiness that you have that. Correct me if I'm wrong, but for me, I I spend a lot of time fighting that feeling just to be there, just to
Yeah.
you know when you're told show up, you know what I mean, and you're like, well, okay, well, I have to step up and show up, but you show up, and it's like, oh, I shouldn't have came here, but you fight that feeling. But the rest of the world is, let's say, neurotypical and model based society, right? They don't take the moral things to heart and with such pertinence as we do, um, which is disappointing because there's a certain point in life for me, I know, where I came to the realization that I'm showing up to the masquerade ball with no mask on. You know what I mean? And it's very disappointing because at a certain point you realize that the world is a very dishonest place, and most of the time nobody's telling the truth or willing to acknowledge the fact that you see through their lie or the deception, and that's a very sad place to be, especially when being based upon a moral construct such as the Bible. It's a fallacy. It's very disappointing.
Yeah, it's almost to the point where you don't want to be around humans because you can feel like you can read a motherfucker and you don't.
At all.
Yeah, and you just like it's like I don't want to spend the evening reading motherfuckers because I like you're like knowing when a person is
Or being
being
misread.
yeah, definitely that. But I think the bigger issue that I've faced is the feeling that somebody that you think you once thought was 100 but you can feel when they're being dishonest with you, and the fakeness, and having to be around that, and then having to make the decision on whether to say something about it or keep it to yourself, because there's a lot of shit
Yeah.
that I have to decide to keep to myself, and it's very draining. It's draining.
Until you don't.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I've gotten good at because I know what the consequences are, like the outcomes typically are. They're not typically well received, and it's usually us that ends up beaten down, right?
But does that matter to you though? In the
The
moment when you
sanity of it,
finally
yeah.
have let yeah have when you finally, let's say, that person, I know for me, I'll put people on a pedestal. Like if they are doing everything, just not breaking my basic moral code, and they're aligning with, and they're just kind of an easy place to be, I'll go with that, right? Yeah, you could. I understand that other people have, different strokes and different frailties, right? But then those things will add up, and I'll see something, underneath the covers, and I'll see another thing underneath covers later, and then either I'll absolutely just ghost them,
Yeah.
just drop them, because I don't feel like explaining to the person that I trusted, right? And we've already had all these conversations, and I've already, spilled every single gut about how I am and who I am and what I will and will not accept, right? They know all these things. So the disappointment of having the conversation and having to tell them, and they're acting like they don't know, or they just don't remember, because I feel like sometimes I put me onto other people. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Projection, and
But that's you
and
just trying to
we
prepare
I
them.
disappoint myself.
Well, like
Yeah,
we try to let
yeah,
people know who we are, like up front. And we
yeah.
think that we're doing risk management, right, or conflict management up front. And it's like, I
Which,
told you this, but they're not listening.
motherfucker,
Yeah. But
to
it's
them it looks like doublespeak,
exactly
right?
like it goes in one ear and out the other. But the I think, like, for me, the ghosting part has been the thing that has given me the most protection. If that, like, I used to think that
Yes.
I needed to let everybody know when they,
Yeah.
have lied or disappointed me, or that
How they accosted my feelings.
yeah.
Yeah.
And I've learned that I don't, and I'm not saying that this is a good thing, but I have learned to just say, okay, that person isn't for me. And it depends on who it is too, whether I'm going to
Yeah.
voice it and acknowledge it. But the whole ghosting thing has been the thing that has kept me safe,
Yeah.
and insane, because at this point in my life, my sanity and my peace within, and me being able to sleep at night, and not going back to the nights of having,
Ruminating
yes. And so this is, it just works
constantly.
best for me to do that.
Yeah.
And then also, like, I will, like, the just, if I'm frustrated, I'm frustrated, and I'm going to allow my body to feel that. I'm going to allow my body to express that and not give a fuck, right? Because I'm frustrated, and this is just who the fuck I am, and this is how I express my frustration. But I also know how to control myself to the point to where I'm not going to just haul off and hit a motherfucker. When I was younger,
Ooh, wait a
that
minute.
I used to, like, I didn't know how to control it when I was younger.
Man, was there that point? I was the only child, right? So there was no brothers and sisters or big cousins to call, right? I wasn't surrounded by family all the time. It was all mostly older people, right? Um, so my defense mechanism, where I was kind of freer, right? My defense mechanism was I just want everybody to like me. Got to a point to where I started seeing the deception in like high school, like ninth grade, and I started getting angry as hell. I was ready to fight anybody who was going against me on purpose. If I saw you coming at me and you thought you was just the shit because you thought your little words and your little deception was getting, well, then we got to fight, because I don't have time for all that, because I get frustrated and I'm gonna yell and scream because managing the impulse for my justice, meter, has always been kind of difficult. So letting go, and being able to drop somebody, that's a disassociative thing. And I used to think that was bad, and not even, and really didn't even recognize that that's what I was doing half of the time, until I started, learning the language of, who I present as, and it's a very healthy thing to do for somebody like us, because we are so ingrained into our emotions, and we are not really connected to our body, in the sense, like you said, you had mentioned, getting sleep at night, and not ruminating, right? it, Disassociating is a necessary function of a body brain, so that it doesn't go into psychosis, right? uh, we have a hard
Or
time
thoughts
letting
of
go
unaliving
of
self.
things.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah. We're
yeah.
very prone to
It's
those types of
it,
thoughts too.
yeah, getting let down is a very harmful thing to us. So I was gonna say the I'm gonna backtrack real quick. So the thing that I forgot to say was, did you ever, on the deception thing, were you ever drawn to like a con men, or like con men movies, or
Only so
you
I
know
can figure them out. Like, I like the to be able to I learn from the comment, but I also
yeah,
figuring figuring out their schemes, if that makes sense. So that's all I really watch, are those types of shows.
yeah,
Yeah.
well, okay, I knew it. That's why I wanted to say it so bad, and I forgot it because I got excited. But I knew it because I believe in it's helping us process the reality, right? Because growing up, when you're watching TVs, like I said, for me, those moral things, so like, Family Matters, and we had some good black shows, that were like decent family. Yeah, we had shows in general were good in the 90s. 90s had great TV. And you watch those things, but then that that's not exactly what's going on outside, because it doesn't fit how you feel when you go outside and
Mm-hmm.
deal with people. So the con men movies, and like people with like altered senses of like morality, I was drawn to, because it helped me process the people in my real life. That was my connection to the deception topic.
That makes sense.
But
I
yeah,
never
yeah, yeah, yeah.
put those two together. Like I did recognize that, that it calms me, and like I sleep to those types of shows. There is a show that I'm watching right now called Found. The writing is horrible. Okay, the writing is not. It's just very mediocre. If that makes sense. Like it's a okay show to watch in the background because you can. It's predictable. If that makes sense, very
Yeah,
predictable.
yeah, yeah.
But there is one storyline in that whole show that actually had me crying, and I'm like, I cannot fucking believe I'm crying right now, and it's because I could feel the pain of this mother, the one that lost her son. Like, her son was kidnapped when he was younger, and he's been lost for 13 years. And she goes to the bus station every night for
I was
13.
about to ask if it was her.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and
Damn.
the time that her daughter came to her, like I'm boohooing crying, but I'm feeling every emotion, and it's because I can understand the pain of a mother who couldn't let go, and she had to make a
Yeah.
decision to she had other children, right, and she had to decide to let them have a life because she couldn't heal and move past her son that she lost, and I understood that, and I'm sitting here just boohooing crying, feeling every bit of the emotion, and I'm like, this show is fucking horrible, like the writing is horrible, but this, like I
They
feel,
got you on that
yes,
one.
like I felt every bit of it.
And that's a great. I got goosebumps right now thinking about that because, I mean, not even you telling me about what happened. I can I can see that, right. I can see where that would come from, but you telling it was the passion that I felt. Right. That was where I got my empathy from. Right. So it's funny where we receive or how tied into the empathy we are. Like, and that's not a like a not everybody has empathy or the ability to put themselves in the shoes of another person. Like, some people can understand, like, oh, you stubbed your toe, yeah, that shit hurts, I've done that before. You can understand that, but you know, some people, like, they're like, oh shit, well, they feel it. They're like, are you okay? You know, like, can I get you you need some ice or something? Because I really know how that feels, and I don't want you to feel how I know it feels.
Yeah,
You know what
yeah.
I mean? Like, just, yeah, yeah, yeah.
But I be
No,
trying to
yeah. Keep.
communicate it honestly. Like I want people to know because it feels gross to me. I can't stand when another human is just mean or rude or disrespectful to another human for no reason, and it feels
Yeah.
gross. It feels so out of place.
Yes.
And I
Hmm.
also have trypophobia, right? And I be wondering about like what the fuck.
Which
And
one is that with like
oh
holes?
my fucking gosh, like please don't put a picture in my head. I can't take
I'm
it.
sorry.
But
Wow, that's.
like it feels out of place. Like the
What does it
rudeness.
feel like?
It's my flight or fright.
Your fight or flight
Yeah, like
reflex goes
even just
off.
thinking about it right now, I will fuck a motherfucker up if they got in my face with one of those images. Cause like, don't do it. Cause I'm gonna beat your ass. Like I'm gonna beat your ass. That's the first thing that's going to happen. And it's crazy because it's almost like a switch in my brain. Like I'm gonna fuck a motherfucker up if they got in my face with one of that. Cause even just thinking about right now, that the rage that I'm feeling right now,
Yeah,
it's
yeah, yeah,
like
yeah,
ew, don't fucking do it. And then I go into sensory overload with the meerkat thing. Like there is a gift here on TikTok that will send me into sensory overload, and to the point to where like my eyes, I have to like squinch my eyes several times just to even try to calm down because the anxiety and the energy that I feel is just like really really high. My body goes out of whack. I have to get
yeah.
up, go outside, and actually like take in air.
Stretch your face.
Man, it's so crazy. But
I
yeah,
don't.
like,
I I uh I as you're sitting here talking about that, I never really understood how to process uh what's it called, anxiety, right? I I never, when people talked about anxiety, I was like, what the fuck is anxiety? Like, I don't know what that is. That's I don't have that. You know what I mean? Only later did I find out that there's other ways your body can manifest anxiety. That isn't, typically how people get anxiety, right? I am sitting here trying to think of, is it the only thing that sends me through the roof, like the feelings that you just said you had towards the tryptophobia, how powerfully mad you got, is any type of like a brush on a wall or chalkboard stuff, or the smell of tar.
oh
Just,
wow.
those, I cannot. I used to say, I used to say I was allergic to tar because how ill it made me feel. And I'm not squeamish. Like, I love horror movies, and not so much anymore because they're all pretty bad nowadays, or I'm just too old to believe the bullshit they make. But yeah, no, it's weird how the how I process things differently, and I'm not exactly. I was reading something, studying on INFJs, right? Are you familiar with that?
No.
So it's just a
Hold on.
personality.
If somebody does that, Isabella Dreamer, I mean, the only thing I'm gonna do, I'm gonna shut the live down, and then I'm gonna do what I need to do to calm myself. Like, I'm not gonna sit here and allow anybody to fucking control me. And just the thought of it, like, it has me pissed.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not gonna
No.
subject myself to that, so I won't sit here
No.
and allow it. I'm just gonna shut the fucking live down and then go do what I need to do to get myself under control.
As you should. As you should. That's very disrespectful for somebody to say something that does their body like that, and then to do that. That's whack. That's definitely whack. Well, dang, I've enjoyed this conversation so much. Thank you very much. It was definitely, I learned, and I appreciate you giving me your perspective and being able to open up and configurate with your boy.
Well, thank you for
That
coming
was very
up.
pleasant.
I
Very
enjoyed the
appreciated. Thank you
conversation as
so much.
well. I hope you have a good one.
Right on. See you
All
soon.
right. Also, I think I have pretty good mods.
Oh,
They're pretty,
you're talking to them.
yeah.
Sorry.
They're pretty quick and they know me. So I mean, although I feel vulnerable than a motherfucker, I think the mods in here are awesome. So we haven't had an issue yet, and I've communicated those triggers for a long time. Other than the fact the other day somebody did send a meerkat, but I think that person that sent the meerkat, I know that person, and I don't think that they were trying to be facetious. But I did message TikTok and ask them to take it out, so hopefully they do. Black Dinah and EJ Bay, are y'all in the box on purpose or on accident? I do fully expect a believer to do some fuck shit like that though, because their idea of love is to open any wounds that you may have healed or that you may have controlled, learn how to control without Jesus. Their idea of love is to use those triggers and those wounds to bring you back to Jesus. They think that that would work. The thing is though, the work that I've done on myself and on my mind, I'm smart enough to know that that's abuse. And a lot, we're not taught about abuse, and we're not taught how to label it. We don't know that verbal can be abuse. We don't know that psychological a warfare can be abuse, and it can come from people in our everyday lives. So like, not being able to identify or label abuse as abuse will make somebody feel like they need to go back to Jesus. Like, something like that would work on a person who doesn't know how to label abuse. So shit like that won't work on me. Obviously, there's nothing that's gonna make me go back to this Jesus. Y'all, the guest box is open. Hey, Marduk. I don't know. Do y'all want a song while we wait? Hold on. Let's see.
Yeah, good night.
He was
I'm not.
muted in the comments. He was muted in the
Oh,
comments.
you can't come on
Yes,
stage.
I
You
was.
can't come on stage when you're
Yep.
muted.
Okay, I'm sorry. All right, my bad.
Uh,
I might have made a mistake. That's all.
was he muted for caps?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's what I was muted for.
What did he do it more than once or just once?
Just the once.
Oh, okay.
It was like right after we had told someone else
Yeah, I was
to go
just talking to.
caps.
Well, did he get a live? Did he
We
get
said no
a
caps.
entire live mute or just a 5 minute mute?
No, I think it's just a 5 minute.
Oh well, that was a long time ago. So his mute
I
should be
think his
over,
was just a
right?
5 minute. Yeah, he should be up now.
Okay. All right.
It just won't.
Okay. Are you a believer? Are you deconstructing? Or are you an atheist?
I guess I would call myself an atheist. Actually, I made a comment in the thing also. I just put my thoughts out there in the comment that I look at evil as being a circle within a larger circle, and I really do.
I'm saying you look at what as that the God or what do you look at?
Yeah, I look at this creation as a circle of a larger circle. So I don't really have anything to do. In fact, I figure that the Bible is just something that's in the smaller circle.
Okay. So when atheists come up to join the stage, they still have to pick one of these topics to discuss, unless they are a member of the community here. Did you want to discuss one of the topics on the board, or?
Not really, because I can't really see anything as such. It's so small.
I mean, do you want me to read them to you, or?
Yeah, you could do that, please. Thank you.
Yeah. So the two topics that we are discussing is the God of the Bible is the God of deception. The reasons that I feel that way is because of the lie. Like the story starts off with him lying to Adam and Eve to keep them from eating from the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. He is the God of deceivers. Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob were all deceivers, and he uses their deception in order to further his plan. We are taught that he cannot forgive without the shedding of blood or sacrifices, whether it be animals or human. And we actually see several times in the book where he does do that, and he has it appears that the Israelites have the ability to pray for the sins of other people, and they get forgiven without sacrificial offerings. And then he is the creator of supremacy ideology, the same supremacy culture that we see in society today. And then the second topic is, did God lie to Adam and Eve to keep them from eating from the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, to protect them or to control them?
I think you have your curriculum down pack, and I don't really have any. I think I have more agreement with you with how you look at this thing. So I really don't have much more to say than, I mean, I have my point of views where I'm at your level. I would figure, in the sense that, after all the bumps and bruises of trying to unalive myself for this deity, and now I'm here, still alive, I figure that there's a whole different story behind the whole of this scripture, and it's according to what you just said. Some people think they are more they can unalive as much people as they want because they're chosen and don't think anything of it, which is there's no love there, there's no empathy, nothing like that. And we live among them. And I know they know who I'm talking about because they're always doing it. But
Yeah.
yeah, that's it really. I'm completely in agreement with everything that you say from how the explanation that you give it to me. I'm not a Bible person as such. I was when I was a lot younger, and I guess that's what brought me to here. In I'm 68 right now, so and I look at my beyond, but I don't look at it as a problem. I look at it as a I want to know. I want to know. I'm sorry. All right. Have a great night, Thinker. And it was a pleasure getting to speak to you.
Thank you. It's a pleasure speaking with you as well. Let me ask, do you need to type in all caps because of your eyesight?
Actually, I just wanted the person to see that I actually saw him.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, that was it.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you so much for coming up, and I hope you have a great rest of the morning, okay?
Yeah, man. You too.
All right. Black Dinah, are you in the box on purpose? I took you out because you didn't respond, but you're back in there. So are you in there on purpose or on accident? All right, y'all. It is 4:26 a.m. Central Standard Time, 5:26 Eastern, 2:26 Pacific, and then it's some hour somewhere in the world, wherever you are, if you're not in the United States. We have over 700 people watching the live stream right now with YouTube combined. The guest box is empty. Believers 21 and up. If you are deconstructing or thinking about deconstructing, 21 and up, or atheists. And you can be agnostic atheist, but just not agnostic. Keep in mind, this is not a debate. This is a place to have a discussion. Sometimes the discussions may get heated, but we in this room on this stage are not looking to win an argument. We're seeking to understand. So, Black Diamond, TikTok must want you to come on stage because they put you in the box again. It's 6:26 a.m. in Barbados. It's a certain hour in Israel. Dang, Black Dinah. Maybe just do what TikTok wants you to do. Like, I'm trying to figure out why TikTok keep throwing you in the box. 10:30 in Ireland. Is that PM or AM? Is that noon, Dragon, or is it midnight there? All hail, Dragon Sage. Queenie, thank you so much for sharing the live. Y'all, do all the things to help revamp the algorithm. It looks like we have about 700 people in here who have no interest on coming up and talking to us. So we got to get some people in here who want to come up and join the stage. Monday, 11:28 in New Zealand. Oh, you about to go into Tuesday and we just hit Monday.
Yes, it's too early in the week.
Yeah. I guess we'll do a song to give people time to get up and come on stage. Monday, yeah. Do y'all say Monday? Monday? The crazy thing is I'll
Monday.
say Monday, but I'll say Tuesday. That's
Justin
crazy.
had a teacher.
Huh?
Justin had a teacher, but I said Justin had a teacher the kids used to laugh at because she said Tuesday. They'll be like, Tuesday? What's that?
I wonder why I don't say Tuesday. Why don't I say Monday, but Tuesday? I don't know. Wednesday. I say Wednesday. Uh, Sometimes I'll say Wednesday. That's a if. It depends. Thursday, Friday, Saturday. I'll say day on Saturday, Sunday. Why am I do that? Why is Tuesday and Saturday? Why do they get the day? I don't know. It's some weird shit. Y'all say Tuesday. Where are you from, Madam?
Baltimore.
Baltimore.
That's what it
EBJ, are
sounds
you in
like
the
when
box
people.
on purpose? What you say, Fee?
That's what it sounds like when people from Baltimore say Tuesday. Tuesday.
You said I say day in the words with a T. Saturday. The T, the ter. Maybe Tuesday. Yep, Thursday be sounding like Thursday. is is How do y'all say is is and
How
is
many variations does is have?
Yeah, that's the right way to say it, right?
Hmm.
Yeah, is milk and pillow. I know my ex-husband says toilet, he says toilet. And then he says doll, baby dolls.
Where's he from?
Chicago.
I was about to say, gotta be Chicago.
Yeah, baby dolls. When the first time I heard him say, what the fuck is a baby doll? Crayon? Do y'all say, does somebody say crayon? I can think of any other way to say crayon but crayon.
Some people say Korean.
Crayon?
I've heard Korean.
Crayon?
And that drives me nuts. Yes. Korean.
Crown?
Crayon?
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 Crayola? I say soda.
Crayon.
No, I don't. Hold on. I say soda sometimes, but most of the time I'll say go get me a cold drink or a drink. I think I've even just dropped cold. I just say drink now. I've never said pop a day in my life. Like I don't even know what
Neither
the fuck
have
a
I.
pop is. Huh?
I said, neither have I.
Yeah, I've never said pop. Ambulance. What do people say instead of ambulance? They say ambulance.
Lamps.
Ambulance. The ambulance.
Ambulance.
Like I love Jasmine Crockett, but she kept putting a T at the end of killed when she was like a young mother just
She was
got
killed.
killed, and I'm like, why is she putting it? Why is she saying killed? Ambulance library. I say library sometimes. Spilt orange or beer. Okay, is it caramel or caramel?
I'm team caramel.
I think I go back and forth.
Yeah.
With
For me, it's both.
yeah,
Interchangeable.
the same thing with neither and neither or either and either.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Pecan. I go back and forth too. It could either be
Pecan.
pecan or pecan. I go back and forth.
Oh, pecan. Like it's always been, and I'm from Georgia. Like I'm from deep south. It's always been pecan.
Yeah,
I've heard it both ways.
I'm from South Carolina.
Is
Pecan.
it pecan? My
Pecan
dad
pie.
used to say my dad used to call it a pecan pie.
I've never in my life heard nobody say tomato. Unless they're saying
Mm.
tomato, tomato. I've never heard nobody say, "Can you
Tomato,
give me some
tomato.
tomatoes?" Like I feel like that would be in England or somewhere, right? Like
Yeah.
in the UK. I've
Mm.
never heard anybody actually say tomatoes.
Or potato.
Yeah, or potatoes. Spiritual king.
You said it right about spiritual king. Yeah.
Oh, did you think I was gonna get it wrong because you spelled it differently?
No, it just sounded like you wasn't sure how to say it.
No, I had to click on your profile because it cut it off. I could only see a couple of words. I mean, a couple of letters. Yeah. Are you a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing, or an atheist?
Believer.
Okay. And how old are you?
27.
Okay. And which of the topics up here did you want to discuss?
Uh, we could discuss all of them.
Just pick one topic, please.
Let's say
Okay, so
talk about
this right here.
Can you
This right here is all one topic. So like this is the topic, and then these are why I think this, and then this is another topic. So there's only two to choose from.
did God lie enough to protect?
and can you speak a little louder
Okay.
because you have some background?
Let's talk about if God lied to Adam to control him or
Okay.
protect
All
him.
right. Now, let me say this. If you want to talk about whether your God lied, then that would be topic one. Topic two is focused on the reason he didn't want them to eat from the tree of knowledge if it was to protect or control. So, what do you really want to talk about? The lie part or this?
Um, we could talk about to protect or control.
Okay. So, why did he not want them to eat from the tree of the knowledge of good and evil? Was it to protect or to control them?
I believe it was to protect them.
Okay. Do you want to tell us why you believe that? Like, what's your basis for that?
Well, the reason I believe it was to protect them because he warns them about if they eat of it, they will die.
Oh,
So
okay. But
protect them.
okay. So he was telling them that. Good morning, baby. You good? Ask for what? Okay. No, Fee, can you take over? No, it's okay, baby. I got you. Fee, can you take over?
Yep.
Okay. All right.
Oh,
I'll be right back.
Yeah, I'm good.
oh,
Hmm.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I did not see. I couldn't see exactly what it was saying. So, did God lie? Okay, then I guess that means we should talk about the first one
Okay. So
because I
you
don't
want to talk
believe.
about whether or not the God of the Bible is the God of deception?
Yeah, because the second question it's implying that God lied, and I don't believe He lied.
Right.
So,
That's why I think it was making the distinction between the first topic. If you want to focus on whether or not God lied, then you can pick topic the one at the top. If you want to talk about whether or not he withheld access to the tree of knowledge and of good and evil for the purpose of control or protection, you can pick the second one.
okay, so yeah, let's talk about whether He is lying or not.
All right. So he's the God of deception. What are your thoughts on that?
I don't believe He's a liar.
Okay. Are you familiar with the situations or the stories in the Bible that are listed under the word points?
Lied to Adam and Eve. That's deception. Can't forgive no dark mind. Yeah, so I guess to first start with lying to Adam and Eve.
Yep.
Yeah, so I don't believe he lied to them. He told them exactly what would happen, and it happened.
But it actually didn't, because in the story, I don't know how familiar you are with the story, but he told them that in the day that they eat from the fruit, they would die, right? And the Hebrew word that is used there is referring to a physical death, and it literally names the timeline, right? So it says the day that you eat from it, you will die. You will surely die. The serpent then comes and says, you're not going to die. If you eat this fruit, your eyes are going to be open. You'll just know good from evil. Like, that's what's going to happen. And then in Genesis chapter 3, verse 22, your God confirms that what the serpent said was correct, because he then said, oh, look, they've eaten from this fruit. Now they know good from evil. I got to block access to the tree of life. If not, they're going to be like us. They'll be like gods. So he wasn't honest with them about what would happen when they ate that fruit.
Yeah, but he does say, it doesn't say that he didn't mention it was the tree of good and evil. He did mention it, so he didn't like leave that out, and the devil inserted that. Like it was already known that it was the tree of good and evil, the
Right, but
knowledge of good and evil.
yeah, that's not what we're talking about, though. We're talking
But
about what eating from that tree would do. Your God told them that the day they eat from it, they would die. That's what your
okay,
God told them, and that's
yeah,
not what happened.
yeah. It appears that he would, lying at first, but when it comes to reading the Bible, you gotta read the entire thing with context.
What context are we missing? Because it said the day that you eat from it, you will die. They did not die the day they ate from it. What context is missing?
Well,
You're on teacup. If you can't see us, we can't hear you.
we gotta talk about what God means by dying. From what dying means to God, based off of the entire Bible. When Jesus is talking about losing your life, he says, "Whoever loses his life for my sake will surely keep it." And he says, um, yeah, whoever loses their life for my sake will surely keep it, and whoever tries to keep their life will surely lose it. So, what does Jesus mean by that? He means that death is eternal separation from God. That's what death really means.
Well,
And
that's not what the Hebrew word means, right? Like, I don't know how we got to Jesus from the garden, but your God said a thing would happen when they ate from this fruit. If you are saying that God meant something different, you're going to have to demonstrate how in the book in Genesis you're putting that together. Because if you look at do you know what the Hebrew word is?
Sorry, I muted you while Fee's talking because we can barely hear Fee because of your background. You can unmute and answer the question.
okay, so yeah, can you explain the Hebrew word?
Yeah, the Hebrew word is referring to a physical death. It's moot. Like, it's referring to a physical death. I mean, think about the thing that the serpent said. The serpent said, "You're not going to die when you eat this fruit. Your eyes are going to be open. You'll just know good and bad." It, it's almost as if you guys read the story not through the lens of what the book is actually saying, not even through a scholarly lens of looking at what the original Hebrew said, like what those words meant. You read them through the lens of what you've been told to believe about this God. But that's not how reading comprehension works. And you're on teacup again, so I don't know if you're even hearing me right now. Are you here, spiritual? Because I don't want to talk just to be saying things if you're not listening.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yes. Yeah, I was. So the reason why we can't stay only in the context of, or just reading within Genesis, is because there's a lot of mystery in the Bible, and because the Bible tells you how to read it in order to comprehend it, because you can't read one thing and go based off of just one passage and try to figure it out just from that, just staying in that one passage. The Bible is it tells you how to read it to comprehend it.
Where
And
does it tell you
one,
that?
Where?
it says precept upon precept, line upon line. I'm not sure
I knew he was going there.
Yeah,
the
that,
exact
and this is
Bible
why,
verse.
yeah, this is why you actually need to read your book, because that's not what precept upon precept or line upon line is even talking about. That was actually a taught. But
What does it mean?
well, you can look that up at a different time because that's not the topic. That's on Thinker's Prompt right now. If you're going to posit that the Bible needs to be read and understood in a specific way, you're going to have to lay out that understanding. If you're going to say that God was referring to a spiritual death, then you're going to have to explain to me why the Hebrew word that would convey a spiritual death was not used in Genesis. Like, it says the word that is referring to a physical death. You're on teacup again.
So yes. So yeah, I'm driving, so I gotta go back and forth from the GPS.
Don't say that you're in a Uber.
No, I'm not in the Uber. I'm
No,
on the way to.
don't say you're deriving because then we'll have to drop
Oh,
you because that's against TikTok
okay,
rules.
okay,
You're
gotcha,
in an
gotcha,
Uber. Thank you.
gotcha. Um, okay. Well, the Bible also does say that you have to study, show yourself approved. So that means reading the entirety, reading the entirety, and understanding
Entirety of
what
what?
the entirety of the Bible in order to understand it.
Do you think the Bible is a novel? Like, do you think the Bible is one story that's contiguous and that is cohesive?
Yeah, it's pretty accurate.
Yeah, it's not. Like, not at all. So when you say, like, getting the context of the Bible is like saying getting the context of the library. The library is made up of, of a multitude of books. Can you mute? The library is made up of a ton of books written by a ton of authors with different intents, right, and rhetorical goals. So if you're approaching this book by saying it's accurate, if you're approaching this book by thinking it's univocal, if you're approaching this book by trying to explain why God says that they would die the day that they ate from the fruit by referring to something Jesus said, I don't know if we're having the same conversation. And I don't know how to move forward with the conversation because those things are just simply and demonstrably untrue. I mean, we can talk you through again. We can even go pull up the Hebrew and show you what this word means. It's referring to a physical death. You insinuating or implying that it's not just because that fits your theological understanding doesn't make that the intent of that word, nor does it make it the definition of the word. The word has a meaning. Why not go with that as opposed to changing what your God approved as being the word used in this book? Like, you become your God's editor when you do that. That's not what this book says.
I sent you an invite to unmute.
So you're saying the book is not up for interpretation?
What do you mean up for interpretation?
You can't. You're saying you have to just read it off of face value and just accept the literal meaning.
No, I'm not saying. I mean, you can read it how you want to read it. I can't tell you what something you read how it impacts you. That's for you to decide. But just because you read it in that way does not mean that's what the author intended. And if you're gonna deviate me from what I know words mean, because I'm pretty literate, right? You're gonna have to explain to me and justify why you have the authority to do that.
Okay. How long did Adam live?
It's 900 and something years according to the somewhere in
Like 930 years.
yeah. But what does that have to do with the definition of the word?
And I'm getting there. So it says that, okay, so if we're going to go by it being a physical death, right? To make it make sense from my understanding is a day is like a
Please don't
thousand
do
years
that.
to the Lord.
Oh, dang it! I tried.
So
We knew it.
So it took him 6,000
what
years
happened?
to create the earth. It took him 6,000 years to do that.
And then Jesus was dead for 3,000 years. Like you can't just selectively apply this day as 1,000 years when it fits your story. That's not how truth works. If a day is to God like 1,000 years, and every single time you see the word day in your book, you have to be referring to 1,000 years.
Y'all do me a favor. Even though we know,
No, well, we gotta
one sec, one
understand
second,
when
1 second.
when
One,
God is
hello,
talking about
hello,
when
hello,
God is
hello.
Hold on. Spiritual.
I was gonna say, do me a favor. Even though we know what they're going to say, let's give them a chance to say it, unless they're going off topic.
My bad.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, spiritual. Spiritual king. Go ahead.
so when God is talking and when man is talking, it's going to mean two different things. A day to us is going to be a day to us when we're talking about a day. But if God is the person speaking and he's speaking about a day, what is a day to the Lord is what we got to ask ourselves. If God is speaking and the writer is speaking from his perspective or from God's perspective, we got to differentiate what what is that person trying to say? What is God trying to say? We can't say a day every time a day is mentioned. It has to be what God meant by a day in one passage, and then what he means by a day in another passage, or what an author means by a day in another passage.
But that's what you're doing, spiritual. Like that's quite literally like what you're telling me I need to do in order to make this story not be deceptive.
What was Adam's
No,
understanding
you're
of a
saying
day?
you're
I'm
saying
sorry.
you're saying
Is my microphone not loud enough?
No, it's loud.
What was Adam's understanding of a day?
it doesn't say what Adam's understanding of a day was.
But wouldn't Adam have to understand a
It
day?
says what.
I'm sorry. Wouldn't Adam have to understand a day to be what a day is to your God and not what a day is to him when it is communicated?
Okay, but we gotta think about. You guys say you're looking for understanding, and it sounds like you're not really looking for understanding. It just looks like you're trying to run around meaning.
I mean, I just asked you a question to understand. And it sounds like you didn't like that question because it was too
So,
logical. If
so
I'm sorry, like if
no,
I'm
no,
gonna
no,
ask them not to interrupt you while
no.
you're
My
talking, if
point.
I'm going to ask them not to interrupt you while you're talking to allow you to finish, then I need you to do the same for me.
Yeah, my
Okay, no,
bad. It's a
okay,
little delay, so I don't really mean.
okay, all right. what I'm saying is the reason I asked that question was to get understanding. If a command is with a warning is communicated to a human whose days run on a 24-hour day, it then Adam would have to understand that your God actually meant 930 years or 1,000 years and not one day. And we like there's nothing in the text that communicates that Adam understood that your God was talking about a different time. Don't type in all caps in my comments, y'all. That would get you muted. Please don't do that. Like if you were talking to your kids
Okay.
and you wanted your kids to understand your rule, right? And you wanted your kids
Uh-huh.
to understand the consequence would be a punishment of a week grounded, right? You wouldn't, if you say I'm going to ground you for a week, but your week is actually 3 months, and they don't understand that, then they don't know the consequences really, right? They don't understand the consequences. They may think to themselves, a week I can do that, and not know that you actually mean 3 months.
Word of day.
We didn't hear you. When you leave the app, we can't hear you.
What's the Hebrew meaning of day? What's the Hebrew meaning of day?
Of Yom, we can't hear you when you're on teacup. Can you come back to the app? We cannot hear you while you're not on the app.
Oh, sorry. What's the Hebrew meaning of the word day?
So the Hebrew word for day is Yom, and I guess I'll wait till you come back.
It's been like that the whole conversation, thinker.
What is he doing?
GPS and earlier, what he's doing now, I'm not sure.
Me, I can still hear you
We
guys.
can't see you. If we can't see, we're
I'm
not going to talk to a
and
teacup.
oh, oh, but just know I can hear you, so I'm
Mm-mm.
still here.
No, we'll wait until you come back to the app to finish our conversation. Like if you're on teacup, we'll just wait.
Okay. Oh, I'm here. What were you trying to say?
Yeah. So you asked what the Hebrew meaning of the word Yom is, right? So Yom does mean day, but the day is defined by either the numerical adjective that goes before or after the Yom, or a descriptive adjective. So the Yom, when it does not have a numerical adjective accompanied with the Yom, or a descriptive adjective accompanied with it, it typically just means a day, a 24-hour period. Sometimes Yom can be used as a like a proper noun to to symbolize like Thanksgiving Day, right, or the Day of the Lord, or a entity, and typically when it does that, it is capitalized in the English. There were no capital letters in Hebrew, but in the English, it gets capitalized when it is communicating either a like a celestial body, or when it's symbolizing a the title of an event, like the Day of the Lord. Did that make sense?
It also can mean it's not. Yes, it did. But it also, upon looking it up, it also means it's unspecific. It can mean, like you said, 24-hour period. It could mean an era. It could mean 1,000 years. It's depending on the context in which it is
I
used.
think I said
So it's
that, right?
not. It's
I'm
not.
sorry. I think I said that. I don't know if you heard me. Uh, it is accompanied with a numerical adjective. So if it's going to be 1,000 years, it's going to say the Hebrew number for 1,000, and then it's going to have the word for years, and then yom. Or if it's a descriptive day, like yesteryear, it's going to have the Hebrew descriptive word there, and then the yom. When that's missing and it's just yom, it's typically a 24-hour period unless it's being used as a proper noun.
Okay, how is it being used in Genesis?
It's used as a 24-hour day. In Genesis, it says be yom. There the preposition be before the yom means on or in, and so it's used to communicate the same day, a 24-hour period, and we see this same construct of the yom in Genesis 3 when the serpent communicates what would happen if they eat from the tree. The serpent says biom or ki biom, the same thing that the God says in Genesis 2:17. And we can see in Genesis 3, after they eat from the tree, what the serpent told them would happen happens immediately. It happens that same day. It doesn't happen 930 years later. So it's written the exact same way in Genesis 2:17 as it is in Genesis 3:7. I think it is, or Genesis 3:5. And so if it happens immediately in Genesis 3, then we should expect the same thing was expected to happen in Genesis 2:17. And actually, like in the Hebrew, there's a literary device that's used called the repetition, where the God says mut tamut, and so he's saying die, 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 like die, 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 like you will die, right? So he's letting them know, like, it's when you do it, as soon as you do it, you're gonna die, like, right? So he was communicating a imminent, immediate death of the human body, and that's how it's written in Hebrew.
Okay. Um. Okay. I'm not that knowledgeable on, all those very minute details like you just described. Thank you for informing me. Um, when I am trying to get understanding of the Bible and yeah, I do look up the Hebrew and all these different things. But I believe God is who He says He is. I don't believe He's a liar. So, um, I believe that to make sense of it, we have to see what God is actually talking about. Because yes, it's conveys that it's a physical death. So we believe as a physicality of death being, we're just going to, our heart's gonna stop. But from what I see, God means by death is it has to do with something internally happening within us, spiritually happening within us. And based off of, just Genesis, if we're going to stay there, um, the first thing that happened to Adam and Eve after they ate of the fruit, like God said, they would have the knowledge of good and evil and all these things, right? So
God didn't say that. The
maybe,
serpent said that.
Say that.
I mean, he didn't. I mean, he said it without saying it, because he said that it is the tree of the knowledge of good and
He
evil.
told them
So
they would kill
obviously, if they
him.
eat of the,
He did, your God didn't say they would get the knowledge. Your God said it would kill him.
I mean, I'm not saying that's not right. I'm saying that it's,
But the
kind of
serpent
like
said
common
it.
sense.
But the serpent is the one who said that,
Yeah,
not your God. And what
yeah,
the
I know that.
serpent
I'm not
said,
denying that.
and what the serpent said would happen happened that day. What your God said would happen that
Yeah,
day did not. And I think it's interesting though to appeal to the
I
Hebrew.
wasn't.
I think it's interesting for you to appeal to the Hebrew and then dismiss it and then go with this interpretation, like your own interpretation, because there's absolutely nothing in the Hebrew or even in the English translation that alludes to a spiritual anything in that story. I'm sorry,
Well, that's what I.
in that
Oh,
tree, in the eating of that tree, there actually is a uh, a spiritual awakening when their eyes are open. It's their consciousness that is transformed, and they have this moral awakening. And in the Hebrew, vatif kahana is the word that gives the context of this spiritual awakening. So it's interesting for believers to translate the death there as a spiritual death when their eyes opening in Hebrew gives the context of a spiritual awakening. So I don't know how they could die and spiritually and be awakened spiritually at the same time.
what did we see happen after they ate the fruit? Is how I categorize the death. They became, yes, you said morally aware, because it's the tree of knowledge of good and evil, and they did what? One, they sinned by disobeying God, and then that's when we say they sin into the world, right? And then what is the display of that sin or that death in my lens is one, the disobedience, and then two, the immorality. One, they started feeling something that's known on the vibration scale as a very low. We could park in here. The low vibration scale is shame. That's one of the first things that they felt was shame. So all these low vibrational things are what produces, death and decay in the body, stress in the body, and what produces life in the body is, the fruits of the spirit.
It's interesting
So
that you talk about like low vibrational things. First off, shame isn't immoral. Um, and sometimes I think shame can be a good thing because it stops you from doing immoral things. I think it's really immoral to drive and be on social media at the same time, to be Googling at the same time. And I think that lack of shame is what actually can produce death. I think what produces life is feeling shame of driving and being on social media and Googling at the same time, and not doing it, thereby, putting on your seatbelt, paying attention to the road, and making sure that you are not putting yourself in a position to turn your car into a weapon to take somebody else's life. I think that that shame of being the person that would do that is needed. When you lack shame, right? When you lack this moral conscience, it actually produces death. And we don't see Adam and Eve die morally after this. We actually don't see them do anything immoral after eating from this tree. We don't see the next immoral act until Cain kills Abel. And even when that happens, Cain and Abel are what, probably teenagers at this time. So you've had a decade and a half pass without this wickedness destroying the earth. If this Satan is on the earth, and he's convinced the humans to disobey this God, and they've, been severed from him according to you all, they're no longer connected to him spiritually. That gave this Satan, who wants to destroy the humans so bad according to y'all, the freedom to do so. Yet we don't see him do that. We don't see this so-called evil entity take the opportunity to get the humans to destroy themselves, because it's just them too, right? So that would have been the perfect time for the enemy to completely wipe out the human race by just getting in the mind of Eve and convincing Eve to kill Adam, or getting in the mind of Adam and convincing Adam to kill Eve. Right? They're already immoral. They're already wicked. Now they've eaten from the tree. There's nothing to stop them from killing each other, because it's wicked, sinful nature exists in them. But we don't see that. We don't actually see the first murder until your God, uh, treats one brother's gift better than the other, igniting jealousy in one brother, while knowing that this would do that, because he's all knowing, and he does it anyway. And then the first murder happens. And then we see your God protect the murderer by marking him and increasing his talion capabilities, and telling Cain that he can kill seven, that he could take 7 lives for every 1 life, that he can get 7-fold vengeance. And then you see Lamech say that, okay, Cain gets 7-fold, I'm taking 70. So murder increases through this act. It doesn't come from Adam and Eve, because they don't do anything else immoral after they're, ran out of the garden.
So, what was the moral thing that they did according to you, Adam and Eve?
I'm sorry, they don't do anything else immoral when they
You
leave the
said
garden.
you said they don't do anything else. I'm trying to figure out
Yeah, you said
to you, what did they
disobedience
do
was
immoral?
immoral.
Oh, so you don't believe that disobedience was
I
immoral?
didn't say that. I don't know if I'm speaking
When
a
did
different
she say
I'm
language.
asking.
that?
I
I'm asking a
said they don't
question.
do
If you believe
anything
it or
else.
not.
I said they don't do anything else immoral after they leave the garden.
That's what I'm asking. I'm asking. You said that I believe
That it
what they
doesn't
did
that
was
doesn't
immoral.
matter. That none of that matters. Like I don't even know what this is. Like going backwards doesn't make any sense. We've already acknowledged that the immoral
I'm just
act.
asking
We've
a
already acknowledged
question.
that the immoral act was disobedience. They are chased out of the garden. According to you, they're severed from the God. They're spiritually disconnected. We don't see them do anything else immoral once they leave that garden. This serpent is loose on the earth, or this devil is loose on the earth, and we don't see that devil take the opportunity to take these humans out, to increase this so-called sin amongst these two humans. sin
Okay,
sin
so
seems to
that's where
be
we're
in
at.
remission at that point.
So okay, so that's where we're at. All right. So why? Because God kicked them out of the garden, and then what did He say? Before they eat of the tree of life, which is eternal life. So if they had eaten the fruit of good and evil, and now they're in a fallen state, they've committed sin. If they had eaten of the tree of life, they would have been eternally in sin. So God protected them from eternal damnation. The reason why we're here on earth is because we have time. The reason why the devil was not able to get redemption is
I'm
because he
sorry.
was
I'm
in
sorry. I'm
eternity
sorry. What
mode.
are you addressing? Because I don't think we were talking about anything that you're talking about right now.
Mm-mm.
You started talking about Cain, it's death. You went on a real,
So you were
you
not
went on for a little
listening.
minute.
You weren't listening to anything I said. Is that why we're getting this
What did
random rant right now? Because you didn't listen to anything I said?
I did listen to everything you said.
Then you're not. Why aren't you responding to what I said? Because you're not responding to anything I said. We're not even talking about anything that you just talked about.
Okay. So I guess then let's change the topic for what I'm
No, we're
talking
not gonna
about to
change the
be in
topic. We're here
context
for
of scripture.
understanding. That's messy as fuck. No.
Okay, so point me back in the right direction since I'm veering off. 'Cause I'm not
So
sure
you
how.
didn't hear anything I said.
I did. You were
So then,
talking
can you
about
summarize? Can
morality.
you summarize it? Then what did I say?
You said the only thing that happened after that that was immoral was Cain killing Abel. Is that right?
What point was she making by saying that?
The point she was making is that they didn't do anything else other than disobeying God. That's the only thing that they did that was immoral. And then you started talking about why didn't the devil try to do this and try to do that? And then the reason why I
What
started
was the
saying what I was
point?
saying,
What was the point of what I was saying?
the point was, I guess I'm missing it. What was your point?
You say he was protecting them, right, from the so-called uh, sin nature. When Adam and Eve leave the garden, they have this sin nature, correct? This wickedness.
Mm-hmm.
Yet we don't see Adam and Eve do anything else that is immoral. That your God was protecting them from, like this nature that He was protecting them from, and this devil, in your belief, the devil wants to kill the or destroy the creation of your God, which is why he told them to eat from that tree. But we don't see this devil take the opportunity to do that because they are, according to y'all, they are spiritually disconnected at this point. They're spiritually dead, right? They're not connected to your God. They're outside of the garden. The devil had the opportunity to convince one of them to kill the other or to kill themselves and destroy the creation. There were only two of them at the time. And we don't see anything happen with this so-called sin nature until Cain kills Abel. And that's at least a decade and a half. So how were Adam and Eve able to, you know, live with this deafening sin nature for at least a decade and a half before the next sin happens?
I mean, it doesn't really matter how long it took. Honestly, it's just that it happened.
So it's not really that dangerous then.
I mean, it doesn't. It's not about how dangerous it is. It's about the what happened. What happened was the disobedience.
I
The
understand
disobedience.
that's more about
What it
control
led.
though.
Yeah, but the disobedience is what leads to all of the other roots of evil, of wickedness. You have, yes, you have him kill. You have the son kill, commit murder, right? And that's a bad thing, which leads to more other bad things.
Your
And
God
you
did
see,
that.
I mean, he didn't make him do that. He may have did something to, say I break up with a girl and she's mad and she wants to go on a massacre because I broke up with her, or she's jealous of the new girl that I get. It's my fault
Did you
that I
know
broke up with her.
did you know she was gonna go on a massacre?
Okay, but now am I supposed to be held hostage
Did
just
you
because I?
know Yeah, did you know, did you have full knowledge that she would 100% go on a massacre if you did this, if you broke up with her? Did you know that with certainty?
Okay, but if I do know that, is it my fault?
Are
No, it's not
you
my
are you
fault.
are you omniscient like this God? Because if we're drawing an analogy, then all factors have to be the same. Are you omniscient in the same way that God is? If that is the case, then yes. Because if I take an action, no, I know if I light a match to the grass in my front yard, it's going to catch on fire. I know that for a fact. So if I become the catalyst for a thing that I know would happen, I cannot absolve myself of responsibility for that thing.
No, I'm not saying I don't have any part to play, but you just said it like as if God was the one who made it happen. Yes, he's part of the cause, but doesn't mean he is the one who gave the order.
I don't think y'all realize what additional responsibility you put on your God's shoulders and then immediately take off when you apply these omni properties to the God.
Well, the
Omniscient
thing
means
is,
that he knows absolutely everything. He knows exactly what will happen. So the choices that he makes, he knows for a certainty that they will lead to the very thing that he doesn't want to happen, or you're claiming he doesn't want to happen. That doesn't make any sense.
okay, so let's think about it like this. This is how I make it make sense. So if I am the creator, right? If you ever seen Infinity Wars?
Yes.
So, Doctor Strange, right? How he can try and time travel, he sees everything, right?
Yep.
So, just because he knows what's going to happen doesn't mean he's the cause of every single detail that happens. He just knows what's going to happen. And you have different realities and different results that can play out to get a different result at the end, at the very end.
Could your God
One, in the Infinity, hold on, I'm gonna finish. One, in the Infinity Wars, so to defeat Thanos, well, all the other realities, Thanos won. There was only one reality where they won. And imagine God being in that position. There's going to be casualties along the way, and there's only one reality where where it's for the benefit of everybody. Everybody wins. So we see that no matter what you do, it's either going to be two results. You're either going to win or you're going to lose. So God saying God was like knowing that was going to happen and he's a bad person for doing something, knowing something's going to happen, doesn't stop that thing from happening.
the analogy that you just gave is not analogous because Thanos is not all knowing like your God. And your God running every possible solution or scenario in his mind at all times, knowing the outcome would be the death of Abel and still doing the thing that causes the death of Abel. Your God is responsible for that. He is ultimately responsible. And
Yeah,
I find,
I'm
I'm
not,
sorry,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
the emotion that he uh, instigated in Cain, knowing that it will result in the death of Abel, is jealousy, which is your God. He says he is jealous. His name is jealous. In Exodus 34:14, he is El Khana. And so the spirit of his jealousy, the image of his jealousy, he instigated in Cain, fully knowing that it would move Cain to commit the first murder. So it is not a devil. It is not some sin nature that transpired from Adam and Eve's nature changing. It was the God and full knowledge of what the outcome would be that caused the next sin.
Okay, yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah, I'm not denying that God is the cause. God is the cause of everything. But the point is, kind of trying to demonize God. The fact that it's like, what would you have rather? I mean, if the result was, Cain was going to, do what he was going to do anyway, it don't really matter what God had did. Just like it doesn't matter what we do, we're gonna what role God plays, we're gonna do what we want to do anyway. So
But you don't
it's
know
like
that to be
saying, don't
true.
create us at all.
You don't know that to be true. You're just
It's
making an
like,
assertion, and that's something that you can't prove. You
okay,
don't know
but it's
that to
like
be true.
saying don't create. It's like saying don't create anything at all because you know it has a possibility to do wrong.
Yes. If you know it has a possibility, if you were the developer of an AI robot and you know that that AI robot will kill, are you going to create the AI robot anyway? Are you going to put it on the
I
market
mean,
anyway, knowing that it has a bug in it and it will kill people? Are you going to sell it to people anyway?
do you have children?
I'm
Will you
sorry,
make a
can
child?
I'm sorry. Are you going to kill? Are you going to knowing that the AI robot has the bug in it that will cause it to kill humans, and you know it will kill humans? Are you going to put the AI robot on the market and sell it to humans anyway?
No, I wouldn't do that. But
Right.
I'm
You
asking.
wouldn't do it
I'm
as you
asking.
wouldn't do it as a mortal, right? Your God as an all-knowing being knew that Cain would kill his brother, and he still did the action that caused Cain to kill his brother. You trying to use
Yeah.
the analogy of a limited perception human bringing another human into this world, not having knowledge of that human's very next moment is not analogous. No, a parent doesn't even know if their child is going to live past the first day of its life. A child doesn't know, a parent doesn't know if their child is going to um, contract a deadly disease and end up suffering for the rest of their life. So it's not analogous. Your God is all knowing. Your God is like a computer that is constantly computing different scenarios and risk analysis, and he most of the time chooses the situation that causes a astronomical amount of harm to the human race.
You can, assume that, but at the same time, just because I'm not all knowing and God is all knowing, it does not mean that you do not create just because of the possibility or the knowing that something bad can happen or will
Yeah,
happen.
we're not talking
We
about
know.
possibilities here. We're talking about your God knew for a
Okay,
fact.
so
Hold
yeah,
on,
so
hold
let
on,
okay,
hold on.
so
This is why I said it's not analogous. We aren't talking about possibilities. We're talking about the fact that your God knew for a fact that Cain would kill Abel, and he still did the thing that would cause Cain to kill Abel. This is why I said it's not analogous. Parents are dealing with possibilities because we aren't all knowing.
okay. So, have you done something knowing that is going to be a bad result?
No.
Who would do that?
Mm. So you, who would
No.
do? So you're telling me that means you're perfect because
No,
No.
no, because that's
hold
not.
on,
You
hold
didn't
on, hold
ask
on,
me
hold
if I.
on,
You no, you
hold
did not
on.
ask me if I've done something and made a mistake. You asked me if I did something knowing that it was going to be bad, and the answer is no.
That would be like me walking in my living room right now, intentionally stubbing my toe. Why the fuck would I do that? Like, why would I approach anything for the goal of failure or for the goal of making sure it turns out wrong? Who does that? Other than Yahweh, of
O-
course.
Okay. So, have you ever eaten ice cream? Have you ever eaten, you know, or smoked, or have you ever drank alcohol? Have you ever done any of these things?
What's your point? It didn't turn out bad.
The point is, you know that it's harmful to the body, but you did it anyway.
It is not harmful to
So
my body. My body is, I'm healthy.
that's what appears on the surface. A lot of people think that they're healthy and
So
then they go
I'm
to the
healthy.
doctor.
I'm healthy.
That's good for you. You know, more power to you. But my point is,
Your
it's
point
not
is
about
that
your
you
health.
just
It's
shot
not.
your whole entire argument in the fucking foot
No, it's
because
not.
you're dealing
It's
with
not about your
possibility.
health.
Yes, you're dealing with
It's not about
possibilities.
your
You're
health.
dealing with
It's
possibility. You're
knowing that.
dealing with
I want you to
possibilities. Your
finish.
God is dealing with a certainty. Your God is all knowing, and your God knew for a fact there is no possibilities, no assuming, no probabilities here. Your God knew Cain would kill Abel by Cain being jealous. And yet your God still did the thing that would cause Cain to kill Abel. You are not all knowing.
Okay.
I'm not all knowing.
Okay. But what I'm trying to get you to understand is I'm trying to get to the end result. I'm not just trying to stay on one little topic of God knowing what would happen with Cain when
No, I know
he
you're trying to
didn't
get away from it
do.
because it's got you in a
I'm not trying to
corner.
get
Yes,
away
you
from it,
are.
honestly. No, I'm not.
Yeah, you
I've been
are.
honest. I've admitted that God is the cause of everything. I've been admitting and telling you
You've
you're
been here
right
trying
about
to
everything.
justify it. You've been here trying to make excuses for it and say that you're trying to say he is the cause, but also not the cause at the same time. It's what you're trying to do.
Okay, so that's not really what I'm trying to do exactly, but it's, I'm not saying that we don't have, you're saying like, okay, he's the all cause and we can't look at anything else but God. Like, yes, we know God is the cause of everything. He created everything. So it's like
This
obvious.
isn't
Yes,
about him
he's the
creating, though.
cause.
This isn't about him creating it, creating everything. This is about him knowing the outcome and him still doing the thing to cause the outcome. That's what this is about.
Okay.
That would be
So
like
if,
me making
okay,
you.
so let me put it like this. If
Hold on,
God
let her
was
finish.
to lie,
Let her finish.
It would be like me intentionally cooking dinner for you and including something in it that I know you're allergic to. I know for a fact my son is allergic to shellfish. I know this. Like, I've seen what it does to his body. So for me to intentionally add shellfish to his dinner and then try to say that I'm not responsible for the reaction that he has, it's the same thing. God knew for a fact, because he is omniscient, that by favoring Abel's gift over Cain's, it would incite jealousy in Cain, and that would cause Cain to kill Abel. He knew this. Not that it was a possibility like Doctor Strange, not that it was the only option that could happen, because this God is also omnipotent, so he can do anything. You're trying to weasel out a way for your God to not be responsible for the very scenario he created, and then acting out the very thing that he knew would happen.
mhm. Okay, so now let's get to this point then. So yes, he knows it was going to happen, right? So what do you want God to do? Lie and say, "Oh, I like your gift. I don't like your gift. I'm God. I'm holy. I'm not a liar. I'm not none of these things. So why would I present
So it didn't say
a
that.
lie
It
to
didn't
you?"
say that he didn't like Cain's gift. It didn't say that. It said he showed more reverence for Abel's gift. So it would be like, what's that preacher's name? That uh, the preacher that asked the people for $2,000.
Marvin,
What's his name?
one of the Marvins, because two of them,
When it
Yeah, like Marvin
was
Wines or Marvin Sapp.
Wayans, yeah,
Um,
yeah, both of them.
Yeah, we could clearly see it in the videos that he appreciated all gifts that were brought before, in honor of whatever commitment the believers made. But he had more reverence for those who gave $2,000 because it was more. right? And so in this story, Cain and Abel are giving tributary offerings. They're not doing sacrifices. They're giving offerings of thanksgiving, right? They're giving mincha offerings. And the God showed more reverence for animal offerings over agriculture, over wheat offerings. And this was done because animal offerings typically cost more money. The Levites got paid more because people had to buy the animals from the Levites in order to offer them up in the temple. And so the story is written that Yahweh revered animal offerings more than wheat. So he didn't say he didn't like it at all. He just liked one more than the other.
Okay. So doesn't change the point of him still being honest. Okay, I like Cain's offering more. I mean, I like Abel's offering more.
Yeah. Do you have kids?
So does that
Sure. Do you have kids?
no.
Have you been a kid?
Yeah.
Do you have parents?
Can I finish my
Do
point?
you have parents?
Obviously.
And you have siblings?
Yeah. Can I finish my
Yeah.
point?
Have you and your siblings ever been like in the same grade, and like you come home at Christmas time, and you've all made your parents these either drew something for them for Christmas or Mother's Day or Father's Day, and you present those gifts to your parents? Have you ever done that as kids?
Yeah, but I'm a person who likes to ask questions.
Sure.
If my mom were to like my brother's gift more than me, it would not incite jealousy in me.
Yeah, we're
It
not
would
talking
make
about
me
Cain. We're talking
question.
about your God right now. So in
Okay,
this analogy, I'm
we're
sorry, hold
talking
on.
about my
In
parents
this
and I.
analogy, your parents would be God. And so
Okay,
if your parents um told you that they like your siblings' gifts more than yours, it would trigger you to wonder, like, well, wait, why do they like their gifts more than mine? Do they love them more? Right?
I was
What
getting
did I do?
there.
I need to figure out, right, why I'm being treated this way. Why my gift is being treated this way, correct?
Okay, I was getting there.
I'm sorry. That's correct?
Yeah, it would
Okay.
leave you
And then
to
when you
wonder.
inquire and your mama said, you know better, you do better, is that sufficient? When you ask the question of,
Yeah,
hey, why do you not like my,
yeah.
is that
If we're
that's
looking at,
sufficient for you? When you say, mommy,
can I
hold
finish my
on,
point before you
let
answer all
me,
these
you have
questions?
a tendency to not answer questions, so I'm clarifying the question. Okay, I'm restating the
I
question.
had a point to make
When
before you
you go
asked
to
me.
your parents and you inquire about why they like your siblings' gifts more than yours, and your mommy says, if you know better, you do better, is that sufficient for you?
Yes,
What does that mean?
you just said if I know better, I will do
Yeah,
better.
what does that mean when your mommy says that to you about your gift? All of y'all drew pictures at school and brought it to her for Mother's Day. What does that mean when she says, you know better, you do better?
Okay, so that means if I know what she likes better, I will do better the next time. She just showed
What
me
does she like?
by showing reverence. Hold on. She just showed me by showing reverence to my brother's gift more than my gift, shows me to analyze my brother's gift and be like, okay, now that I know that my mother approves of my brother's gift, I analyze the gift and see why. Okay, now I know better. Now I know what to do the next time. So yes, we
Sure.
know better, we do
Okay,
better.
so, and what would you do the next time? Your brother is a good drawer. Both of y'all, your brother's a good drawer, and you write songs, right? She likes his drawing and not your song, right? She's like, oh, I appreciate the song, but this, I love the drawing. What do you do next? Do you like pray for the talent to draw? Like, what do? Do you take classes to draw and figure out how to pay for them yourself? Do you beg your mommy to put you in art classes so you can learn how to draw? Like, what do you do to match your brother's talent, to match his gift, to be better? Keep in mind, Abel was a sheep herder. He dealt with sheep and animals, and Cain was an agriculturalist, and his skill was agriculture. So, how was Cain to match Abel's gift of sheep? Were they to
There's
trade? Like,
there's a lot of things that we do not know, so we
like
can't
what?
really say why God liked
Yes, I
his
can.
gift over.
Yes, I can. In the law, if you read the rest of the book, your God tells you why He likes sheep more. I mean, animals more. But what I'm asking for you is, if
Okay,
your
so you
mom,
just
hold
said
on,
that.
hold on. What I'm asking for you, if your mom prefers your brother's art over your songwriting, what do you do to match your brother's art?
It's not about matching his art. God says, if you know better, you do better.
Yeah, what was the
I don't
better?
have to. I don't have to. I don't have to become in competition
What was the better
with.
that was
Can I
communicated?
finish,
No,
please?
what
Can I
was
finish,
the better
please?
that was communicated from that statement? What was the better? How clear was that?
Okay. So, are we no longer allowed to ask questions? Is
You're not
Cain no longer
asking
allowed
questions.
to ask
What he
questions?
did, and your God said
Why
he
couldn't?
did, and your
Okay.
God
So
said, if
why
you know
couldn't?
better, do better.
Why couldn't?
What does
Why
that
couldn't?
mean?
If it's implied that Cain didn't know anything and know any better,
No, your God
obviously
said,
God is
if you
telling
know
him.
better.
Obviously,
Your
hold on.
listen, your
I
God
can't get
said,
a. I can't get a sentence out.
listen, because you're not answering the question. Your God said, if you know better, you do better. Right? I'm asking, what does that mean? What was Cain supposed to do? And simultaneously, I'm asking, what are you supposed to do when your mother says it to you regarding your brother's art in your song that you gave her for Mother's Day? How do you do better? Like, what do you do if she wants what your brother does is art, and your God preferred animal offering over wheat, and wheat is your skill?
Where
What do you do?
I'm trying to figure out where you're getting that. Where did it say that?
What did it say? What that
That
Abel was a
that
sheep
God
herder,
preferred
and yeah, hold on,
that
I'll
God
get it for you.
preferred.
It's Leviticus chapter 2. Give me just a second. Oh, it's Leviticus 5. I was wrong. Leviticus 5:7. Uh, Okay. When you Leviticus 5, when you realize your guilt in any of these, you shall confess the sin that you have committed, and you shall bring to the Lord as your penalty for the sin that you have committed a female from the flock, a sheep or goat as purification offering, and the priest shall make atonement on your behalf for your sin. But if you cannot afford a sheep, you shall bring to the Lord as your penalty for the sin that you have committed 2 turtle doves or 2 pigeons, one for a purification offering and the other for a burnt offering. You shall bring them to the priest, who shall offer first one of the purification offering, wringing his head at the nape without severing. He shall sprinkle some of the blood on the purification offering on the side of the altar, while the rest of the blood shall be drained out at the base of the altar. It is a purification offering. And the second, he shall offer a burnt offering according to the regulation. Thus the priest shall make atonement on your behalf for the sin you have committed, and you shall be forgiven. But if you cannot afford 2 turtle doves or 2 pigeons, you shall bring as your offering for the sin that you have committed 1/10 of an ephah of choice flour for a purification offering. You shall not put oil on it or lay frankincense on it, for it is a purification offering. You shall bring it to the priest, and the priest shall scoop up a handful of it as its memorial portion, and turn this into smoke on the altar with the offerings by fire to the Lord. It is a purification offering. Thus the priest shall make atonement on your behalf for whichever of these sins you have committed, and you shall be forgiven. As with the grain offering, the rest shall be for the priest. So the preference is animals. The wheat is if you can afford the animals. And then there's plenty of times throughout the text where the God talks about how his mouth is drooling and the smell of the animals cooking is a sweet aroma to him. He doesn't say that about wheat.
Okay. Okay. So I just remembered something. Um.
I'm sorry, did you hear anything I just said?
It's, yeah, I did.
What did I say? I
Don't
mean,
make me
because
repeat everything.
because I told you, like, when
I
you go
heard
off the
what you
app, when
said.
you go off the app like that, like, it is so disrespectful, like, while I'm talking. So did you hear what I said?
You have a computer in front of
Did you
you
hear
looking
what I
up
said
stuff.
though?
I'm trying to look up
But did you
information as
hear? But
well,
did you
but
hear?
I can
But
tell.
at least say, hey,
I
hold
said
on.
yes
At
already.
least tell me to hold on, right? Don't like I'm sitting here talking and you aren't paying attention, or like you're not here. Did you hear what I said?
Yes, I did hear what
Okay,
you
so can
said.
you summarize what did I say?
Can we get back to the point,
Oh,
and
can
then
you
you'll
summarize
see
what I
that
said, please, so that I know that you did hear it?
my memory is not that great. Okay, so asking me to repeat things is not going to work
But
out.
how are you going to respond to something you don't remember?
I understand the
Yeah, so
gist of
yes,
what I.
that's why I said summarize it.
So you were saying that the priest, you're supposed to bring the offering to the priest, and just from that alone, there was no priest when there was Cain and Abel. There was no priest to bring offerings to. So that does not apply to Cain and Abel.
So you just like heard the word priest and then just said prrr, prrr, like your brain started going prrr, and you didn't hear anything else.
Yeah, I only recollect what matters based
Yeah,
off
that's
of
why.
what we're
And you
talking about.
lied. You did that right
No, I
there.
did.
Yeah,
I did
sure.
hear what you said. I just didn't
Sure.
remember everything.
Yep. Rhea, did you come up to say sure.
Hey,
But
hey, good
but still,
Good
in
morning.
morning.
context, it does
Honestly,
nothing to do with a
hey,
priest. There
hey,
was no
chat.
priest in that day.
What is
So how can you say
so
that
how does he,
that
how
was
did
what
he
the
get,
context was?
I'm so confused. I sat here and like was waiting for him to actually respond to what you were saying, and all he got from that was a priest.
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't make
Yeah.
any sense.
It's like word association at this point, as opposed to like a coherent
Like what?
conversation. Yeah, because it's like priest, then I go here. Like that's not what we're talking about.
Okay,
Mind
but
you,
if we're
mind
talking
you, I
about
said earlier in the
him knowing
conversation,
better,
mind you, I said earlier in the conversation that the way I knew the God prioritized animal offerings was because of the priests were the ones who wrote this, and the priests, the Levites, made the most money from animal sacrifices, and that they prioritized animal sacrifices. And he said, "Where did you get that from?" I said, "In the law." And then he brought it back up and asked me, "Where did I get it from?" And I said, "Hold on, let me find it." And now it's, "Oh, there were no priests. There also was no law that required sacrifices to be brought to your God. I mean, offerings to be brought to your God either." So this even is anachronistic.
Okay, so from my understanding, it was the first of the flock or the first of your crop is what you were supposed to bring. It didn't say that Cain brought the first of his flock. He just gathered some of whatever and gave it to God.
What
It's about the
flock?
intention.
Cain didn't have a flock. And how do you bring the
I'm
first? How
talking
do you bring the first of agriculture? Like, what's the second of agriculture?
the first fruits is what you're
Yeah,
supposed to
what's the
bring
second?
according
What's the
to.
second of wheat? How do you determine the second of wheat?
It's whatever your first harvest is what you're supposed to bring to the
Yeah, how do
Lord.
you determine that?
Whatever is ready for harvest
Yeah,
first. That's what's
how do
supposed
you
to bring to the
determine
Lord.
what? How do you determine that you got the
I'm not
second
a
harvest?
I, I'm
How do
not
you
a I
determine when
don't
you've
I'm
got
not a
the second
farmer.
harvest? How do you determine that?
I'm not a farmer.
Like, this makes no sense. Cain brought agriculture. He brought wheat, and Abel brought the fattiest of his sheep. And your God just liked animals more because he liked them to cook that shit up and put oil on it, and dress it up so the Levites could eat it. Like,
No,
that's
that wasn't the
literally what it
reason why.
is. Like, it's not, it
It
ain't
doesn't
that,
say that.
it's not
You're
that, like,
implying
they were
that.
just cooking food. Like, they were just cooking
You're
food.
implying that. You're implying that.
Literally, he
That's
told them
what.
to put salt on it. Like,
Okay, no,
unless your
I'm talking
God
about
came
whether
down
or
and
not.
was actually pouring hot sauce and salt and pepper on some shit. He told them to put salt on it.
Okay, but I'm not saying anything about him eating it and all that. I'm talking about why did back to the point. Why did he have more reverence
I
for
just told you why.
Abel's
Because,
offering?
like, don't you want meat over vegetables?
It's the intention behind it.
But what was Cain's
Cain,
intention?
Cain, Cain did not grab how the Lord asks us to grab the first of
Where does it
the
say
first of
that?
your
Where does it
harvest.
say he grabbed the second harvest? Where does it say that in the text? And then,
And
honestly,
it
like, if you
says,
didn't give a damn, like, if you didn't give a damn about what a God thought about you, like, you're definitely not gonna kill a motherfucker. Like, if you didn't give a fuck, murder is not gonna be on your mind. So he definitely gave a fuck. His heart was definitely in it, that it moved his ass to commit murder.
well, maybe not say didn't care enough. It's just the way in which he gave his offering was not according to how God asked for the offering of harvest. You're supposed to give
How
the
does he
first.
ask for the offering of harvest?
That's my next question.
Well, if you will allow me to pause, go on teacup so I
Yeah,
can
make sure it
look up
doesn't
the
have the
scripture.
word priest in it.
Okay, give me a second.
How's the light been so far?
I've been fighting for my life like Layla Ali in this bitch.
God damn. So
Saying that
sorry.
God is the God of deception. Them motherfuckers don't play about that Yahweh
They've been spiraling all night.
all fucking night.
God damn.
Okay, so it's Exodus 23:19.
God gave Cain and Abel the way to offer in Exodus.
Mind you, he wouldn't allow me to use Leviticus.
R-
I mean,
Right.
if we're going based off of
No, what we asked you.
that,
Yeah, we
you
asked you
I
how
allowed
they.
you to go based off of that.
No, you
And
said
You
no. That's
allowed
why you
her.
brought up the word priest. Mind you, that's why
okay,
you stopped
okay,
listening.
you're
Y'all, hold
right.
on. You stopped
Excuse
listening
me.
at the word priest, right? Because there was no priest at the time.
Okay,
Right. So
excuse me.
this wouldn't be their law then.
Okay, excuse me. So maybe let me recant that. Let's go with what we got. Based off what we got, you asked me to bring it to you. I've brought it to you. You brought me what you said. I brought you what I've said. So
In the
now we
Cain
can
and
read from
Abel
there.
story,
Okay, but
you're recanting the priest
we're
part, or you're recanting Exodus.
the priest. So if we're
Okay,
going
so
based
now,
off of what you
okay,
can find, I went based off what I can find.
right.
I'm
So
not holding it to
the
anything now.
confirmation bias worked for you. So now there's priest.
Oh, we're going based off of context of why did God not adore.
So why did you dismiss it the first time?
The reason I dismissed it the first time is because it didn't make sense for the context. Why?
But
Because
Exodus makes sense for your
I
context.
wasn't finished answering your question. Why? Is because
Is this a second why?
I'm still answering your first question you asked me.
You just said because what? You just said why? You just said because it didn't fit the context.
You didn't give him enough time to make it up, Rio.
Right. Like what? So this is going to be a second reason, or is this part of the first reason? Because you wouldn't say why again if you're still talking about the first reason.
Okay,
Like,
if
how do
that
y'all have
answers
conversations in real life?
since that answer's efficient enough for you, okay, let's just go with the first why then. It's because it didn't fit into
I
the
asked you
context.
if you're going to give multiple answers, or are you start like, is that the first one? Is the first answer the only one, or are you about to give us multiple whys?
If I said why and I was going to say something, what's the point of asking me if I'm going to give you multiple when I'm proceeding to give you another answer? What's the point of
So
asking
that
if
is
I'm going to
another, bro,
give
you're
you another
not
answer
paying
while I'm
attention.
giving
I
you
asked
another
you,
answer?
I just said, is this another why? You said no. Are you out of your mind?
I said I'm not finished answering. I
Right.
didn't
And I
say
said, is this
no.
a second reason? I said, is this a second reason, or is this still the part of the first one? Are you okay?
My point is, interrupting me while I'm talking is kind of like if
Interrupting you
you're
to
asking.
clarify how you're structuring your sentence is a problem for you?
I mean, if you had let me finish, you would have gotten your answer. If I had finished my answer, I said I'm still answering your question. So that alone should have
Oh,
answered that
Fee, can we do
question.
an exercise really quick?
That
Absolutely.
me saying I'm
Okay,
still answering your question.
if I were to say, Fee, why did you go outside this morning?
Oh my God.
I would say because I had to go to work, so I went outside, and I also needed to put my trash can down for the.
You also, okay. So if you only had one reason, let's say it was just to go outside, you would just say, well, because I was going outside. Now, if you had multiple reasons, right, you would indicate that some way, somehow, right?
Yep.
If you're listening, if I
Like
say
what?
I'm finishing my
And
answer.
then I asked you, is it part of the first reason, or are you about to give another one? You said why twice. You answered the question saying why because it didn't fit the context. And then you said why again. Like, are you okay?
Was giving a reason why it didn't fit the context.
You
I'm
gave
giving a
one
reason.
reason. Right. So why you say why again? That's why I asked you, is this a second one? All you had to do was yes, this is a part of the first answer. That's it. Like you're being weird for
Okay,
no
but you didn't
reason.
have to ask that question. You could have just listened and we wouldn't gone through all this. You see how simple that could have been?
I literally stopped you to clarify.
And I don't think it's that simple because
Like,
you've been hopping all over the place in this conversation. So I don't think we can rest very assured that what you're going to say next will have
exactly.
anything to do with what we're talking about.
Okay. So let's just get back to the point. The point was because it didn't fit the context. But the real point is it doesn't even matter anymore. She gave her reason. I already recanted. I don't even know why we're going through all this. Oh, because now you recanted and oh, so it only fits when
Oh,
no.
so you don't want to be
I'm
questioned.
saying
So you don't want to be questioned on the actions that you take, the things that come out of your mouth. You don't like that. You don't like that people are asking you
no.
why you did what you did.
No, I don't mind that. My
You
point
do
is
mind. You
getting
obviously do, because that's literally what I'm doing here. I'm trying to understand why you dismissed it when Thinker was talking, but then when it came to your time to prove what the fuck you were talking about, you went to Exodus. That's the question. It's the principle of it. I know a lot of y'all don't know how
because
to
it didn't
fucking
make sense
have a
to say bring
conversation.
something
Like
to a
what?
priest. We didn't bring anything to a priest. That's why it didn't make sense. We're bringing something to God, not a priest.
So how does it make sense now? How does it
It
make
makes
sense now
sense. It makes
where
sense
you're giving
because I didn't say anything
Cain
about
Cain and Abel did not have the laws in Exodus. The same way you're saying there was no priest, they went straight to God. They didn't have laws. They didn't have this description of how you're supposed to offer in Exodus. They didn't have this. So how does it make sense for you? How does it make sense for you to do it right after dismissing somebody else's submission? That's the point. Y'all don't like to be probed on the shit that y'all do, but welcome to fucking reality.
okay. I already recanted. I mean, I guess if you want to hey, I
My
got you.
man,
Okay, fine,
sir,
you got me.
recanting
So
does not take accountability of your action. Just because you say recant, just so it can work for you. You're only recanting so it can work for you. I want to know the reason why you dismissed it in the first place. You're talking about how it doesn't fit the context. Exodus doesn't fit Cain and Abel's context.
okay.
You're recanting because
So
it's working for you. That's
the
why I'm asking
reason
you questions. You're not making sense.
okay, so to make it make sense, the reason that I brought up my whole point was to bringing up what I brought up was to support the idea of why God had more reverence for Abel. It's because of the intention and the fashion of which Cain brought his offering, how he brought it, what he picked, and the reason behind what he picked, and the reason behind what Abel picked and how he picked it.
How do
It
you know
said
that
that
though?
it said that because it said that he brought the fattiest based off what she
Did
said because I
it did
can't
it
go back.
say Cain didn't bring the first fruit, the first produce? Did it say that?
I mean, no, I'm not sure.
So did your God say to Cain?
But
Did your God say to Cain, "You didn't bring the first
based
produce.
off,
I like the first produce. I like salt with my
but
wheat."
based,
Hold on. Did your God say to Cain, "I like salt with my wheat. I like it unleavened. I like it cooked. I want it to be the first fruit." Did he give him instructions for why he didn't? He didn't say he doesn't like his offering. He just said that he had more reverence for Abel's offering. Did he say to Cain, "You didn't do this, you didn't do that"?
I didn't say he didn't do this or didn't do that.
Yes, you
I'm
did. You
just
said
I
Cain
went
did
back
not.
to the
You
same
said
point.
Cain did not bring the first harvest. You did say that. Does the text say that?
God wanted cream of wheat.
So
Cain
it
brought
showed. I'm
grits.
going based off of what it did say. It
I
did
don't
say
understand
that
how
he
people
brought
compare
wheat.
that.
He said he brought wheat. It
Says
didn't
it says he
say,
brought produce
from what
of
I
the ground.
remember. That's all it said, right?
It says
You reading
Cain
it?
brought to the Lord an offering of the fruit of the ground. Cain was an agriculturalist.
Okay. And then what did it say? How did Abel bring it?
It says, "And
Bring what he brought.
Abel,
What
for
happened?
his part, brought of the firstlings of his flock and their fat portions." Did your God say to Cain, I don't like your offering because it's not the first produce? It doesn't have salt. It's not cooked.
Where are you reading that from?
Genesis 4.
Genesis 4. What verse?
I see why we're in Exodus.
Okay. Okay, so I'm seeing. Okay, so I'm falling into a trap. So, hello? Y'all still there?
You talking about I fall into a trap? The one that you dug for yourself?
The,
The
the,
one
the
that was
crazy
dug.
the crazy thing
The
about it
one that
is
was
the
dug
trap is
for
just
me.
the Bible.
The
The trap that you dug willingly. You picked up the shovel and walked out of your house yourself and went to dig the hole.
Hear me out. Hear me out. Hear me out. So, I'm reading this now because, we here to gain understand. I'm not saying I know everything or not. I'm reading this now and I'm seeing what she was saying, like, what was he supposed to know better, to do better? And then God followed up with saying that, and if you do not do well, sin is crouching at the door. It's your desire. Its desire is for you, but you must rule over it. Okay. So it's not about, the fact that, he didn't have, no regard for Cain's offering or anything about that. It's about the heart, how we respond to
Be careful, the trap door is
rejection.
there.
It's how about how we respond to rejection. That's what this is talking about in that last sentence.
Damn, and you
It's
fell into
desire for
another
you.
trap. Did you forget?
Hold on.
Hold on.
It's
Hold on.
desire for
Did
you.
you forget that the whole reason that we are talking about this is because we said your God knew the outcome and did it anyway? And then I tried to warn you that the trap door was there and you disregarded that, much like Cain, and
Hold
still
on.
fell into the trap. The whole
Hold
purpose
on.
of us talking about this is that we were talking about how your God knew ahead of time that Cain would kill Abel and yet still did the thing that caused Cain to kill Abel. It doesn't matter that your God says to Cain, sin is lurking at the door, you must master it. Your God already knew Cain wouldn't master it, yet he still did the thing that would cause Cain to kill Abel. It That's the thing. Like, while you are talking about how
Okay.
Cain, hold on, while
Okay.
you are talking about how Cain should have mastered that by being warned by your God, I even tried to warn you that you were falling into another trap, and you disregarded that warning and did it anyway.
And you've been up here long enough to know that telling the host, hold on, and then continuing trying to talk over her is not going to fly. So let's stop doing that.
I thought she was done talking at the end.
No, you didn't.
So I just said okay. But yeah, so I'm not on here to be looking like Mr. Right or nothing like that. Gaining understanding of God was the whole
Right,
point.
because
The
you're
whole point.
wrong.
Can I finish? The whole point is God's morality. Who's God's character? This is actually the whole point of the whole conversation, right? So The whole point is God is trying
I'm sorry. Were
to
we talking about
show
your
us.
God's morality? Who was talking about your God's morality? I don't think we were.
Nope.
No one
Definitely
I
was
no
mean,
talking
one.
if you're
about your God's
calling,
morality.
if you're
Not a
accusing God to
soul.
be deceptive and all these
You're
things,
not, that's not the topic you chose. You are not talking about topic number one. You are talking about topic number two. Why did he tell them not to eat from the tree of the knowledge of good and evil? Was it to protect them or to control them? What we are talking about right now is your claim that they had Adam and Eve disobeyed, became immoral, had this wicked, sinful nature. Yet they did nothing else immoral for at least a decade and a half until your God did this thing. That's where we are. You're not talking about your God being deceptive. That's a different topic.
You said I chose the second one. Was it to protect or control them, right?
You forgot what you chose? I wasn't even
That's the
in
one
here.
I'm at.
I wasn't even in here when you chose. When I came back and you restated it. You forgot what you chose?
It's been a long conversation. I'm working on 3-4 hours of sleep, and I'm about to put in a 12-hour shift right
Yeah,
now.
that's interesting. I've been live
I
since
gotta
11
go.
o'clock last night. I'm on 3 hours of sleep. And
I gotta go.
but still I've been paying attention. I've been actively listening to you. I've been responding
Hey,
to the
I
shit that
told you
you say. I don't
my
care about
memory
your
is
memory.
one of the best.
That's not my
My
problem. If you serve an all-powerful God, ask him to fix your memory.
okay. So the point was right. The about protecting them or to control them. So that has to do with God's morality still, because if he's trying to protect someone, that means we're working on, is he someone who is caring or he is someone who is just
No.
domineering?
No.
That still has to do with some type of
No, it
morality.
doesn't.
To protect someone implies that you have some moral
No, it
care.
doesn't.
Okay. Well, I gotta go. You guys have a blessed day. This was a pleasure. Humbling. I love being corrected, you know. Hopefully you have me back on.
You think bouncers care about your
Like, I
morality?
cannot.
Exactly.
That's crazy. Rhea, you want to do this next one?
Ooh, my hands are a bit tied. Can I do the next one?
Yeah. Um, Fee.
Yeah, yeah, I'm good.
Ed, get your ass back in the request. Like, why you run?
You've been chirping in the comments for the last hour.
Exactly. But the moment old boy drops and it's his turn, all of a sudden your request cancel when I bring you up.
Ed, good morning. Oh, he went on teacup already. Ed, if you can't see us, we can't hear you. You're on teacup.
I don't know. Maybe he praying right quick.
Could be. Gotta come back to the app, Ed.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. Good morning. How are you?
Yeah, I'm doing well. Sorry about that. I was outside of the car.
That's all right. Are you over 21? Maybe he's outside the car again.
Hmm.
Can you hear me?
Can now. If you can't see us on the app, we
Okay, I know what happened. I was switching between the app. Okay, so if I'm not on the app, you can't hear me.
yeah. As soon as you swipe out, we can't hear you, and your picture turns into a teacup.
Okay, I got you.
Yeah. Which topic did you want to choose?
Let's see. Uh, why don't we start with points lied to Adam and Eve?
So the topic is the God of the Bible is the God of deception, right? And the reason that that's the position that we hold is supported by those points that are listed under the word points.
Okay.
So yeah, so you choose that main topic or of the God of the Bible is the God of deception.
Yeah, we can choose that.
All right, what are your thoughts on that? Agree, disagree, and why?
Well, uh, I take the position that I disagree with the statement.
All right, you want to tell us why?
Um, well, let's see. To suggest that the God of the Bible is deceptive, we would have to show and prove where he deceived um, said subjects.
Okay.
So I am assuming that from what I've listened to, that God, um, I don't know if it was lied to Adam and Eve or he deceived them from the perspective. I believe you guys were saying that he was either trying to protect them or he was trying to control them. Am I correct?
Well, that's the second topic, right? The protect or control. If you want to talk, if you want to focus on whether or not he lied, then the first topic is the one you
Uh,
should choose. If you want to talk about whether or not the keeping them from the tree of knowledge of good and evil, that's ultimately what we're talking about in the control or protection prompt.
okay. I guess I'll go with that and come back to lie to Adam and Eve.
What are your thoughts
Is
on that?
that
You
is
you
that all
won't
right?
be able to come back to it. You can
Just
only
one
one
topic.
topic.
Okay, so let's deal with I'm assuming what you guys have been dealing with, which is the tree um, that they weren't supposed to eat off of, that eventually they did.
So are we on topic one or topic two? Because they kind of overlap and I want to make sure you stick to the one you choose.
I guess I'll deal with topic two. I'm trying to get a
Just make sure
feel
you don't
to
focus
make.
on the lie in topic 2.
Okay, so on topic two, it's about dealing with the tree. Am I correct with that assessment?
The topic two is ultimately wondering or asking the question if God's motivation for preventing them from accessing the tree of knowledge of good and evil was for the purpose of control or protection.
Okay, gotcha. All right, so let's go from that perspective.
All right. Which one do you think it was and why?
I think it was from the perspective of protection,
Protection from what?
protection from sin,
So,
as the verse says that God told Adam of every tree you can freely eat, except for the one that was in the midst of the garden, which was the tree of knowledge of good and evil.
so was the sin eating from the tree or was the sin gaining the knowledge of good and evil?
I don't think the sin was eating from the tree because everything God created, if you go back, when it said everything that God made was good, it was the fact that God said, don't eat from it.
So that one,
Um,
I'm
Go
sorry.
ahead. Go ahead.
Well, I'm just trying to understand your position. You're saying God said don't eat from it. That was the directive that he gave them. So
That's
I'm
true.
curious. Right. So was the sin the fact that they ate from the tree or was the sin the fact that they gained the knowledge of good and evil?
No, it wasn't. The sin wasn't that they gained the knowledge of good and evil. The sin was that they did something, they disobeyed what God said don't do. That's what the sin was.
Okay. So the disobedience was the sin.
That's correct.
All right. But what was the purpose of wanting to prevent them from accessing the tree? Like
Well,
because like think of it this way. The tree, it could have been an avocado tree, right?
true.
I think the details in this story are important. And the
Hmm.
fact that this God wanted to keep them away from having their own moral conscience, being able to look at a situation and say, that's right, or that's good, or that's bad, i.e. harmful or not harmful. That's the thing he did not want them to gain access to. So we see in this story that He told them that when they eat from the tree, the day they eat from it, they would die. That's not what happened. And they did become like God. He confirmed that in Genesis 3:22, meaning they knew good from bad. So they became morally aware of the impact of their actions. So why would that be? Why would a person need to be protected from learning to distinguish between good and evil?
Well, that's a good question. The interesting thing I would probably go back to is when God said, "Of every tree in the garden you can freely eat." And when God made man in His image and in His likeness. So, man was created, and man was perfect in his state. The only thing, and he had fellowship with God, relationship with God, as the Bible states that God would come down in the cool of the day and they had fellowship. And the Bible also says that they were naked and not ashamed.
The Bible
So,
doesn't. Hold on, Ed. The Bible doesn't say that. Well,
doesn't
let me
say
take
what?
that back. Can you show me, take me to the scripture where the Bible says that they, had lunch with God in the cool of the day?
I like that,
Wait, did
Key.
he
I
say
like
Yeah,
lunch with
that.
God? Did he?
not,
I'm
I
Oh,
did not.
okay.
no, he didn't. That was
Yeah.
I'm gonna say that.
that was me being sarcastic. But can you show me where the Bible says that?
Okay, now I'm going to be jumping between apps. So if you don't hear me, I'm just going to the text.
They all say that.
I'm waiting
It's
for
like
somebody
that.
to give us a translation of those words. I'm trying to figure out how the hell that equal lunch dates and relationships.
I don't know, but
Picnic.
the other day when Thinker drew that parallel of those videos that you see of like newscasters basically saying verbatim the exact same thing for the purpose of, what it is, propaganda. Like this is the same exact thing. Like they always say they walked with God in the cool of the day. Who told y'all that?
Yeah. I hope you know we can't hear him.
Hooligans.
Yes, I know
Yeah,
you
he
can't
knows.
hear me. That's why I stated that if you don't hear me, I can still hear y'all,
Right.
but
I
you
just
won't
wanted to
be able
make
to hear
sure
me.
we know we can't hear you. I said I don't know if you know that.
Now, Genesis 3:8 just talks about God coming down in the cool of the day, and He came down because He would have fellowship with them.
It doesn't
Now,
say.
when He
Where does it
came
say
down,
fellowship? That's what we're asking you for. Where does it say that?
okay, so communion is more so inferred more than it is specifically stated. So, for example, when it said that God had created man and He told them to be fruitful and multiply, that's God communicating with Adam and Eve. That's Him having conversation and communication with them, and also informing them of every tree of the garden you can freely eat, except the one that's in the midst of the garden. You should not eat of it, for in the day that you eat, you'll surely die. And of course, as we know from further scripture, that was a tree of knowledge of good and evil. Now, I take the position that it wasn't God trying to keep them from understanding.
Wait, did
Uh,
you just hold on? How
Go
did
ahead.
what did you just like what happened?
Go ahead.
He
What
just
did you miss?
combined Genesis 1 and Genesis 2 as if they're the same creation story, like consistent narratives, and just
They
ran
actually
straight through
are.
it.
Genesis 1
And
is,
and he
Gen-
completely jumped from the scripture he was supposed to be finding.
I'm still, I already stated the communion portion is inferred, not specifically stated.
It
How are you
Yeah.
gonna draw that
Mm.
inference from that?
he said
Draw that.
because the God communicated be fruitful and multiply,
Right,
that's commune because commune is in communicated.
right.
That's not how inferences work. Like you're gonna have to draw that line directly, how as to how communion or walking and communicating and fellowshipping, because those were the words that you used. You can't. I would not infer that from what I read. So can you draw that out for me?
Okay, so communion is considered what?
Well, it depends on your. I mean, it could be eating a flat ass cracker, depending on your religion. But if you're talking about engaging with someone, it depends on the context.
That cracker is flat as fuck, ain't it?
And
Yeah,
I
but
was
tasteless.
I'm not
ain't
talking. I'm not
tasteless.
talking. I'm not talking about the Lord's Supper. That's way off context. I'm
This
not even
is
referring to that.
powerful.
When I say commune does not only refer to that,
Sure, I'll
and I'm
give
not talking
the
about. I'm
definition.
not talking about communion.
Yeah,
That's why I said, well, what does commune mean?
the definition of communion is to share or exchange, the sharing or exchanging of intimate thoughts and feelings, especially when the exchange is on a mental or spiritual level.
So would that not be consistent with God
No.
communicating with them?
No. What's intimate? What's intimate about a command to go and fuck and make more humans for the purposes of labor? And then what feelings are involved in that command?
So, okay, repeat that statement because you kind of threw me with the fuck.
Yeah, why you say fuck? What's like y'all be tripping me
I,
out? Like y'all don't say these words on an everyday basis.
no,
Like
I'm not thrown. I'm
you
not
just
offended
said
by
you
the
were
word.
thrown by it.
I said I was thrown because I was like, oh, okay, so all right, let's go ahead with it. But I'm not offended by
I
it.
didn't say
I just
I didn't
said
say offended.
no. I know.
I don't care if you're offended.
Not,
I said y'all be tripping me out.
I'm not
Y'all be
offended
tripping me out, pointing out when I
because
say
somebody may
fucking
take it that way
shit.
because of what you just said.
Yeah, no, because you just said it. Like you said you were thrown off by it. I said y'all are tripping me out, pointing out when I say fuck. Like y'all don't use these words on an everyday basis.
So okay, thank you. So what do you think I was referring when I said that?
That you didn't expect me to say fuck when talking about your God's word. But the fact that you said
No.
that you were thrown out by me saying fuck, as if y'all don't use these words on an everyday basis.
Well,
You said
listen.
the
If
word fuck threw you off.
I don't want to get caught up in semantics because that's not your point. That's not the
But I'm
premise.
saying right, I
So
stated
what
what I
we're
wanted to
talking.
say. Y'all tripped me the fuck
I
out.
got you, and all I did was ask you to repeat your
And I
statement.
repeated it.
You still haven't repeated.
Which statement? I thought you was asking me to repeat the statement about fuck. Which
No,
statement?
repeat the context in which
Are
you
you asking me
used
to
the term
repeat the
fuck.
definition?
You were just using. You said what is basically what has communion have to do
Oh, you're
with
asking me to
with.
repeat my question, not the
That's
statement.
what I said.
No, you asked me to
Correct.
repeat my statement. You didn't ask me to repeat my question.
Oh, I apologize if I confused that. I thought I initially said, "Can you repeat that?"
No, you didn't. But
Okay.
what is intimate about a command to go and fuck and make more humans for the purposes of labor, and what feelings are communicated here?
I guess you would have to also ask, what is the purpose of saying of every tree you can freely eat except one?
Yeah, we are asking that, but right now we're talking about what he said in Genesis 1.
But that's still
I'm sorry. Can you answer the question? What is
it's still
I'm sorry.
part
I'm
of the
sorry.
same.
Stop talking while I'm
The
talking, please.
question,
Stop
okay.
talking while I'm talking, please. Damn. Uh, Deal with one statement at a time. What is intimate about go and fuck and make more humans and populate the earth? And what feelings are communicated here?
See how it's quiet? We're waiting on you.
I had a real good communion with my pillow last night.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, but you can't commune with something inanimate. So that statement is not even.
Don't. He's not talking to you. Answer
It's almost
his
as if I
question.
said that to be funny. Hmm.
You are, but at the same time, we're still dealing with
Answer
community.
Thinker's question, please.
So my question is this: why is it that I initially start to answer the statement in
You
multiplicities of?
haven't started to answer shit. You have not. You addressed. Oh,
I'm
so
still
we
waiting.
sat here. We sat
Thank
here
you,
in no
thank you,
stop because I'm not
thank
gonna
you.
let you fucking gaslight us. We sat here in silence waiting on you to respond after I restated the question twice for you.
And what's wrong with the statement? You're
Answer
asking
the
a
fucking
question.
question. You asked me to ask. You asked me.
First off,
You
thank
asked
you,
me to
thank you,
state the
thank you.
question again.
Yeah,
You asked me to
I
state. You
have,
asked me to state the question again, and I did. Answer the
I have
question.
not cursed.
I don't give a damn. This is what I'm talking about. Like, stop pointing out the fact that I fucking curse. Like, you curse every goddamn day. Who gives a damn if you've not cursed in here? I don't give a fuck if you do curse. Can you answer the question? What's up, Betty Boop? Answer the question. Knew your ass was gonna run. Like, y'all want to use me cursing as an excuse for your ass not to be able to defend this shit in this book. I'm not gonna let you fucking gaslight us. I'm not gonna let you gaslight us. Fucking deal with this shit. And then the fact that you know you curse every goddamn day is hypocritical as fuck for you to be pointing out the fact that I say fuck.
Yeah. What was the point of asking you to re-ask the question if
You were
you were
never
never
going to
going to
answer it
answer it
anyway.
anyway?
Exactly.
Oh, I'm not running. I'm being muted. Let's correct that.
That's
You
okay.
wouldn't
I
be
mean,
muted off the
I
Not
stage.
off the
it tells us to
stage.
mute him in this
I was
damn
muted
app.
off the stage.
I can go
You
to
can't be
YouTube.
muted
I
off
can
the
go to the
stage.
YouTube and it will
Thinker, your
show
mic
that
isn't
you
hooked up.
fucking left on your own. You know TikTok puts a notification there, right? It's recorded on YouTube. The notification comes up. It says you fucking left.
Your
Your mic
mic
isn't
isn't
hooked
hooked
up.
up.
I know. I'm having to reset my computer.
Oh, okay.
And this is a weird argument to make, even with Thinker repeating her statement for the second time, because all communing may be conversation, but all conversation is not communing. I can have a conversation with my supervisor at work. That doesn't mean we're communing. There's nothing intimate about what we're talking about. You made the assertion that there was this fellowship with God in the garden, but you haven't pointed that out in scripture.
Also, don't type in all caps in the comments. That gets you muted. We don't give a damn if you say Jesus is God. Do that shit in lowercase. And then coming into a chat and typing in all caps Jesus is God is like you running into a fucking train station full of people and yelling Allah Akbar. Like, what the fuck? Like, who gives a damn? Like, what do you expect that to do? Typing that shit in all caps. Go ahead. However they say it, when they be saying Allah is God, like, it's the same thing. Like, who cares? It's not gonna change anything. Go ahead, Ed.
You're on mute, Ed. You gotta unmute to respond.
Oh, I
Oh,
thought
okay.
I
So
thought it meant Allah is God. Well, the same thing. God is most great. It's the same thing. It doesn't change anything. Go ahead.
okay. So we've gone off on commune, and I want to bring it back to the premise. So the premise being that they were permitted to eat from every tree in the garden except one. The sin, therefore, was in the disobedience of what God specifically told them not to take from. And even if you go to Genesis 3, where it says the serpent asked Eve the question, did God say, you should not eat of every tree in the garden? He said that we should not eat
I'm sorry. Are we not
a tree
answering
that's
the
been.
question about the commune? What's happening?
He's
He's
wanting
just
to
I
laying the
said,
answer because
questions
he
if you
feels
don't
I
want to
said
answer
obligated.
it.
that what
Hmm.
happens. I said we commune is you've given the definition, and it's consistent with communication.
That's
That the communication that God had
Wait, are
with
you saying
man.
all
We see that,
communication is intimate and with feeling?
huh?
Are you saying all communication is from an intimate place and with feeling?
I'm saying that conversation was.
Then prove it. Where is the feeling and what's intimate about saying go fuck and make more humans?
So you want me to prove
Yes. If you
a
make a claim,
feeling?
if you claim something, yes, back it up. Where is that in the text?
I'm sorry. Just give me a moment to think. Just don't want to be confused with what you're asking.
Sure. I don't know why my microphone is not working. This is pissing me off.
prove
Prove
other
other
feelings
feelings
in the
in the
same
same
book.
book.
I'm trying to figure out why am I trying to prove a feeling?
Because that's
Because
the
you're
Because I didn't.
definition of a
Asserting that.
commune.
yeah, and
And you made the you
you made the
made the
assertion
assertion
that
that
there
there
was
was
this
this
Yeah,
connection
connection
between.
between.
I made the assertion of the communing basically, and I specifically say the communication, where
Communication is not.
Where God is communicating, they're having a conversation. God is
That's
communicating.
not commune. Commune
God,
isn't communication. That's not the
it,
definition. You
That's
think
exactly what I
anything
just
that
said.
has commune in it, like I don't know, like bro, no, all communication isn't people communing.
okay. I never stated that. I said in this situation right here, I'm not running all over the Bible trying to
Then
prove that
okay,
communication is all over the Bible. I said
where is
in this
what's
situation
the
right here.
intimate part? What's the intimate part about your God telling them to go and fuck? What's intimate about that? And what feeling is being communicated?
Because thinker wasn't the in the definition of commune wasn't the word exchange in there?
Yeah.
Right.
Because it doesn't say Adam said anything to God. It says God told them something to do. That was a directive. That was a command.
That's what I'm trying to get him to point to. He's like, it's inferred. Show us where, which part is the intimate part? Which part? Where? What feelings are being communicated, and how do you know?
Adam communicated his feelings of neutrality by saying nothing.
Not that telling the humans to be first off, all fucking isn't intimate, but telling the humans to be intimate isn't your God being intimate. The communing, the intimacy comes from the exchange. What's intimate about that command and what feelings are being communicated?
Are you still here, Ed?
Okay, now I am not touching my phone, so I don't know why I keep being muted.
I don't know. I think it's
It's
a
only because
TikTok
you're
thing because
talking.
my thing went on mute earlier and I couldn't take it off. Something's going on with TikTok glitch.
Okay, okay, yeah, okay, that because I was like I'm not even touching the phone. Okay, so what feeling is being communicated by asking them to go procreate? Correct?
Yeah, potty
Am I
mouth. Oh, you have such a potty mouth. Procreate. Oh my gosh. Why are you throwing me off with that word procreate?
you see how that works? Gotcha.
That was
Okay,
sarcasm.
so I know it
What?
was. That's why I responded with sarcasm. Come on now, open yourself up.
You didn't.
All right, so
What? What a
the
weird thing to say.
feeling.
Especially
Come
while we
on,
talking about procreation.
For real.
You guys are hilarious. Okay, so let's see. The feelings involved with sex.
No, not the feelings involved with sex, the intimacy and the command.
The intimacy and the
What?
command.
You know how many times this question been repeated through this motherfucker? Oh my god.
Well, here's the interesting thing. It's funny how you guys want to stick on this, but don't want to
Yes,
answer the
because you
original
made a
premise.
point.
So
You
don't
yes,
help. Go
because
ahead.
you brought
I
us
can
here
still,
and we won't
I
let you
can
leave
still make
until
a,
you
but
prove your
the,
point.
I
Yeah.
can still.
Yeah, prove your point and then we can move forward.
Hey, let me just level set with you real quick. Round round these parts, we ask that you be accountable for the words you use. So if you say something like they were in communion, and we look at the definition of the word communion, and we don't see that demonstrated, but you say that you do, if you cannot show us that, then the only option left for you to do is say, you know what, commune was not the best word choice there. Or you could just have a fuck ton of pride and never address that and just continue to try to waffle away from it. But you did use that word, which is why we're here.
I did. I haven't. I still haven't ran from it yet. But she's asking me a question that's really
Okay, well,
off. She's.
you haven't provided justification for it yet either.
Let me ask you a question. How is it that you can cut me off in mid statement, but you guys are always cutting me off?
Um,
He's
how
I
cutting
do
you
find
I
that
off.
say
quite.
this in a way
I
that
find
you'll?
that. But
Yeah,
you
yeah, yeah.
can't.
Basically, it's
Unless you're trying. Unless you're
it's
trying to
because I'm older
infer.
than you. It's
You don't even
because I'm
know
older
how
than
old
you.
I am.
How old are you?
You're not older than me. I can guarantee you that.
I'm 73 years old.
You're
I'm
not
not older than you.
73. Don't play with me, bro. Whatever.
All right, hey, look, hey, I'll take it,
You
but I
can
am 73.
go ahead. Okay, have at it. But at the same time, even though you said,
Let me
even though
inform
you're
you. Let
70,
me
if
inform
you're
you. Let me
73, you still
inform you. Our job as host, which
etiquette,
you are
etiquette,
not, our job
etiquette.
as host is to keep your line ass on topic. That's our job. And if you continue to deflect
I haven't
and
lied.
run away from the point, you will be interrupted until you deal with the point that we are at.
So are you saying you cut me off before I say anything? So are you
Answer the
inferring that you know what I'm
question.
about to say?
Answer the
Are
question.
you inferring? Well,
Answer the question. Where is the
you haven't.
intimacy in that command and
You
what
haven't.
feelings
Not
are
going
being
to make me answer the
communicated?
question. You yelling is not going to make
Answer
me
the
answer the.
question, please.
You being emotional is not going to make
Cool.
me jump over it.
Cool. Answer the question.
Emotional.
Don't nobody
Let
care
me
about
do.
that.
But he crying
No,
about
nobody cares
being
about that.
muted
Answer the
Well,
question.
since you guys continuously
and
jump in
spoken
before I
over.
say something, I'll
Sure.
say this. I'm gonna
Nope.
remove.
Nope. Okay.
I'm
Goodbye.
going.
If you can't answer the question or concede to move
Well, say
forward,
goodbye then.
well then bye. Like no one here is going to
That's
cry.
interesting.
I'm not.
I love it when allegedly grown men can't just take accountability for the words they use. If you didn't,
Why are
if the
you
You.
word doesn't line up, just say that. But
why are you
instead, you want to sit
fighting
here
the
and
mute
waffle like you
button?
have an answer.
I would love to
I
debate you
thought you were
guys in person.
leaving. Why are you fighting the mute
No
button?
one's
We spoke
What
for
debating
is
you.
what
leaving.
is that going to
No
change?
one's debating you.
I never said I was leaving anywhere. You guys wanted me to
You
leave.
just
I said,
said you
well,
was about
bye.
to go.
I didn't say anything of the nature.
Oh my gosh.
Okay.
When did I
Dr.
say
B,
that?
you said you want to try.
Yeah, good morning, everybody. Hi,
Good
Ed.
morning.
Thank you for having me up.
Morning.
Sorry, Ed, because I want to see this move forward because I thought you might have had something interesting to say about the main topic. I think
I
what's
did.
happening.
I just kept getting cut off.
Why the fuck are you
No,
cutting him off?
Whoa. I know your parents told you to respect white men now.
Damn, Ozo.
Also, also, get come.
He
I'm
old as
sorry,
I
shit.
Ed.
They
gotta talk
probably
to you.
did.
Let's drop together. Let's go talk
Doc,
to my
doctor,
office.
I apologize. I
No,
apologize
it's
for
absolutely fine.
for
Absolutely fine.
your panel.
Um,
Please go.
so I was just going to say, I think what looking at this from the audience, from the outside, and I think from the panel itself, I think what they're saying is that this is a very common, like, Christian interpretation of the Genesis narrative, right? That this statement about God walking around in the garden and in the cool of the day, that this implies, as you said, implies this type of close communion between Adam and Eve and God, and this sort of is used to say this is what they gave up. They knew God, they were intimate with him, they had an intimate knowledge of him, and trusted in the serpent or in Satan as opposed to them.
Okay.
So I think, though, that what Thinker is pointing out, what Fee is pointing out, is that this is something that is a later Christian interpretation. It's not something that's from the original text itself. And
Okay.
I think you're saying that. Um, uh, Correct me if I'm wrong, but it sounds like what you're saying is that that's something that you're inferring from the text. Is that right?
Correct. That's what I was saying. That's all. That was the only point I was making with that. I wasn't trying to belabor on that point. I was trying to stay on the topic of the area where we're still talking about the main premise.
Okay.
So
Can I just make a suggestion that I think will help move all of this forward? Um,
absolutely.
awesome. So, like, if you were to, or if someone were to say in a similar situation about this passage, and so Satan came down and Satan said to Adam and Eve, and somebody on the panel said, "Wait a minute, why are you saying that's Satan?" Right? There's nothing in the text itself that suggests that that is
I
Satan.
agree. I agree with that.
So you would say, if that's the case, then you would say, right, sorry, that's the way that later in the New Testament this passage is interpreted. I understand that in the text itself, there's nothing that suggests that, right? Would you say that?
That's correct. It
Okay,
specifically says the serpent, so it would be
right.
incorrect to say it was Satan.
Okay, I think that's all everybody's looking for. And panel, please correct me if I'm wrong about that. But I think everybody's just looking for you to say, you guys are right. That's not in the text itself. It's just something that later Christian interpretation has inferred, right or wrong. It's something that we have inferred from the text. It's something that we can't get from the text
I
itself.
can I can
Beautiful.
concede with that.
Does that sound right?
Oh yes, sir, Mr. Doctor, sir.
Also,
Also,
Sorry,
oh,
Oso.
Oh,
also,
so you about to be on punishment.
didn't I tell you to come in my office? What are you doing?
I got
but that
lost.
I
that's
love you,
exactly
Oso.
that's exactly what we've been saying. Like your point about protection or control is going to be important, but if you're starting with this inference that we're not understanding how you landed at, we're just simply saying, show us where you get that from.
No, I can understand that. However, I think what happened was with the situation, and I was saying, you know what, let's go. I was trying to get to the point where I say, let's go back from that. And we don't have to, I don't have to use the inference because my point was not to stay there, to prove an area in that aspect and move off of the topic. And what happened was when the focus was shifted to try to prove something that actually was never my intention to prove,
Well, the
then,
but to Dr. B's point, like it's part of the conversation, and you can't get to
well,
B if you don't.
I get that.
Fee, please finish what you were saying.
It's part of the conversation, and if we're gonna go step by step, then we need to make sure that those connecting pieces are there. You said that God was fellowshipping, and I think you were probably going to lead into that to frame how it's protection. But we're just asking, okay, before we get to how you're landing at this protection, show us this fellowship first. I think that's a logical. So it's not belaboring the point; it's
I
ensuring that
got you.
we're talking about the same thing.
I got you. Now, my point of the protection. Why do I think it's protection? Because number one, the consequence that's attached with it when it says that in the day that you eat, you'll surely die. So the consequence would suggest God is protecting them from that said consequence by telling them or prohibiting them from eating from that tree. So I don't think God is trying to keep them away from being like him because they already are like him. He's created in they're created in his image. So I don't believe it would be for the purpose of control because God still God gave a command, and the command comes with the choice to do or not do.
Is it a consequence or is it a punishment?
Well, it's a consequence, and it just so happens to be a punishment with that. Because then, if you look at it from the previous text where it says, "Of every tree you can freely eat," then the consequence of them freely eating is continuously living.
Well, maybe Dr. B will have to come in again to, because Thinker already pointed out that Genesis 1 and Genesis 2 are not the same story. They don't even give the same order of creation. So if we're talking about the creation story where this prohibition was given, we need to stay within the confines of that, because this tree was pointed out as the one that they cannot eat from. And if you're
Okay, can I
saying,
ask you a question on that from that statement? Is it all right if I ask that question?
sure.
Um, what makes the
Just want to point
difference
out that
from
that's two times in a
Genesis?
row you've cut her off.
Literally, bro.
That's two
Literally.
times in a row.
But
Just want
Literally.
to point that out. Why you get mad at us? That's two times in a row. Just
Literally.
want to point that out.
you,
And not once did he cut Dr. B off. Not once.
so did it, the way that I asked her if it was all right for me to ask her a
It was
question.
mid sentence. Mid sentence. While she was still talking.
So listen, you guys have been consistently cutting people off.
And you've been
I'm
crying
trying.
People
about
is
I am.
that.
you.
I
And
am
you've
being
been crying
respectful.
about that.
I
Even
have
though
been.
even though you've been explained to why you've been cut off, you've been crying about that.
Is this the same?
And when Dr. B came up, you sat down like a cute
Is,
little boy and let him talk. But now Fee is talking, you're interrupting her twice already. Twice.
I do
Dr.
believe
B
she
had to
cut me
invite
off, but I
him
didn't
to,
say anything about it.
Dr. B had to invite
Again,
him to respond.
again, you've been explained to why the host would cut you off. You've already been explained that to.
Oh Lord,
Whether you accept that or not is nobody's business. The hosts on this panel will interrupt you when they feel like it, especially when you're drifting
ma'am.
off of the topic. Sir, shut the fuck up while I'm talking, right? You don't know how to have a conversation. You want to tell us about communication that you don't even understand. You've been
You
explained to why
shut the
you will be
fuck
cut.
up.
Shut up, dumbass. You've been explained to. I'm not gonna touch you softly like Dr. B did. Okay. I'm not gonna softly
I don't,
stroke your little dumbass. Okay.
and you can
That brain of
stop
yours
having
is being
It's so
wasted.
stop
What you're
having a
interesting.
doing here,
moderator.
I don't
Hold
have
on.
to.
Hello.
I
Stop.
don't have
Hello.
to.
It's so interesting that, the word fuck in its correct context, right? Threw you off, but it's okay for you to use it in a way of telling Rhea to shut the fuck up.
Y'all see
Like
how
y'all with y'all
y'all see how y'all
with y'all
don't
faux superiority of
want
morality, this
don't
fake
want
purity that you have in Jesus. This is exactly why I say what the fuck I want to say when y'all are on this stage, because you motherfuckers curse every goddamn day in your life, and then
I
y'all want
never
to point fingers at non-believers for doing the same shit you fucking do in secret every goddamn
I
day.
never I never I never so where did you get that from? I never said I was a Christian. So where did you get that from?
Did she say believers?
Believers or Christian, it don't matter. I never said I was either or.
So
Now
what
all
did
of
you
a
say
sudden you
before you
don't believe
became?
in the God.
I
Now
didn't
now
say
he a
anything.
non-believer.
You never
All of a
asked
sudden he
me.
a
You never asked me
non-believer.
anything.
What you
You
were
never asked me
qualified.
anything.
You were qualified to have the conversation, sir. Like be
No, you
quiet.
asked me how or was I old
He
enough?
he was in
That's
the
all
he
you
was in the
asked.
comments rapping for the God and saying that I was misleading people, saying that I was quoting the scriptures wrong. Like he was in like he's a fucking believer. He's just a liar.
Right.
The funny thing about it is I'm still waiting to talk to the lady that I that I actually asked, was it okay if I can
Dude,
ask her a
dude,
question
can
with the
Dr. B, did
statement
you
she
ask him
said?
a question? I just got back from fixing my macaroni and
No,
my
it wasn't
chicken and
Dr.
my
B. It
green
wasn't Dr.
peas.
B. But
What did you ask him, Dr. B? I didn't hear it.
if you was, you would know who I was talking to.
I think it was Fee that asked him, or sorry, that he was going to ask a
Oh, you didn't
question
hear
to.
the conversation between him and Dr. B at all?
I didn't. I went to go fix me a plate.
Oh
Oh, it didn't
yeah.
go like this.
Yeah, no, he was a very good boy. He was very good. He was a very good boy.
Oh,
He
I'm
sat
sure. I
there,
just
he
want to know what.
listened.
I
First
just want to know
off,
how
Hmm.
we can move
first
forward.
off,
I just want to know how we can move forward.
first off,
What are
Dr.
we
B,
waiting on?
stop disrespecting.
Dr. B got him to concede on the fact that he was wrong. So he conceded that he was wrong. They started having the conversation. Fee kind of picked up the conversation.
No,
Like
I
he was,
conceded that
I'm
that was
not
the
done
incorrect.
talking. Shut up. So he said the wrong word, right? Dr. B got him to concede to that. He apologized. Well, honestly, I won't say he apologized. He just conceded to Dr. B. And then Fee picked up the conversation and he interrupted her right in the middle of what she was saying. We pretty much had forgotten what she was saying now.
Okay, Fee,
He
go ahead.
interrupted her.
Fee, go ahead.
Yeah, my question was about the difference between a
I'm
consequence
sorry,
and
Fee, I can't hear you. Can you speak up, please?
my question, I believe, was asking you about whether or not it was a punishment or a consequence, because you spoke about it as though it was a consequence, which is a natural occurrence, after something happens, right? It's a response to a stimuli. The eating the fruit didn't kill them. The God would be the one that would mete out that punishment. So I think that distinction is important, because you're saying that it was protection from the consequences, but I don't see it that way, because it wasn't a consequence of eating the fruit. It was a punishment that the God decided.
Okay. I can understand that perspective. Absolutely. Um, and what I was actually asking, because I kind of figure where you were going with that, because I heard you make that point before, which is why I asked if it was okay if I asked you right when you made the statement between the two, Genesis 1 and 2, because I didn't want to forget what I was going to ask you in the middle of that. So I was asking, number one, what gives the differentiating parts to Genesis 1 and 2? Why are they two different stories? And
Well,
I'm asking that not out of debate or anything. I genuinely want to know what the distinction is.
I mean,
So you're
if you
not going
just
to answer her question?
I am going to answer her question,
Sorry,
but
Fee.
I literally asked, was it all right if I asked her that question? Is that okay?
have you read both of them?
Yes.
Do you is the order of creation the same in both of them?
Um, from what I read, Genesis 1 gives an account of creation, and Genesis 2 seems to give it in order. That's just my perspective from what I read.
So which order is right? Because they're not the same.
Well, that's what I was asking. I heard you say they were not the same, and I'm trying to figure out what makes them different.
Well, the order of creation makes them different. Also, they weren't written at the same time. One was written before the other one.
Like, how many times do
Okay.
you have to say order for him to get that you're saying the order is what makes them different?
Not that Genesis 1 comes before Genesis 2, but what happened on day 1 through day 6 is different in Genesis 1 compared to Genesis 2.
Right, and I was trying to find out what were a couple of the things that made them different, because I do know Genesis 1 is it's like a it's like a, if I may say, like a general view of creation, and then Genesis 2 seems to give that creation in order.
So, do you see the order that's listed in Genesis 1?
Hmm, maybe I don't. I see creation as almost like generalized. Really, it seems like Genesis 2 is more specific.
Were
You
animals
would.
created? Oh, I'm sorry, Dr. B. Go ahead.
Oh no, sorry. You're actually getting ready. The first words. If I'd have just stayed quiet, you'd have given the exact example I was going to give.
I,
Please go ahead.
I just want to say
Go
something
ahead.
right quick because he say he doesn't see order in Genesis 1, but literally it says, "In the evening and the morning were the first day, in the evening and the morning were the second day, in the evening and the morning were the third day." Like if that's not
Well, that
order, I don't
but
understand.
that's obvious. I understand that, but it seems like when because it talks about when man when and God said, "Let us make man in our image and in our likeness," but that's also stated in Genesis 2, but it's not stated in the same order. That's why I said Genesis 2 seems to be more of the order of creation than Genesis 1. Genesis seems like a general a picture of creation, and then in Genesis 2 it seems like it's more specific, like bam 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 bam, and this is what happened after this, and this is what happened after this, and this is what happened after this. Then God said, let us make man in our and created man and created he them male and female. That's what I'm saying it seems like Genesis 2 gives more of the order than Genesis 1 does.
Yeah, but
I'm not saying
you
that
said that
Genesis, I'm not saying
you did say that there was no order, that you didn't see an order in Genesis
I
1.
not I said it seems like a
You
general
said that you
picture.
also
Is
said
what I'm
that
saying.
you didn't see an order there.
Is that all right for me not to see that?
And this is exactly why I responded with the evening and the morning were the first day. The evening and
Well,
the morning. I'm
I
sorry. Why the
see
fuck
that.
are you talking while I'm talking?
I see
Why the
that.
fuck are you talking while I'm talking? This is exactly why I stated first, second, third day. That is order. And it is really weird that you are saying you didn't see order in Genesis 1 when Genesis 1 is quite frankly all order.
And that's why I asked, have you read them? Are you still here, Ed?
I have no idea why. I think I'm being cut off on purpose. I don't think TikTok is doing that.
You're speaking overthinker. You are
You're
being
being
cut.
muted on.
Yeah, you're
Yeah,
being muted.
yeah, you're being muted on
But
purpose for that.
I'm not even like think of went through her whole statement. I sat up there and listened.
No, she
I
You
didn't.
did not.
Be
Why
I
are you
quiet.
lying?
God
Why are you
damn.
lying?
Like, shut up.
so, what's the lady that what's your name again that I was talking to?
It's fee.
Uh, huh?
Fee.
Fee? Okay. Fee, as I was asking. Yes, of course. When you made your statement, I'm thinking I'm allowed to inquire about why you said what you said because I'm trying to get an understanding from the perspective that you're giving.
No one said
Does
that
that
you
make
were not
sense?
allowed to ask the question. I addressed at something that you said. I addressed how weird it is that you don't see order when Genesis 1 is about order. No
Thinker,
one
why
stop
is it?
fucking
I'm
cutting
talking.
me
See,
off.
see, see.
I'm
Stop fucking cutting me off. No one said,
talking to
no, I don't give a flying fuck.
you. To,
I don't give a fuck. No
I,
one said that you couldn't ask a question. We are addressing
I
the
can get
bullshit you said after you asked the fucking question with your whiny
I,
ass.
the same energy.
I don't give a fuck.
I've been said he was doing that shit on purpose,
You have
little boy.
I'm not scared of your fucking energy. Y'all motherfuckers whine all the goddamn time. It's fucking weird that you say you don't see
real,
order in that story when the
real,
story is about order.
real big. Not even talking. Why you still muting me, you chump?
Cause don't nobody want to hear shit you got to say, dumbass.
Don't nobody want to hear you.
But guess what? Guess who can shut you up though? Ah, you thought.
All right, y'all real hard.
Where's Kiara? What was her name this
Real tough
morning?
online, boy. That is
Kiara, I don't know her.
hilarious.
I
What you
think her
gonna
last
do?
name was Baker. I don't know, but she's a
Come,
different
The
type.
fuck?
She's a different type of believer.
come,
It was such a
come,
pleasant conversation.
The fuck you
come to
gonna do,
Oakland.
little boy? What you
Come
gonna
to
do?
Oakland.
What you gonna do?
Come to,
What you gonna do? You're not
come to
gonna do
Oakland.
fuck shit. You're
Dead,
not gonna do a damn thing,
dead,
little boy. Center
dead.
mass. Center fucking mass. That's all I got. Center mass.
Imagine,
Expert fucking shooter, dumbass.
imagine behaving like this from a fucking account that promotes your goddamn job.
Right. Like nigga, I can find you real
He
quick. You
inviting
can
a
find
Come
me.
find me
bunch
Find
of
me.
then.
Let's
women.
go.
I
Let's
ain't
go,
hard to
nigga.
find.
Let's
I ain't
go.
hard to.
Let's go. Find me off of TikTok. At your age.
I,
At your age.
I ain't,
Find me. Come find a woman. Come find a
I ain't hard.
26-year-old woman that's gonna put you in the ground. Come on. Come on.
Real,
Make sure you tell your family where you
real,
going to so they can come get you. Come on.
real tough online.
I am. And in real life, baby. And
Yeah,
in real
okay.
life.
Come
And
see
in
me then.
real life.
Come
Let's
see me
go.
then.
I don't
Come
have to
see
come
me
see
then.
you. You come
I'm
find
in
me, baby girl.
Oakland,
You come
California.
find me. You
I'm
come
in
find
Oakland,
me. You're
California.
a
You the
big
one
boy,
talking
ain't
the
you?
shit.
You're a big boy,
You the
ain't
one
you?
talking the
You're
shit.
my
Come
Hold
find.
father's
on, Rhea.
age. You're
I
my
don't want to get
daddy's
suspended
age.
again.
Come
Come on.
find.
That's what I got suspended
Come
for.
find.
That's what I got suspended for.
But he's the one that
TikTok
said
don't care.
it first.
TikTok don't care, and
He's
you
the
know
one.
that.
No. I'm saying
Back it up.
he's
Back it
saying
up.
no. Shut up, Ed. I'm talking to Thinker. I'm not saying that because of the suspension. I'm saying that because of what he's saying, talking about telling Rhea to find him as if he wasn't the one that threatened her first.
All I'm gonna say is you're my dad's age. You come find me. You're a big boy.
Ooh, but the disrespect, I'm not gonna keep tolerating. I can give the same with
If
you.
you ain't gonna tolerate it, then why your ass ain't left?
He could have left
Cause you
30
tolerating it,
minutes ago.
motherfucker.
Big dummy.
I came over.
Y'all just be saying shit.
I'm with all the shit. Come see me.
Yeah, of course you are.
Who threatened you though? Who
Faux
said
believer.
anything about coming to
Oh, what
see
they
you?
said?
Exactly. How
What
you
Who
they
make a
said
said?
threat and
Oh, what
shit?
anything
they said?
about coming to see you? You made it a threat because someone's
I
muting you because you can't say what
I
you want
said
to
you.
say on TikTok.
I said
But you said come
you
see me.
hard. You
Y'all
hard
big
online.
behind y'all
Hard
hard
online.
online. Come see me in
You
person.
telling me shut the.
What are we supposed to mean?
You
What
hard
is that supposed
online.
to mean? What is that supposed to mean? What is
It
that
means what
supposed to
it
mean?
is. It
Oh,
means
wait,
You
what
ain't
it
wait,
hard in
wait,
is.
real life. Your wife told me so.
Yeah,
You
okay.
wait. Did you
Yeah,
forget?
okay.
Did you forget that you told Rhea to shut the fuck up first? Did you forget that you're the
Man.
first one who did that shit? Well, you expect to talk crazy to
Rhea
people, and
told
then
me to
people
shut
not
the
talk
fuck up.
crazy to you back. You disrespected Rhea first, and
So
even when
you
you
was the
said
one.
it the first fucking time, she still didn't cuss your motherfucking ass out, and I was shocked that she
You were
didn't.
the first
You
one.
disrespected
You
her a
were the
long
first one.
motherfucking time ago
You
with
were
your
the
little
first one.
whiny ass.
And she told me to shut the fuck
You told her to shut the
Baby,
fuck up a long time ago.
people in here done seen me in the range, baby girl. Okay, and it's a hundred more people that can testify, sweetheart. Please, you make that threat, you better be able to fucking keep it.
up. I don't
Come
give a
on,
fuck about
let's go, baby.
what you
Come
got
on, come
here. You
on.
talk
You can't even
you
get
gonna
through basic
do me?
training. Your
You gonna
ass would have buckled in
you
basic training.
gonna
Come
you gonna
on.
do me? Come see me.
I'm over his
I
ass.
didn't threaten you. I didn't threaten you. You
I,
See,
threatened
I
I'm
me.
wasn't
over
Come
even
him.
on.
I said
I'm over him.
I
I
said
don't.
come see me.
Shut the
That's
fuck
all I
up.
said.
Shut your whiny ass up. Fucking waste of space.
The type of stuff I carry is as tall as me. It's as tall as me. Please try me. Y'all think y'all can threaten women. That white man just came up here and put you in your stupid ass place. You think you can come and threaten women? You're crazy.
Yeah, I was going to ask him, what was the point of wanting to debate us in person, especially if you're not claiming any allegiance to the God? What was the debate going to be about? How much you don't know? Exactly. How uncritically you've examined the text? Like, what's the... You don't have a reason not to look at this shit critically. But instead, you want to devolve into violence because of your inadequacies. Everybody acting hard. It's still morning time. I woke up like this.
Literally.
Fuck him.
Imagine a man my dad's age on the internet telling a 26-year-old woman, come see me. You're out of your mind and you wasted your life. I said it.
Ken, are you up here on purpose or on accident? Ken, something is definitely going on with TikTok because it's my mic is having like a lot of technical difficulties tonight. Like I started the live late because it wouldn't connect, and then it put me on mute during the live, and I couldn't take myself off mute. Oh no. Amazing Evo, are you there? Riru and Mr. Curtis, are y'all in the box on purpose or on accident? I know one thing about your God. He got y'all asses out here crashing the fuck out over some shit you can't fucking back up. The guest box is open, y'all. If you're 21 and up, preferably someone civil-minded with some fucking knowledge or common sense that can have a conversation. If you are a believer, deconstructing, or an atheist, like we've been fucking fighting all goddamn night. Like, damn, can somebody have a conversation? How can I get this fucking microphone to work?
Do y'all know, while we're waiting for somebody to come up here, do y'all know where the apologetic came from that Genesis 1 was like a summary and Genesis 2 goes into detail? Like, who came up with that? Because
Probably answers in Genesis, I bet.
I feel like the earliest place that I saw it was Walter Kaiser. Um, and he, if I'm remembering that correctly, I think he likened it unto like a cover. It's almost like an ancient cover page, which was strange, to say the least.
it's like the cover page shouldn't tell you that humans were created before the animals, and then the first chapter tell you that it happened in reverse. That's not
Correct.
how cover pages work.
Yeah, right. That is true.
Unless it's just a page to literally cover the other pages. It don't matter what it's saying. It's a book warmer.
It's just a trip that he said that he didn't see order in Genesis 1. Like, how the fuck do you see first, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, and say you don't see order? The whole fucking chapter is order. Like, that didn't make any sense to me.
Yeah, I guess it's because they assume since it's truncated, it has to be a summary, truncated compared to Genesis 2. But
But it's still in
it's
order,
still
even if it's a summary.
right,
It's still a summarized order.
right. I understand. I mean, it
I
doesn't justify it, but maybe that's what they're thinking it is.
I think, and I could be wrong, and if Ed's still here, he can correct me in the comments. But it sounded like when he was referencing it, he was saying specifically sort of focusing in on the creation of humanity in 26 and 27 and saying that that's a joint, let us make
Yeah,
man and it creates humanity. And then in, two, it's that
I get.
gives the actual, yeah. So
Yeah, I got
I
that.
think that's what it was based on.
No, I got that. It's the statement. I don't see order in Genesis 1 that I was pointing out that didn't make any damn sense. Like,
Oh no, sorry.
huh?
I think what I was sorry the point that I was or I think what I was trying to say is that I think he was just focusing on that and then saying that like that was his data set was 26 and 27. I don't think that he was actually thinking about the entirety of chapter one. Like I agree with you. Once you look at chapter, I think it was just a statement that wasn't taking chapter one into account. That's all.
But I'm saying even after I said the evening and the morning were the first day, the evening and the morning second day, he still said that he didn't see order. Like he still justified that. Like I mean, I want to give him the benefit of the doubt, but he clarified and you know confirmed that he was talking about the whole chapter, that he didn't see order there.
Yeah, I mean, this would be just me guessing psychology, which is obviously not my field, but I think in order to, I think if he made the initial statement based on 26 and 27 and then extrapolated that out to the rest of the chapter, if that's the stake that he drove in the ground, and then you pointed something out that made that inconsistent, it would require him backing away from his position, and it didn't seem like he was super excited to do that, which may have been the reason that because I thought I heard him say things like, "Is it wrong for me to see it that way?" Which sounds like kind of a way of saying I'm interpreting it differently than you are, as sort of a that always feels like a get out of jail free card, like we're just interpreting it differently as opposed to actually having to deal with the data. I could be completely wrong.
I thought he said, "Is it wrong for me to ask questions and ask why you're saying
I
what?"
think he said that
Yeah,
too. Yeah,
yeah.
yeah,
I don't know. I don't. I mean, I see y'all giving him the benefit of the doubt, but like, no, I just think that him saying that he don't see order in it just means he don't understand the what Genesis 1 is even saying. Like, I don't know.
yeah.
Yeah.
Completely agree with that. Completely.
And he was talking all that shit in the comments, and then came up here and gave nothing. He deflected from every damn question and crashed out on purpose because he didn't know where the fuck to go. And then he keeps fucking requesting because all he wants to do is fucking fight and disrespect women. And that's the only reason why his ass came on this stage. There was a guy that came up tonight. What the first guy that came up was a Hebrew Israelite, and he kept saying that the words on the screen didn't make sense. So I said, well, tell me what part don't make sense so that I can explain it to you since you're confused. He goes, I'm not confused. The words, he said, I can read. I see the words. They just, in that order don't make sense or something he was saying. So I said, what you mean is that you don't agree with them, right? And he was like, no, I said what I said. The words don't make sense. So, of course, that conversation went left and I cussed his ass out because he disrespected me. A man literally came up right after him, said he was agnostic, okay? He doesn't believe in the Bible God. He said he was agnostic. But the reason why he came up was to defend the fucking patriarchy and misogyny.
And he said it.
Yeah.
He said that
Yes.
like I'm here to defend.
Yep.
Jesus
That's not
Christ.
surprising.
I hate that it is surprising to me. I just feel like that says something about my exposure to men. I think that's. I'm sorry. That's shit.
I think we had somebody on Zena's live the other day. It was like, "What's wrong with the patriarchy? What's
Where
wrong with
should I
like
begin?
what? Please,
God.
And he set up here. He didn't like that I told a man to leave my space. He didn't think as a woman I had the right to say no and tell a man what I don't want done to me. Then he goes, "Are you the arbitrator of words?" He's how do you get to
what?
decide what abuse is to you? Yeah, that's what he said.
What?
Yeah,
Jesus Christ.
Right. Words don't have definitions anymore. What?
Who who would be better positioned to determine what you find to be abusive other than you?
I tried to
Right.
say that, but he just kept saying, "You done crying? I'm gonna teach you. I'm here to teach you." A
Yeah,
whole
he
ass
was definitely a fellow.
agnostic. He claimed he was
Well, yeah,
agnostic.
he was definitely a Hebrew Israelite too.
Yep.
You know, bums of a sect flock together.
Then he kept requesting over and over and over again. Yeah.
Have you guys seen this recent thing on Twitter? And it may seem bigger than what it is, but like again, this just tips my hand that I'm I'm just not. I assume better of humanity. That there's this whole movement in, I guess it's just Christian national. Sorry, I don't know if I should say that. Evangelicalism. There's a debate coming up about whether interracial marriage is, how do they word it? Um, Sinful, I think. And there are all of these pastors, obviously old white men or middle-aged white men, um, saying it's not sinful, it's not ideal. And I showed Megan this and I was like, where the fuck am I? Because of this is one of the examples that I try to give to people, particularly to middle-aged white men that I'm talking to say, look, you know, 60, 70, 80 years ago, it would have been like the question of, interracial marriage would have been like a real thing, but like like that sounds so foreign to you that that would be a problem, right? And they go, yeah. The fact that this is now like a, I mean, again, I say now, I think all of you are probably thinking, Josh, where have you been? And that's just my fault. But holy shit. I mean, it's like a huge discussion. It's like, where in, like, what? Sorry, I'm not really saying anything except to expose my ignorance on these things, but I don't know. I don't even know where I am anymore.
I saw a video, and this isn't a dig at you, Dr. Me, but I saw a video yesterday where this Korean guy made a video saying white evangelicals are waking up and they're like, "Where am I? What? I've never seen this type of rhetoric spewed." And then he shot to Black Americans, and they just sat there and looked. And then like LGBTQIA just sat there and looked. Trans people just sat there and looked. Native Americans just sat there and looked, because it's like this has been our experience, like the whole. And women, like he went through every marginalized group in America, because like it's been our experience the whole time, and it's not new, you know, to a lot of us, you know. It's
Yeah.
it's something that we've been dealing with our whole life, something that we've been talking about our whole life, and then been told that we're just making ourselves victims. And a lot of
Jeez.
people are waking up to it because it's affecting them now. You know, they're not just going after those of us that are marginalized, they're going after whoever, because right now what's prioritized is the bourgeoisie, is the wealthy, the elite, and their profits. So everybody's getting it and everybody's feeling it. And it kind of does feel like a slap in the face when, you know, that white evangelicals or liberals will say, when has it ever been like this? Or
Yeah.
I should have listened all along, because now we're in this situation, and like now something dire has to happen, because the response that we've been getting is, stop making yourself a victim.
Yeah. I,
It's definitely a side effect. Oh, go ahead.
no, 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 please. So,
I was just gonna say it's definitely a side effect of the like post Obama term. Everybody felt like racism was squashed. Although these people are still that the people that are doing the shit they're doing now were very much alive and active during Obama's administration, a long time, and like this shit isn't coming out of nowhere. It just took a back seat because it was profitable for them to, kind of let Obama do his stuff because a lot of people made a lot of money off of that. And periods, spread like a motherfucker under that regime. So, it was just beneficial for them to allow that kind of thing to happen. But, you know, the sentiments have not gone away. They might have just been, covering them up, for the advantageous part of it.
yeah, like, jeez. Um, I did a stream. I think it's going to preview this Wednesday on Dr. Kip's channel with Maya Atkinson from Bad Science Sunday, I think is the name of her channel. And it was reviewing this fuckwit. Uh, he's got a Ron Swanson mustache. Of course, that doesn't narrow it down at all. Um, what the hell is his name? I don't know, but he's one of these Doug Wilson sycophants. And we're reviewing this video. It's only been 18 minutes long, and it ends up being, I think, 3 hours worth of review. And like the one of the main things that we wanted to talk about was the fact that, I'm sure everybody's familiar with Doug Wilson, but if somebody's not, like, he's out here saying the quiet thing out loud, that like slavery is not inherently immoral. Um, and I've said to Kip, and I've said it, a number of times, that when I first started talking about this topic, uh, like I just assumed that I would point out that it's actual slavery in the laws of the Hebrew Bible, and that evangelical apologists would be like, "Oh my God, I've got to rethink all this." Uh, and the growing number of interactions that I've been having over the past 3 years, where people respond with, "Well, maybe it's not immoral then," is just staggering to me. And Maya looked at me, and she basically said, like, "I don't know why, like, it shouldn't be. People don't want to be around us. Like, white people don't want to be around us, and this is just the way. Like, this is just one of the ways." And this is one of the things, and I'll shut up, but like, this is one of the things that being an evangelical, white evangelical male Christian for 26 years, this is just part of the deconstruction that I'm I'm sad to say that I don't think many former evangelical white men realize that they have to do, because they just don't know that they have to do it. And I'm very fortunate, I think, to have communities like this, and to be married to somebody like Megan, who can point out things like, "Josh, you're thinking about this from the water that you swam in for 25 years, right? You don't realize that this is actually incredibly misogynistic, or this is incredibly racist, or this is incredibly bigoted in this other way." And it, I don't know, it just scares me. And obviously, I'm new to it being scary, and I'm sorry about that. And obviously, please, anybody listening or anybody on this panel, anything that you see like that I don't see, like, please point it out. Anyway, sorry, now just rambling. Thank you all, and I'm sorry.
We hear you, Dr. B.
Yeah, you don't have to apologize. I mean, these are conversations that need to be had because the reality is this is where we are in the world today. And the crazy thing about it is a lot of people don't see that the book is, quite frankly, the business plan that is being used alongside other plans that have been generated over the last 80 years. And so these are they're tough conversations, but they're conversations that need to be had. But y'all, the guest box is open if you are a believer. I was going to say if you are a white man, if you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you are deconstructing or an atheist, the guest box is open. I was trying to say Nelly name earlier tonight, and I said, okay, atheist. And I meant to say Nelly. Um, Goodness gracious. The guest box is open if you are 21 and up.
I want to hear something. I don't know if y'all seen the video already. you, you guys heard the name like Megan, right? Megan, like not from like just the name Megan. And this reminded me of the video I watched. This lady, she came up to these comedians and they're asking her like, "What's your name?" And she goes, "Megan." And initially, like you just like, "Oh, Megan," right? But then she said, "You want to know why it's Megan?" She has a narcissistic mother that named her Me Again.
What?
Bro.
Yes,
Yo, what?
I paused. I just literally all the comment sections was like, I put my phone down. I said,
So
"What?"
her name is Me Again.
Me again, but it's pronounced Megan. So that's why they were saying Megan, Megan. She said no, Megan. And then she's like, I'm about to make you, I'm about to like shock y'all. All the comedians, everybody was like, oh my. And somebody said, one of the guys was like, I feel like I need to punch myself in the face. Oh my God. Like the way that makes you feel, like, oh my God, me again. You're a horrible person.
That is hilarious. That's hilarious. By Dr. B. Jarian, I just read the article. It's amazing. It looks good. Thank you. If I'm about to put the link in the Discord so y'all can see it. Wait, is this for distribution, Jarian?
I think she said it was coming down. Oh, okay, there she go.
Hi.
Hey.
Yes, please go and go.
What?
It's on the website also. I have been up all night working. I've never done an all-nighter with you, Thinker. Oh my God. I don't know if I'm gonna ever do it again. If I did, I was finishing up the book. I was like, but yes, I'm so sorry. Yes, you can go to the website. Or I put it, I don't know how to do that link thing, but yes, if I can put it in a Discord, I'll put it in the Discord.
I just put it in there.
Okay, thank you, thank you. I hope y'all enjoy it. It's such a um, different side of thinker. That's what I was trying to pull out so that the nerds could get to know you. So it's for the nerds, not the other people. It was just such a gift and a joy writing that story, Thinker. Thank you so much, and I hope everybody enjoys it. And I'll mail you some books, or maybe I'll bring them to you one day,
Okay.
so that you can have. But thank you so much for your time. It was a lot of my friends have emailed me, and one of my white girlfriends was like, I just can't, because she comes and listens to you sometimes, and she's just like, That's just not the same person. I was like, no, she just matches energy. That's all. So, but yeah, thank you so much for the opportunity. And Kyle, you email me back.
I got you. I got you.
And also Firebird, email me back so we can go ahead and I can distribute y'all's too. I laid y'all's out as well.
For sure.
Okay. All right. Thank you for letting me up, Thinker.
You're welcome. Thank
And thank
you.
you for people who will read the article. Please let me know what you think. I love the feedback.
All right, y'all have a good
All
today.
right.
Bye.
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 All right, y'all. It is 7:33 Central Standard Time, 8:33 Eastern. It is 5:33 Pacific, and then an hour in the middle of the 24-hour day in the part of the world that you're in if you're not in the USA. We have an empty guest box. If you are a believer, if you are deconstructing, if you are an atheist, y'all, the guest box is open. 21 and up. Ruru, I do see you in the guest request. Are you in there on purpose or on accident?
You know I'm gonna start calling you Caillou now, right?
Who? Kalu?
Oh, I'm not gonna answer you.
That's fine. I'm not doing it for you.
Jay, are you in the box on purpose or on accident? Oh, okay. We didn't have any real good conversations tonight about this topic. Like, I really want somebody that can get into the whole Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob thing, and all three of them being deceivers. Like, nobody will touch that, or has. Because, like, how can, like, if anything, to me, that's the biggest thing that's pointing to this God being the God of deception. Because his three main patriarchs were all deceivers. They all participated in deception in order to advance this plan forward, you know?
Yeah.
And when they call on the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, are they literally calling on deception? Are they literally making a like a what is it, a claim, right, to deception? It keeps putting Ruru in the box.
Yeah, I don't think they consider that. But I mean, compared to a lot of the stories of, especially the patriarchs in the Bible, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob are relatively short. And but the parts that they for sure got in there are the parts where they use deception to get what they want, whether it be land, slaves, birthright, all of that shit. Like it's made sure that it's in there, that they use deception to get what they want. And I don't think it clicks for them when they hear God is the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. But we know that one of their foundational character traits is lying. I don't think they understand that. I don't think they connect those things.
Exactly. And like the God's story starts off with a lie, like lying to the humans. Even convincing the humans, like, that the reason why women have pain through or increased pain through childbirth is because they ate from a tree, because they gained the knowledge of good and evil. That a man is supposed to rule over a woman. Like, even all of that is deception. The reason snakes have don't have legs, or stuff like that. And then just thinking about what we talked about in the sub only live on Saturday, how when I was studying the differences, who's off mute, who is it? All right. When I was studying the differences between Kings 21 and Second Kings 21 and Second Chronicles 33, and going through the research and the history, and then it dawned on me that Elijah, Elisha, and Amos never talks about the Davidic kingdom. And then the more I researched that question to figure out like why don't they ever talk about the Davidic kingdom, because surely at this point in time the covenant would have been well known, well respected. This is like 200 years after David and Solomon would have lived. That would have been their main focus, and it's really because the Northern Kingdom wouldn't have never bowed down or even seen themselves as subordinate to the Davidic kingdom, because they were a more advanced kingdom. They were an urban center. They were, the people in the north were smarter than and more advanced, technologically advanced than the south. And at the time that the north was a kingdom, the south was still forts. They were still, scattered out, not influential. Nobody really knew who they were. Their predominant population was still illiterate. They didn't start getting influence until after the north was deported throughout Assyria, and some of the northern priests escaped into the south. And so I think even just the this narrative that the Davidic kingdom was what it was in this book, and that David was, such an important king, and his line was so important that it leads to Jesus. Like, I think even that story is deception. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's so much deception in the book. It's crazy. It's a complete mind fuck too. That's what it feel like a complete mind fuck.
And then they voluntarily fuck their own minds by reading it in a way that glazes over and tries to reconcile all of the deception, because they've got to come up with explanations for it.
And then I'm still trying to figure out if Manasseh's prayer is what influenced Psalms 51. And because now the question that I need to answer is if King David is actually, if Manasseh is the archetype for David, and then is that why they chose Manasseh to be the villain for why the Davidic kingdom fell? And why, like, because it doesn't make sense to me why we know King Manasseh was a real king and he ruled the longest in the south. Why would there only be 12 verses about this king in the kingly writings and in the chronicles? They're like, why don't we know or have more about Manasseh in the Hebrew scriptures?
Especially since he reigned for so long. Because it was, what, 50 something years?
55 years. You would think, and in his reign leads up to Nebuchadnezzar destroying the monarchy. So you would, like, there should be more about him. And like, I just feel like I think that there is a possibility, and I don't know, and this is going to be something that I research, that David's story is mimicked after or influenced by Manasseh's real story. And knowing that we can trace Manasseh to the Assyrian chronicles, to their archives, I think we can find the answer to that.
So why so little was included about him?
To if David's story is really Manasseh's.
Because that prayer was
But
very similar.
but it doesn't the like aren't they supposed to be related somehow with the biblical story, right? They're supposed to come from the same line, no?
Well, they do, but we don't have any records of David in any of the other nations,
Right.
right? Like, The Assyrians have Manasseh in multiple chronicles listed as a vassal king.
Okay, you're saying in comparison, there's not as much information.
Well, so Manasseh is in the Hebrew Bible as the sole reason that Yahweh sent Nebuchadnezzar to destroy the Davidic kingdom. Like he in the Hebrew Bible, he was the worst king in the South, the most evil. He shed the most blood. He practiced
Hmm.
divination. He sacrificed his son. Um, you know, it's his fault that Yahweh couldn't keep his covenant with David. But also, he was the longest reigning king in the South, right? So Yahweh allowed all this evil for 55 years. When we're reading the text, anytime a king fucked up, Yahweh took them out quickly. Right? They got diseases, their kids died, storms came, but he allowed Manasseh to reign for 55 years, doing the most evil. And I think the reason why they did that is because it's like, oh, look, he tried to keep the covenant. That's why he let Manasseh reign for 55 years. But if that's the case, where is all of the records in the Hebrew Bible? Like why am I able to read about Manasseh in Assyrian Chronicles, but I can't read about Manasseh in the Hebrew Bible if he's like solely responsible for Yahweh breaking his covenant? It don't make sense to me. Like my mind that does not compute for me.
So you're saying David is kind of like a idealized version of Vanessa,
That's what I'm thinking.
not necessarily real.
That
Yeah, I can see
Like
that.
a Paul.
Yeah, like Joshua, Israel Finkelstein says Joshua is symbolic for Josiah and the religious reforms that King Josiah did during the Deuteronomic history, that period, and that Joshua wasn't a real person. The conquest, like we know, none of the conquest actually took place. Like Israel never took land by force. None of those places that they claim to have taken by military force they ever did. They never conquered Canaan in a military fashion or anything like that. And that the conquest is just symbolic for Josiah's reforms because it patterns Josiah's reforms. And we know King Josiah was a real king. So Josiah was real, Joshua wasn't. Those stories align. So we know Manasseh was a real king, but we ain't found shit about David. So I'm thinking that, except for that prayer, Manasseh's prayer sounds a lot like Psalms 51, and that's what's making me wonder David was, if Manasseh was the archetype for David. And for anybody listening, I'm not saying that's what it is. I'm saying that's what I'm thinking, and that's what I'm going to research. That's what I'm saying. Because it doesn't make
Okay.
sense how a king can reign 55 years, be one of the most important in 12 verses. That shit don't make sense.
And you were talking about you were also looking into Chronicles, right?
Well, yeah, Chronicles is where his story is. So Manasseh's story is in 2 Kings 21 and 2 Chronicles 33. And what we did on Saturday was clock the differences in each story.
Right. Okay. So I was in there for a little bit of that. So um when you say like you don't see as much information for what's the space Manasseh in the Hebrew Bible. Can you like what more like specifically are you wanting it to like tie to see how it ties to David? Because you like you said David, there's no information for David in real life, but Manasseh was an actual king. So I'm kind of confused on that a little bit. Can you explain that to me?
No, I'm saying if he reigned 55 years, 12 verses, just summing up that he was evil, sounds like a scapegoat more than it does a.
Oh, okay. Okay, I get what you're saying now. So you're not saying there's not a lot about him. You're just
No,
saying
there's
it's
not a
just
lot about him.
verses.
There isn't a lot about him in the Bible. For him to have reigned
But
55 years, his whole reign is summed up in 12 verses.
right. Okay, so you're saying like they're talking about is just like the 12 verses, and all 12 verses are centered on how evil he was.
Yes, to say that it's his fault
Right.
that Yahweh broke the covenant, that the kingdom was
Mm-hmm.
destroyed. Like it doesn't talk
Okay,
about
okay.
anything that he did during his reign. Like there's no conversations between Manasseh and Yahweh, between Manasseh and any of the prophets. Like with Ahab, we see Elijah going back and forth, right? With Ahab, Yahweh going back and forth with Ahab, Yahweh forgiving Ahab, and Yahweh sending having a whole ass meeting in heaven to scheme and convince Ahab to go and fight at Ramoth Gilead so he can kill Ahab. Um, like there's and he the text says that he was worse than Ahab. So if he was worse than Ahab, why is his story only set up in 12 verses? It does not make sense. And then we found a prayer of Manasseh that he wrote in 200 BCE. It sounds just like Psalms 51. Sounds like David's prayer in Psalms 51. And I'm not saying it's word for word, but it is damn near like it sounds like David's prayer in Psalms 51. So that's what made me say, I wonder if Manasseh is the archetype for David. And they just kept Manasseh in because he's in records in other nations as being captured and being a vassal king and stuff. So they couldn't just like wipe him out and completely replace David with him. So I think they just made him the fall guy, and then took his actual history, his actual life, and wrote David's. That's what I'm thinking. I'm not saying that's what they did. That's what I'm thinking. Because it doesn't make sense to have records of Manasseh, but we don't have any records of David other than that very questionable stealing that says that scholars are saying say the house of David, but it doesn't actually say that. They're just saying that they think it says that. That's about that is the only thing we have referring to David in antiquity. And if he was such a prominent king, he should be in other nations' records, and he's just not. Manasseh shows up more than David does, and that doesn't make any sense.
So, in the Second King story, I saw that, and this was my ignorance, but I saw that it said wasn't all of his acts shown in the book of Annals, et cetera, et cetera. So I went to go look that up, and I was just like, "Oh, this is just Chronicles, right?"
Mm-hmm.
So then go to Chronicles, and there's really not much being talked about him either. So it's like, why put that there? Like, what's the point if you're not going to tell me all of his acts?
Yeah, like the chronicler actually like increases Manasseh's sins. The the
Mm.
the chronicler adds like in Chronicles, Manasseh kills multiple, like he sacrifices multiple sons. He uh practices sorcery. He put up more than one altar to Baal. He put up more than one Asherah pole. He made his own ancestral ghost instead of allowing the ancestral ghost to come to him. Like his so-called sins are multiplied. In Kings, it says Manasseh bloodied the land and like spilled a lot of innocent blood. Chronicles doesn't say that. And then he dies in Kings, and he's buried in his garden in his house, in his palace. Like, he's buried away from the kings. He's so bad that he wasn't allowed to be buried with the kings. He's buried with his ancestors in his garden in his house. And Chronicles, he repents, and Yahweh forgives him, and he rebuilds before he dies.
Right.
Yeah. So the stories are different. And what we talked about Saturday was why the chronicler focused on Manasseh repenting, and I think it's because it was after exile. They were back into the Levant area, and they just needed to like revamp people's hope in this God.
Mhm.
So I think that's why the whole repentance thing was the chronicler's focus, but it still doesn't go into 55 years of records. Like, 55 years is a long fucking time.
Right. And I know like the focus in the class was just Manasseh, but I was looking into the fact that God was saying that He was going to destroy Jerusalem, but none of the kings that were appointed to rule over uh, Judah. I'm correct in saying that.
Wait, say that again.
Like the kings that were talked about in Second Kings, First Kings, like all those kings, God was looking for one that would follow His laws and decrees all through, like without missing a beat, right?
Yeah.
But he couldn't find any outside of Josiah. I think Josiah was one of the few that did everything that was in the sight of the Lord, but God still ended up destroying Jerusalem anyways.
Well, he destroyed Jerusalem because of Manasseh.
Oh my days.
Yeah,
Okay.
Manasseh is the
Right.
fall guy,
Hmm.
and he's the longest king. I think after him it was his son, not his son. I think Manasseh is Azariah. Hold on, Azariah is whose son? Hold on, there we go.
Wait, Rio was Kings?
Yeah.
Shut up.
Other people, Judah took Azariah, who was 16 years old, and made him king. Okay, Azariah is Amaziah's son, and then Azariah reigned 52 years, and then Amaziah reigned 29 years. So, uh, and Amaziah is Uzziah. He's the second longest reigning king, after Manasseh, and David reigned only 40 years, Solomon only 40 years, which is odd. Like, the fact that it's 40 years, and we know that number 40 is symbolic, right? That's Jewish typology. That's what's making me see David and Solomon as created characters, because this 40-year Jewish typology. It don't make fucking sense. Like, for both of them to reign 40 years.
Maybe it's because they weren't as pretty as David.
Let's see, he
I
dies
kind of
First
see.
Kings 11. Huh?
So, so even with like you were saying, the repentance part of it, right? Like, so it could there be like you're saying it might be like an like a cover up for like I don't know how to say, like kind of like a replacement, like the Paul style, replacement of what's happening, right? But in the Chronicles, when he repents. and Yahweh takes him up, like, kind of forgives him and stuff like that. Can, like, is that also where the letter comes in, like David,
The letter
or
came in
is
while
it
he was
like
in Babylon.
while he was okay? So not at the repentance time.
What repentance time? Manasseh's repentance?
Yeah.
That's the
So
letter.
like, is
That's
it?
his letter. He was repenting in that letter.
Oh, I
You
thought
talking
you.
about Manasseh or David? I'm confused.
No, I'm talking about Manasseh. I'm saying the letter y'all found, is that the repentance letter that's being like kind of
Yeah,
referenced here in Chronicles.
yeah,
Okay, okay.
yeah. And that was when he was in Babylon. Yeah. It says Solomon sought therefore to kill Jeroboam, but Jeroboam promptly fled to Egypt, to King Shishak of Egypt, and remained in Egypt until the death of Solomon. Now the rest of the acts of Solomon and all that he did, as well as his wisdom, are they not written in the book of the acts of Solomon? The time that Solomon reigned in Jerusalem, all over all Israel, was 40 years. Solomon slept with his ancestors and was buried in the city of his father David, and his son Rehoboam succeeded him. The thing is that if for Solomon to have reigned over all of Israel, for David to have reigned over all of Israel, the North doesn't seem to ever speak of Solomon and David, or to this they never mention this Davidic covenant, like this you know loyalty to this Davidic kingdom or this Davidic covenant. That doesn't make sense. Are we done already? Anybody else? This is the so you got David Solomon 40 years, Rehoboam 17 years, Abijah 3 years, Asa 41 years, Jehoram 8 years, Ahaziah 1 year, Athaliah 6 years. That's a woman, I think. Jehoash 40 years, which means that, like, to me, I would look into him. Anything that has like a dead set 40 years, like, I feel like that's typology. Amaziah 29 years, Azariah 52 years, Jotham 16, Ahaz 16, Hezekiah 29, and Manasseh 55. We know Hezekiah was a real king. Let me check something right quick.
Yeah, there's a lot of kings in between Manasseh and David.
We can't hear you. So
We can't hear you.
Is that better?
yeah,
Cool, cool, cool. Yeah, I was just saying it's crazy that David wouldn't even be mentioned, especially because of his like unfounded like rise to power. Like the motherfucker was the golden boy of God, and you know what I mean. Like there should be at least a mention of him,
yeah. Um, even
and especially
even
so
with
his
dealing
rise was
politically, right? Imperial interactions and stuff. You would think.
raiding the Philistines of their fucking foreskins. Like somebody should have been mentioning his ass.
I'm looking for Joash. Let me see. Let's see. Royal inscription. The Neo-Assyrian Madatusa Iasu Kur Samariana Kur. So this king, they're trying to say that this is Joash in the south, but the Syrian inscription here says Iasukur Samarina. So that would be Samaria. So that would mean he was in the north. Why are they attributing this to the south? Why are scholars saying that this is the Joash in the south? That doesn't make sense. He reigned for 40. Wait. The name Joash refers to at least two notable biblical figures: King of Judah, son of Ahaziah, who became king, and then king of. Oh, this is referring to the one in the north. So the one in the south, son of Ahaziah, is not in Assyrian records. You see what I'm saying? And it says he reigned 40 years. Why would they have record of the one in the north? We know the one in the north was a real king, right? That is not Ahaziah's son. So the one in the north was a real king. But there's no record in Assyrian records for the one in the south, the king of Judah, Ahaziah's son. But he reigned 40 years. I feel like that's Jewish typology. If it just says 40 years, to me, that just says made up. Like Moses. Everything that deals with Moses. 40 years in Egypt, 40 years in the wilderness, 40 years in the Moabite with the Medes. Moses lived 120 years, 40, 40, 40. It just feels like made the fuck up.
Yeah, I'm surprised Genesis 2 wasn't 40 years. But even looking at it, just feels as though the South was putting out propaganda to kind of display its disagreement with the North.
You said disagreement with what?
With the North,
Yeah. Yeah. I think it's that whole first shall be last, last shall be first thing. Like this is their way of reversing it. And like since the North was a prominent kingdom and they grew bigger and faster than the South, and so that even though the Judeans write about the Davidic kingdom as if it was a competing nation at the same time that the North was a prominent kingdom, we know that's not true historically, and through archaeology that just simply isn't true. The South didn't become an influential kingdom until around the 7th 6th century BCE. And so around 10th 9th century BCE, when the North is flourishing, the South would have been a very small, insignificant kingdom. But the book writes it as if they were competing nations, and that the South was always trying to get the North to see that they were straying away from Yahweh, and that the South was blessed for following Yahweh. Like, the whole obedience equals blessings, disobedience equals curse type thing, and that's why Yahweh sent Cyrus in there to destroy the North, right? I think this whole narrative is the switch. The first shall be last, and the last shall be first. I think the whole narrative is the switch, and they kind of take over a little bit of their history and make it their own. the same way we see them take stories from other nations, they also did it to themselves. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I
Mm-hmm.
mean, even the framing, because I mean, honestly, the reality of it is the North gaining so much prominence and power is going to fuck up the geopolitical landscape. They didn't want that. But instead, you reframe it as, see, they was fucking up. Look at what God did to them.
Yeah. Yeah. I think that's why they demonize Ahab and Jezebel so bad too.
You know, another thing I've been like, because for a little bit we were like, since you're talking about how deceiving these chosen people of God are, for a long time I had to have a conversation with this one dude about how you know how Abraham did his first little scheme. I don't think that was his first one, but where he did it with the Pharaoh before he did it with Abimelech.
Mm-hmm.
I've always like I've just never understood how the Jezebel story gets twisted to like make villains out of them, right? While they're following protocol, right? They're literally using the judicial system in their favor, fine, but they're doing that the right way, right? Not needing to deceive anybody, not needing to pay nobody off. But then this God follows Abraham, fellowships with him, prays and gives him promises of wealth while he's deceiving people.
Mm-hmm.
And the minute he deceives the person, here come God striking the motherfucker down. Like he did the same thing with Pharaoh, right? He did the same thing with Abimelech. He will automatically punish that person while acknowledging that they were lied to. But Jezebel is the bad person? Like I never understood that. Like, how do y'all? Well, obviously they don't read the story, but like that never sat right with me. The way you get to follow Abraham around, give him blessings, and then like you got a whole idea of Jezebel over here being twisted and formed into like a evil woman.
I think the purpose was for them to say that messing with foreign women is what corrupted them. I think that's why. Yeah.
Right.
Uh, yeah. They just I think they just use a lot of stuff to demonize to make themselves look like the always the chosen, kind of like Abel. Like when they say Abel, Abel's offering was, more respected by the God and King's wasn't. I feel like Abel represents the South as pastoralists, as sheep herders, and Cain represents the North as agriculturalists because that's what they were good. That's what they did. That's how they got their wealth and stuff, right? Like they were a whole ass urban center, and so like when we even like with the Tower of Babel, right? The Tower of Babel, they're building cities, and the issue is that the God doesn't want the people as one to build these prominent cities, so he destroys that. Like he rather they be ignorant and pastoralists. Like we see the back and forth with agriculture, with advancement, and staying these what would you call it, plain, I don't want to say plain, I don't know, uh, conservative.
What are you trying to describe? Okay.
Conservative. Uh, Wait, would y'all say the pastoralists are conservative and then the agriculturalists, the innovators, are progressive?
Yes,
Yeah,
100%.
I would say, yeah. If you wanted to put it in black and white like that, yeah, I would say.
Okay. So,
I mean, even if you look at what they're doing now in terms of how they're
Right.
taking land and then putting kids out there to fucking carry these stories out and feel justified in it, they are not getting access to the information, or at least the pertinent information. But they're given a story and told to go out and conquest living spaces.
oh, what'd you say?
No, say even if you look at what they're doing now in terms of how they're like you know, dragging Palestinian people out of their homeland and replacing them with fucking kids, and those kids just get a story to follow to justify the actions that they feel that they're doing, and it's kind of that same thing, you know, when you have that nomadic kind of culture. The only thing that y'all really have is to share stories. You don't sit and learn things, and that's not to say that they couldn't learn anything, but they're not going to learn at the rate of somebody that's at an established place where people come and exchange ideas. You guys are constantly on the move, and I think it's part jealousy, but also part just like the lifestyle that like doesn't lend itself to progressive thought.
Yeah, yeah, I agree. Yeah, so I don't know. This is, I mean, it's a lot, but, and I could be going down a rabbit hole for nothing, but this is what I'm seeing. And like, even just thinking about Jesus not being progressive, I think Jesus falls more in line with conservatism too.
And I think that's when these other lukewarm Christians want to separate themselves from reality. I think that's the part they never really want to pay attention to. Is Jesus would have been just fine with what's happening right now. Like I don't know why we need to paint him as like progressive when we can see clearly that he would have been fine ostracizing people, especially getting proximity to the people that are in power.
Has anybody ever ran a live that Jesus wasn't conservative? Has anybody ever done that?
No, what I've seen is like claiming that Jesus wouldn't be okay with what's happening. Like, that's what I've seen. I haven't seen it the other way around.
I wonder, like, I think that would be a good deconstruction live. Yeah, that would be a good ass topic. Um, Jesus would have been a conservative, and I think the progressive Jesus is made up. Like, it's not in the book. The progressive Jesus. Well, I just ran this topic, so I can't run that one. But if anybody wants to take it, feel free and tag me when you do, because I want to sit in on those conversations. But I think damn, what was I going to say about it?
You were saying the progressive
Yeah,
Jesus.
it's made up. I think that's the I think that's the one that keeps showing up on our stage that believers think they're following. Um,
Hmm.
but that's not the one in the book. And I think the one in the book comes from the tribe of Judah, which is, I think, the Davidic kingdom. I think the Davidic kingdom is made up. I don't know. I'm not saying for sure, but I think that kingdom is pastoralist, conservative. Progression equals Satan, equals against God. And then the North would have been the progressives, and they would have been more the serpent in the garden, the Satan.
Right. They would have probably been the ones like pointing out the atrocities of the South, saying like, that don't sound right. But no, no, no. And then they'll come in and be like, well, Yahweh says cool, so we're just gonna kill y'all now.
Yeah, I don't think they were all that. But I mean, I think both sides have their problems, but I definitely can see. And then I saw a video where someone was saying, I don't know if it was Dan McClellan or who, but and this might have been something Justin said yesterday on AXP, but polytheism, it would make more sense. I think this was Justin. Polytheism, or it might have been Seth Andrews. I can't remember which one of their asses said it, but polytheism would make more sense if because there are different, like, there's evil in the world, there's good in the world, there's different things that happen. So polytheism kind of had a god for different things, but monotheism kind of shoots themselves in the foot because their god has to be all things, and that's where you get this problem of evil and suffering and all of that. And so the North was polytheistic, and when we see all these different Jesuses pop up on our stage, and they believe that he's progressive, I I think believers are hedonistic, but in some ways they don't know that they're polytheistic. I don't know. Like, it's the picture that I'm getting from all these conversations. Like, it feels big, and I don't know how to put it all in place. Does that make sense? Like, I don't know. I'm seeing a lot from these
Yeah,
conversations.
yeah, I can definitely get that. Like, and I think even like the fact that we get to kind of hear, like Fee says, when they talk about some God, blah, like God would do the, all we hear is I would do it, right? Or all we hear is my kind of God or my kind of Jesus wouldn't do anything like that. And usually the help that the God gives them usually comes at a, depending on what they're needing, right? We don't got the God that's, helping you stay alive after you got pew-pewed in the dome, right? We got the God that helps you find your keys. We have the God that's actually worried about the kids. Or we have the God that's like really not that worried about the kids because they're going to come right back to heaven. Like, it's just, there's
Yeah.
a different idea. Like, it's just, yeah, I get what you're saying.
Yeah, absolutely. Yep.
More neoliberal than conservative or outright conservative.
I can't hear you. Say that again.
I wonder if Jesus is more of like a neo.
What's wrong with your phone, friend? What did he say?
Not you laughing at him. I think he's trying to say if Jesus was a conservative,
Neoliberal.
oh,
Neoliberal as opposed to just
neoliberal.
like
There
a
we go.
staunch, yeah,
Oh,
conservative.
what's the difference?
Neoliberals use the mask of like liberal ideologies to oppose the system as opposed to just downright being like,
Oh,
ah, fuck it.
yeah, I could see that. Are you talking about the one that
I could
lives in the
definitely see
heads of
that.
the believers? I think the one in the Bible is straight up conservative.
Yeah, but the message is that like the beatitudes and stuff that they like glom onto that. In their mind, I wonder if like he's more so like a neoliberal in that aspect. Where it's like, well, he wanted us to feed the poor and give them money and stuff.
No,
I
yeah,
get what you're saying also, but
no, I was gonna say, are you saying the one that lives in the mind of the believers, or the one in the book is neoliberal? Which one are you saying, also?
I think it's a mixture of both. Because I don't think a straight conservative would be about feeding the poor.
Hmm.
But the Beatitudes isn't about feeding the poor, though. But I think what you're referring to is like the Luke Jesus, right, where he says, where we start to see that when he's talking to the Gentiles. I just don't feel like it's enough of it in there for him to be, for me to see it. I don't know. I see more conservative, because conservatives talk about, like, they feed the poor as write-offs and shit. Jesus is like, oh, the poor gonna be with y'all always. Um, you know, basically do it for me. Like, it's like the rich will pass down the job of feeding the poor to the poor, and that's what Jesus did. So, I don't know. I don't see it, but I don't know. Maybe could be
the
a good research line where we can decide what he is. Go ahead, Ria.
the
Yeah.
only way I see the mixture really is like kind of like from a cult leader mindset, right? Where he's very much to the people, right? A Messiah. He is, feed the poor and preaching all the good stuff. But in reality, he would be more conservative, right? I think in who he is, or the personality or the character, I don't think he would actually embody like
any kind of liberalism per se. I think he would use that to just like we see today, right? We still got Jesus followers today while we're seeing what Trump is doing, right? Because they've convinced themselves that the real Jesus wouldn't do that much, right? Like the real one wouldn't go that far until, right, when we talk about cult leaders and stuff like that, the followers really don't know the extent that the cult leader is going to ask them to do something. They just, it usually they test them little by little, like, oh,
Yeah.
go get the little non-believers over there and kill them in front of me. Let me see if you could do it. They
Yeah.
test them over time, and then they're like, but look, but I'm a nice guy though. But I'm actually the son of God, and I'm actually a really nice guy. But
But isn't that
also
what
go get me
conservatives
them
do?
people's ears. Well, that's what I'm saying is like it's the image, but Trump don't do that. Like somebody like Trump or somebody like the people in power, they're just like, fuck you, we don't really care. This is
No,
what we're
that's
gonna
what.
do, right?
No, that's what they're doing now. They're doing little
I don't think
stuff.
they're covering it though.
No, they're doing little stuff to see how we react to it, and as we don't react, they do
Oh
more.
yeah. Yeah, right, right. But without the cover, right? Without the nice city cover. I'm saying for the
Um,
Jesus
I, I
character,
think they do because
the
like
only way I see uh
think about how they tricked the Latino audience into voting for them. Right? I think they do cover shit to get what they want, and then once they get what they want, then they make their moves. Once they get the trust of the people, and then they make their moves.
See, that's what for me, the way I see it is, I don't think they cover it. I think they start, like, I mean, I don't think I'm not seeing them covering it. I see them already setting up, like, the Jesus is already the foundation, right? They've already set up an idea of Jesus that whatever these people do is not going to look like violence to them. It's not going to, like, these are people that already have an idea of what's going on because 2020, Project 25 was out for everybody to read, right? Even when Trump was talking about, like, talking to Venezuelans, he never promised them anything that was tangible per se. All of his ideas were out there for people to see, but because they already had a preconceived notion of, oh, he's not going to go that far, he's not going to do that much. That's why I say I don't think they're hiding it. I just think with the veil, they already expect the people not to look too closely.
I mean, they're not just outright saying that they're going after Venezuela's oil. Like they're saying that they're doing it to free the Venezuelans from this dictatorship, right? Like it's
Oh
for
no,
the
you didn't watch the press
Venezuelans.
conference?
What before he bombed them?
Well, even before he bombed them, there's been clips where he's been talking about the oil and, like, the
Hmm.
oil companies and all of that. That's never been a secret.
I'm saying
Yeah.
that he didn't outright come out and say, "Oh, we're gonna bomb Venezuela because we want their oil." He did it under the guise of freeing Venezuela from dictatorship. That's what I'm
No, he
saying.
said he called the oil companies
Yeah.
before he went in there.
He said
Yeah,
it was for
but
the
he
oil.
didn't say he bombed them for oil, though. That's what I'm saying. He said he bombed them to free them from dictatorship, from and trafficking. He said the government. He thinks that the government over there was involved in trafficking drugs over to America. So he did it under that guise, not
No,
I'm bombing them
no,
for
Tinker,
oil.
literally, that's my point. He said both. Like he has been very open. Literally, somebody said since 2016 he's been very open about, like, why he's going to Venezuela. But he does also mention, oh, the peace that he's gonna take there. Literally, like, that's my point, is
I'm not saying he
because
never
they're
mentioned the oil. That's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying he never mentioned the oil. I'm saying he does not say that he is bombing Venezuela for oil. He doesn't make that statement. I've not seen that. That's what I'm
Oh,
saying.
okay. So the one time that you can hear him say that though is in the White House press conference after, right? Literally, the journalists were trying to be like, "Oh yeah, you did this for peace, right? You did this for blah blah blah." He said, "No, I did this for oil. I called the oil companies before I did
After the
it."
fact, right? Yeah, I'm talking
Right.
about before he did it. He didn't say that he was bombing them for oil. He said he was doing it for drug trafficking. Like he gave a different reason for the attack. Like the same way he's not saying that he's in Nigeria for Nigeria's resources. He's saying that he's in Nigeria to fight for Christians, but we know why he's really in Nigeria. That's what I'm saying. They get buy-in first, right? And then they do their thing, and then they'll say, "Oh, this like you just said that he said, "No, I did this for oil." No, if nobody reacts, then we're going to see an escalation. That's what I'm saying. That like I definitely see them doing a little bit at a time, getting away with fuck shit. And then when the people don't react, that's like saying, "Oh, okay, we're okay with that," and then they move on to their next stage in their plan. That's what I think they're doing. I don't know if somebody can show me where he said it before. I've not seen him say I'm bombing Venezuela for oil beforehand. I see people in the comments saying he said it. I haven't seen it. I don't know if somebody can show it to me. It's been cutting out all night, Ruby. I don't know what's wrong with it. No, I know he said it after. That's why I said I agree. Like I feel like they get buy-in first. They do something, that is considered a war crime or unconstitutional, and then they get away with it, and then they move on. They do more and more and more. Like there's some shit that's about to happen here in Tennessee with immigration. Um, and they it's fucking our House Speaker has been working side by side with Stephen Miller, and they're about to start going like door to door. They're about to like get really neo-Nazi here in Tennessee, with immigration. And our House Speaker was giving a speech, and one of the representatives was giving a speech, and he was basically like, Tennessee is going to be the model. Like, Tennessee is going first. Tennessee is going to be the model, so we got to do it right. Like, it's going to get fucked up. And because we've allowed, like, they've done some fuck shit, we've not reacted, and so now they about to ramp up the heat. Yeah.
I agree because honestly, this thing, I'm not saying this is solely the reason, but a lot of the timing of Venezuela is to detract from the Epstein shit. Like they're just gonna keep doing shit and doing shit and doing shit. I mean, obviously, it's one of those things where they're gonna run out eventually. Like there's only so many harms that you can commit before it start catching up. But they're just going from thing to thing, like going through.
Yeah. Are we done for the day? We don't have anybody else, believers, deconstructing, or atheists. I think it's been about 30 minutes since we've had a guest.
I think it's been longer than that. Thank you. The
Has it?
last one was Ed, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Then I guess we can call it a morning. I'll see y'all tonight at 11 p.m. I appreciate y'all so much. Zena, are you gonna run the conservative thing?
Dang, I just got back to my phone, y'all. So sorry, thinker. So you were saying the last thing you were saying about that. You said you don't see it as covering. You say you see it as covering because they do it little by little.
Yeah, I'm saying I've not seen Trump say prior to the strike on Venezuela. I didn't see any statement saying that they were striking Venezuela for oil. Every statement was that it was about drug trafficking. I do agree that he said it after the fact, but I haven't seen him say, "I'm going in Venezuela. I'm gonna bomb them for oil." I saw people in the
Oh
comments saying
yeah.
that he said it, but I'm saying if y'all can show me, like point me to it so I can say, because I have not seen it. That's all I'm saying.
Oh yeah, no, he doesn't actually like literally. That was my point, was to say like what they're actually doing in real time. Like because for example, right, for like when the tariffs were going on, right, he put on tariffs on the export of Venezuelan oil and all that. So that one affects their economy, all, and then it makes them reliant on the U.S. Right. But the point is, doing all of that even before he came in, there were like, alluding comments, and he would talk about the oil, but obviously he would never directly say it out loud.
Yeah, that's my
The,
point.
but right, but that's why I say he's covering it. Like that's why I say that's the
Yeah,
cover
that's my
is
point.
the yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I
No,
thought
but
you were saying they don't cover. And I was saying, yeah, they do.
no, I was saying they don't cover in the sense that even the Venezuela agenda was going on while he's telling people that he's bombing it for peace. That's what I'm saying. Like what was happening in Venezuela was not secret. What he was doing to those people and the things that he was alluding to, people just didn't catch it. It wasn't a secret. He's been planning this for a while. That's my point. Is while he's planning it, he's also talking about peace, but everybody's focused on the peace and not realizing that like he's about to go do something to these people. He been saying that.
No, I'm not saying that he hasn't been planning it. I'm talking about buy-in from the public, from the people. He's not outright telling the people what he's doing. And his average follower base don't watch tariffs, and they don't understand anything about tariffs and what
True.
those moves mean. And so he's not outright saying, hey, I'm about to go do this. He does fuck shit, wait for their reaction. If they don't react, then he does the next thing, is what I'm saying. He surprises his user base, is what I'm saying. He's not doing it outright. I mean, he's not been upfront with them.
Right, right, yeah. I think we kind of are saying the same thing. He's definitely not being upfront because there's all like that's what I'm saying. The people themselves have already been primed to only like not look for any more information, just already have the surface image of, oh, this is for our own good. This is for a greater good. So they don't look at anything else. Like you said, with the tariffs, you're not really expecting people like that to go and look at all the plans that he's been making. So I get what you're saying.
Yeah, like even with the big beautiful bill, like they were shocked. They were mad, right? They were like, we don't read fine print. You told us this, you said this, but you did such and such, and you put it in the fine print. And yeah, they got mad, but they stayed with his ass, and he moved on to the next plan, the next stage of his plan.
Like, and I think that's another reason why everybody was so surprised that Venezuela was even supporting him as much because, like, I won't even say in the background, in like the next room, he was already making moves to mess y'all up. And at that point, I'm just like, y'all are just like not gonna really look at the wizard behind the curtain at this point because you really don't care. Like while he's partying with y'all and y'all are having fun, literally on the other side, information that's accessible to you, he was messing y'all up. Like I don't get it.
The proud atheist, you are giving the MAGA cult way too much credit to say that he's being upfront with them and that they understand any of this shit. I don't think the MAGA cult is smart enough to understand any of this shit. They react. I think they joined his cult because he promised them that he was gonna go after the sex traffickers, and they didn't expect him to be on that list. They were QAnon conspiracy theory type shit, and like I think some of them are just like in too deep to. They're hoping that what they're experiencing right now isn't real. I think. But yeah, I don't think they're smart enough for him to be upfront with them and give them talking points for plausible deniability. I don't think they're smart enough for that. But those in the and Congress, they're a part of the plan. Like he's just following their lead. He's their he's their figurehead. He's not making these decisions. He's following a plan that was put together by the Heritage Foundation, and another group. He's not. This is not his plan. They just needed
He,
him. They
he
just
can't
needed
even
him.
read.
Yeah, and in 2020, like honestly, I had he won in 2020, their plan would have been halted. Like they didn't want him to win in 2020 because they wasn't ready. Uh, they were still getting their lower courts and their representatives in place to run in place in cities that usually go unattested, and they were not ready. So they ended up switching their support from him to Biden in 2020, and I saw that. And then when Biden won, they had a whole ass gala and celebrated because they wanted Trump to win this election because they were going to be ready. And so he's just their guy that he's like Ronald Reagan. They did the same shit with Ronald Reagan. But they said they learned from their mistakes, and they didn't plan on making the same mistakes they made with Reagan this time. And that's the thing, right? Like it's not it's not the president that's making these decisions. It's people behind this motherfucker. Yeah, it's a lot. Yeah, did y'all see where he read that note out loud and Rubio looked at him like, "You dumb
Uh-huh.
motherfucker"? Man, I
Died
laughed so. Oh
laughing.
my god, Rubio was like, "You stupid bitch!" Like the fuck you read that out loud for? That shit was funny.
And he stayed oblivious the whole fucking time. He's just looking at Rubio like, go ahead.
Yeah, he's an idiot, and that's what they. He's just somebody to say. He's a yes man for them. Like, and in 2016, I don't know if y'all saw, but he got out of control for them. They couldn't control him, so they started pulling away from him. Do y'all remember that? He got wild and out
Yep.
of control, and they started pulling away from him. Yeah, so it's a whole ass game. If you read the Devil's Chessboard, it'll tell you a lot about how they play chess with this whole thing, and as a society we just keep playing checkers. Like we just keep, it's just a lot. I don't know. I try not to get into the whole politics talk, but if the Devil's Chessboard is, it's a good ass read. But I'm about to hop up off of here. My grandbabies just woke up. Rhea, last night Five called Miss Rachel his grandma.
Oh,
Mm-hmm.
well, I
Mm.
don't know. Like I be trying to figure out what's going on in their heads half the time. Well,
Miss Rachel got them like hugged, and I had to keep pointing to the TV. And I was like, "White woman," and then point to myself and say, "Grandmama." White
not
woman,
white woman.
grandmama. Like that lady
You
don't
better
look nothing
forget her
like
name
you,
right now.
right? That lady don't look nothing like you, friend. But yeah, I love y'all. I'll see y'all tonight at 11 p.m. I hope y'all have a great rest of the day. Zena, I'm gonna come in your live for a little while because I'm not sleepy yet. But I'll you get ready. Go ahead and go live so we can ready you right quick.
Thinking you got to step a game up.
What? Become a white woman?
Man, you better go
That's
get your
like,
outfit.
look, that's
With
like Yahweh saying
suspenders.
I have regard, like Five got more regard for Miss Rachel ability to teach the
Mm-hmm.
ABCs than me. I can't become a white woman, so it's like Five saying, you know better, you do better. What the fuck am I supposed to do? I can't become a white woman. And then I started saying the song that she was singing was if you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. That song. And so I started singing it, but like mouthing it and letting Miss Rachel's make him think Miss Rachel's voice was coming out of my mouth. And when I tell you that boy was so fucking mesmerized, he thought Miss Rachel's voice was coming out of my mouth. Like they are in love with Miss Rachel.
Mm-hmm.
Reminds me of that episode of, I mean, obviously I don't think Miss Rachel is the same kind of person, but that episode of, fuck, what was it called? Shit. It's the animated shows about the what's his name, Dynamite, Black Dynamite, where the children's character was like an evil person that was bent on like taking over the world using children. Like he had
I
like a
haven't
mind
seen that.
control. It's a pretty funny episode. Michael Jackson shows up for some reason. It's really funny.
He was just in here fighting, trying to get on my lap. I'm like, I am not putting you on camera. Is Xena live yet?
Yep, she is.
All right, y'all. Let's go ahead and raid Miss Xena May. And I'm gonna chill in her life for a little bit until I get sleepy. I'll see y'all again tonight. If you are a believer, hopefully the conversations we had tonight will help you get prepared to come back and have a conversation with us later tonight. And hopefully they can be civil and no more crash outs. Well, less crash outs. I'll see y'all later. Bye, y'all. Thank y'all for the likes, the shares, the gifts, and the comments. Make
Bye.
sure y'all following us on YouTube.
Bye. Love
We
you
are
guys.
at 7,090. If we can get to 7,100, that would be awesome. Bye,
That's
y'all.
amazing.
Yeah, thanks to Justin. Justin got like we got like 500 subs on over 500 subs on Friday from Justin's live. Yeah. I'll see y'all. Bye, y'all. Bye, YouTube. Love y'all.